This audiobook contains 266 censored sentences and 412 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Censuredo reduced to a trembling sea of insecurity upon seeing her boyfriend holding hands with her mother. "You must think I'm pathetic." She lifted her head slightly and gazed at his sleeping face. The dawn light traced the sharp line of his jaw, the straight bridge of his nose, the curve of his lips. "Sovereign pact. A nexus. You are the key pillar. My queen. Queen. She belongs to no one. His queen. What kind of queen would be jealous because her king spoke to his own mother? What kind of queen would feel so insecure in her position that she would see a threat in the woman who raised her? A weak one, and I refused to be weak." Now she saw it clearly. Her jealousy was an insult to the position he had offered her. A queen wasn't simply a presence beside him. A queen had her own power, her own authority. A queen supported her king's ambitions. She didn't sabotage them with petty insecurities. If I'm going to be his partner in this insane pact, if I'm going to be the queen he needs, I can't be that weak, jealous girl. I have to be worthy of the title he gave me. I have to be stronger. For him, and for myself. She leaned forward and pressed a tender, lingering bravado against him. "I will be a queen you can be proud of," she whispered softly, so softly that it wouldn't disturb his sleep. Natalia carefully moved away from him. She decided to deal with everything else later. For now, she left the room, fueled by her newfound determination, walking silently down the hall toward her bedroom. Back in her own space, Natalia felt like she was regaining control. She picked up her phone from the desk and texted Emmy. "Shall we grab a coffee at Lunar Brew later? We need to talk. It's important." He pressed send and then placed the phone on his nightstand. "First, I strengthened my alliances." She headed to her private bathroom, eager to freshen up. She needed to clear her head and think about the next steps in her plan. If she wanted to be a true queen, she needed to start acting like one. That meant helping Satori expand her power, beginning with bringing Emmy into the fold. Natalia opened her elegant, minimalist medicine cabinet and automatically reached for her birth control pill. Her fingers froze in midair. The blister pack stared at her, each slit empty except for a solitary space for Sunday, a small silver void that seemed to grow larger the more she looked at it. Censuredo, it was immediately followed by a wave of overwhelming, nervous excitement that made her knees tremble. Her hand instinctively went to her stomach, lingering there as if it could somehow sense a change that would be biologically impossible to detect so soon. Oh no! Natalia stood under the hot shower stream, letting the water hit her shoulders as she tried to think clearly. Her period was due in a week and a half. There was no way to know if something had already happened. And even if it had, well, there were possibilities. But every time she tried to think logically about those options, a stubborn, primitive part of her brain whispered, "Your child. Our child. A prince or a princess for our kingdom." "Stop it," she whispered, pressing her forehead against the cold shower tile. "You're being ridiculous." She wasn't ready to be a mother. Good heavens, she was 18. She had her huntress career ahead of her, her academic applications, her future at the New Bright Academy. A baby would ruin everything she had worked for. And yet, the image of a little girl with satirous eyes and hair formed in her mind, so vivid that it made her heart ache with a strange and fierce longing. Natalia turned off the faucet with more bravado than necessary. That was precisely the kind of emotional, irrational thinking she had vowed to avoid. She needed to be strategic and sensible. A queen doesn't make life-changing decisions based on hormones and fantasies. She dried herself quickly with a towel, wrapped herself in her silk robe, and returned to her room. She would consult her calendar, find out exactly where she was in her cycle, and calculate the risk. Then she would go to the pharmacy to buy the morning after pill. A simple and responsible action. But first, she had to prepare Emmy. If Satori truly needed a court of exceptional women to amplify her power, then Natalia would offer her best friend as the next addition. It was the perfect solution. Emmy was sweet, loyal, and possessed a rare healing aspect that would perfectly enhance Satyrus' abilities and Natalia's telekinesis. Natalia put on leggings and a long-sleeved shirt to go to the gym. Centuredo Queen, Natalia sounds great. Chapter 71. Leg day is cheaper than therapy. Natalia inhaled deeply as she entered the condominium gym. The familiar scent of clean rubber mats and the metallic clinking of weights filled her thoughts. Dawn light streamed through the windows, casting long rectangles across the polished wooden floor. She wore a stylish black sports bra paired with high-waisted yoga barato, looking confident and ready. It's time to claim what's mine. The empty gym was her sanctuary, her domain. There, she wasn't Luka Kuzmina's daughter or Satyrus' lover. She was simply Natalia, mistress of her own body and mind. She stood in the center of the room, her feet shoulder-width apart. The morning air cooled her skin as she closed her eyes and began to breathe rhythmically. Inhale through your nose, fill your lungs completely, and exhale through your mouth. The stretching routine began as always, a ritual she had performed countless times. Natalia got on all fours on her mat, palms flat on the floor and spine in a neutral position. She arched her back slowly, lifting her face toward the ceiling as she arched her upper back forward, feeling the stretch across her shoulders and the gentle pull in her core. The yoga stretch always revealed how tense she felt. She reversed the movement, curling her spine like a startled cat and tucking her chin toward her barato. The fabric of her athletic barato moved with her. The feel of the cotton against her skin reminded her of how irritated she felt the night before. He had been pushy and overbearing, crossing boundaries she had tried to set. Natalia pushed that thought away. This was her moment. She moved gently into downward-facing dog, raised her barato, and pressed her heels into the floor. The pose stretched her hamstrings and calves, creating a feeling of exertion she welcomed. She pressed her palms firmly into the mat as she breathed despite the discomfort. From her inverted view, she could see the defined muscles of her arms trembling slightly from the effort of supporting her weight. She focused on that trembling, on the physical sensation rather than on the emotional storm that had brought her there. Natalia assumed a low lunge position, extending one leg back and bending the other at a 90-degree angle. She raised her arms overhead, stretching her torso and feeling the tension in her hip flexors. "I'm not weak. I'm not some jealous soy brain. I'm your equal." She repeated the mantra with each change of position, flowing through the sequence. By the end of the warm-up, a light layer of sweat covered her skin, reflecting the sunlight as she headed to the squat rack. Natalia added plates to each end. Not her maximum weight, but enough to command respect. She positioned herself under the bar, feeling the weight on her shoulders as she unhooked it. The first squat was always a negotiation between mind and body. I inhaled deeply as I descended, keeping my chest upright, my spine neutral, and my knees resting on my toes. Am I weak? The question burned in her mind as she reached the lowest point of the squat, her legs parallel to the floor. Her muscles screamed in protest. No. She propelled herself upwards, pushing with her heels. The power of her legs translated into upward movement. Am I just a possession to him? She fell again. The weight threatened to crush her. Sweat trickled down her temples and along her barato. Never. Up again, exhaling sharply as he drove the bar overhead. Natalia racked up 10 perfect repetitions before lifting the bar again. Her breathing was heavy and her heart rate was racing. She continued with the rest of her strength routine with the same intensity. Deadlifts that made her grunt with effort, pull-ups that burned her back and biceps, and basic exercises that left her abs shaking. After 45 minutes, she grabbed her water bottle and took several long gulps. Centuredo, feeling the current of energy surrounding her. His appearance was both a blessing and a curse. Telekinesis required not only power, but also precision, a perfect balance between strength and control. Like relationships, he thought ironically, he reached out mentally, searching for the nearest 100 kilograms dumbbell. The first touch was always tentative, like dipping a toe in cold water. The dumbbell wobbled as he lifted it 15 centimeters from his stand. Natalya frowned, concentrating more intently. The wobbling stopped. The weight was suspended in the air, completely motionless. Okay, now for the second one. Another dumbbell joined the first, floating alongside it at exactly the same height. Then a third, a fourth, a fifth. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he placed the weights in a perfect circle around his head. They rotated slowly, like planets around the sun. The tension was intense. Natalya felt the familiar pressure building behind her eyes, the faint metallic taste in her mouth that warned her of an impending aspect overload. Just a little more. Keep going. He made the weights spin faster and then changed direction. He lifted some higher and lowered others. The cryo-lich ring on her finger pulsed with cold energy, helping her regulate her production. Without it, she would have collapsed long ago. The ring was more than just a tool. It was a symbol of how far she would go to perfect her art. I will do whatever it takes to be the queen he needs. The thought distracted her for a moment. One of the dumbbells sank dangerously low before she could catch it. Concentration, Natalya. Control. He brought the weights closer and pushed them again. Up, down, clockwise, counterclockwise. Each movement was a test of willpower, a demonstration of mastery. Finally, when her head throbbed and her vision blurred, Natalya carefully returned each weight to its place. As she placed the last dumbbell on the rack, she exhaled deeply, feeling the tension dissipate from her body. She opened her eyes and found Satori leaning against the doorframe. Cinchuredo, enough to know them the luckiest man in the world. Natalya stood up, aware of her appearance, drenched in sweat and flushed after the workout. She needed to clear her head. And did you do it? He looked at her with a warm, admiring smile, Cinchuredo, and her eyes darkened with something that quickened Natalya's pulse despite her exhaustion. And what exactly should a queen focus on? Protecting her king's interests. Natalya reached out to trace her jawline with her fingertips. She helps him build his empire. She fights by his side. She paused and let her hand fall to her chest. I texted Emmy. Let's meet for coffee later. Understanding was reflected in Satyrus' eyes. You're taking this seriously. Did you think I wouldn't do it? Natalya challenged her. You told me about your sovereign's covenant. You made me your key pillar. I don't do things halfway, Satori. He took her hand and brought it to his lips, kissing her palm. You never cease to amaze me, princess. I'm no longer a princess, she corrected him. I'm a queen. Her laugh was low and appreciative. My queen, then. Natalya felt a surge of satisfaction at the title. That was what she wanted, to be valued, essential, powerful in her own right. Not just his companion or his stepsister, but his partner in this strange and dangerous game they were playing. I need a shower, he said, stepping back. And we need to discuss strategy before I meet with Emmy. Satori descended, her expression becoming more calculating. You're right. If we're going to bring her back, we need to be smart. He already likes you, Natalya said, grabbing her water bottle and towel. He couldn't stop talking about you after we met at the training center. Attraction is just the first step, Satori warned. Emmy is innocent and optimistic. Nothing like you or me. Natalya paused in the doorway, glancing at her over her shoulder. That's precisely why we need her. Your darkness. My ambition. Her light. I smile. Balance, Satori. Every court needs balance. As she walked away, Natalya felt his gaze fixed on her, studying her like a fascinating new specimen. She wasn't the same girl who had jealously accused him the night before. The training had dispelled her doubts and insecurities, leaving behind something harder, sharper, more dangerous. The forging of effort had transformed her, just as Satori had transformed her. She would not disappoint her king. Chapter 72. How to use your Barato-S talents. For the good of the kingdom, Natalya glanced at herself in the mirror one last time. Her outfit was perfect, casual enough for coffee with Emmy, yet stylish enough to project confidence. A loose-fitting cream-colored sweater draped gracefully off one shoulder, paired with high-waisted jeans that accentuated her figure without being overly revealing. Today she wanted to appear approachable, not intimidating. The reflection revealed more than just her outfit. In the background, sprawled on her meticulously made bed, lay Satori. She sat there, like a cat basking in the sun, one arm behind her head, listlessly scrolling through her phone. Her bedroom door was open, a necessary precaution with her father and Kimiko just down the hall. Natalia stepped away from the mirror and crossed her arms, leaning against the vanity. Satori, we need to talk. Look up from your phone. I'm all yours. What's wrong? She took a deep breath to calm herself. No more bravado. Not until we're at the academy. For a moment, I expected surprise, maybe even anger. Instead, her mocking smile widened as she sat up, genuinely amused. Really? She set her phone aside. And why the sudden decision to keep things quiet? Because my father isn't an idiot, and your mother practically reads minds. Natalia kept her voice steady despite the nervous flutter in her bravado. Kimiko already suspects something. Her fingers tapped lightly against the surface of the table. Censurado, 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 her breath caught in her throat as she realized how much she would miss him during the weeks apart. He was right. Being separated felt genuinely difficult. Her legs felt unsteady, and for a moment, she was on the verge of giving in. Instead, she placed a hand on his bravado. She didn't move him away, but held him at bay. She could feel his heartbeat beneath her palm, strong and steady. It's not about what I want, she said, her voice trembling but determined. It's about what we need. We need to be smart. We need to be strategic. She looked at him, holding his gaze without blinking. A queen doesn't allow her desires to endanger the kingdom. Satori stared at her for a long moment before slowly pulling away. Good. Not now. His gaze traveled over her posture, from her flushed face to her firmly planted stance, a silent promise that this discussion was far from over. But don't blame me if you come to my room in the middle of the night, asking for help. Natalia released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. I want to do it. Good. He moved back to the edge of the bed, but remained standing. Now about Emmy. Natalia seized on the new topic as if it were a lifeline. Yes. What's the plan? I'm meeting her for coffee in an hour. What were you thinking? Satori asked, crossing her arms. Talking to me? Organizing a group date? Natalia got a lift. Something like that. She already thinks you're gorgeous. The words sounded strange to him. It wouldn't take much to convince her. Censurado, there was something cold in his voice that made Natalia tremble for a completely different reason. She's already in love. We just need to give her a chance. The rest is up to her. His smile returned, softer this time. She needs to feel like it's her decision. Natalia demonstrated this option. So, if he mentions you, just say something like you should text her sometime and give her my number. Simple. Natural. No pressure. That's surprisingly restrained. Natalia reached for her purse on the dresser. I can be patient when the situation calls for it. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. The sweetest fruit ripens in its own time. I should go, she said, looking at her phone. I don't want to be late. Satori climbed up and stretched out again on the bed, getting comfortable. Have fun on your little excursion, he said with a mischievous look. I'll be at the gym, working out, thinking about all the things we won't get to do later. Natalia's face reddened. Get out of my room, she snapped. As she turned to leave, she caught a fleeting glimpse of herself in the mirror. Her face was red and her eyes were wide. Despite her frustration, she looked more alive than she had in years. For the first time since this twisted relationship began, she felt she had some control. She had set a boundary, and he had respected it. It was a small victory, but it was hers. The thought carried her lightly down the hall to the front door. As she put on her shoes, she heard Kimiko calling from the kitchen. Are you leaving already, darling? I'm just meeting Emmy for coffee, Natalia replied, maintaining her casual tone. Kimiko appeared in the doorway, drying her hands with a dish towel. Her discerning gaze swept over Natalia's outfit with a knowing smile. What a pretty blouse. You look gorgeous. Thank you. Natalia fiddled with her bag strap dash. No delay. Take your time. Kimiko's smile was warm, but there was something appraising in her gaze that made Natalia nervous. I'm glad to see you out of the house. You've been worried lately. Natalia swallowed. I just focused on training. Of course. Kimiko stepped forward, her expression revealing nothing dash. Say hello to Emmy for me. I will do that. As she closed the door behind her, Natalia couldn't shake the feeling that Kimiko had figured her out. Another reason why the boundary with Satori was necessary. If they weren't careful, Cinchuredo, I know how to talk to my best friend. His reply came seconds later. That's my queen. Go get her. The message filled her with a strange mix of pride and unease. She was her queen, yes, but now she was also her accomplice, her recruiter. Bringing Emmy into her network would change everything. Their friendship, the dynamics of their future team, perhaps even Emmy herself. For Satori. For us. For the kingdom. Chapter 73, Judah's betrayal over almond milk coffee. The cafe was packed with customers on the weekend. Natalia spotted Emmy immediately, her vibrant blue hair, styled in that signature look with 2 strands sticking up like antennae, made her impossible to miss. Emmy greeted Natalia with unrestrained enthusiasm, her face beaming with genuine joy. How can someone be so genuinely happy to see another person? Natalia wondered. It was a quality of Emmy's that she had always found slightly irritating and strangely comforting. Net, over here, Emmy called out, as if her enthusiastic greeting hadn't already made her location clear. I brought you your usual, a triple latte with almond milk, right? Natalia sat down across from her friend, managing a smile despite the knot in her stomach. Thanks, Emmy. Perfect. You look absolutely gorgeous, Emmy said enthusiastically, her reddish eyes widening in genuine admiration. That sweater looks divine on you. And there's something different. You're radiant. You're truly glowing. All that intense training must be paying off. Natalia took a long sip of her coffee with milk, feeling pleased with the compliment. She felt proud of her recent progress and good mood. Well, Emmy leaned forward, lowering her voice to a friendly whisper, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Tell me everything. How's that amazing cryo-littering working for you? Have you mastered it completely yet? Oh, and what about Satori? How's she getting on with her new aspect? That fire thing? That whole situation was insane. Natalia blinked. Cinchuredo, just as Satori had suggested. Satori is doing surprisingly well. In fact, she's been training a lot. She paused, carefully choosing her words, working together sometimes. Emmy's eyes widened in shock. Really? They actually get along? No way. Things have changed between us. Natalia maintained a neutral tone, but something in her expression must have betrayed her deepest feelings. Emmy gasped dramatically, bringing her hand to her mouth. Oh my God, Nat. Now you like it. What? No. Natalia instinctively began to protest, but she stifled a half-denial. This was the perfect opportunity she needed. I mean, it's not as terrible as I initially thought. It's different now. I knew it. Emmy clapped her hands with unrestrained delight, practically jumping in her seat. The way you looked at him that day at the training center, and how annoyed you got when he spoke to me. Those are classic signs of jealousy. Natalia was speechless, truly surprised. I wasn't jealous at all. You did a wonderful job. Emmy chuckled, a musical sound that drew the attention of the nearby tables. But it's perfectly fine. I think it's adorable. Cinchuredo. Emmy's expression was one of conscious skepticism. That's why you blush every time I mention his name. Satori. Natalia groaned, burying her face in her hands. This was a complete departure from her carefully crafted plan. She was supposed to guide the conversation, not be read like an embarrassingly transparent novel. Look, can we talk about something else, please? Natalia pleaded, desperate to regain control. How's your healing aspect going? Do you feel ready for the admission requirements? Emmy graciously allowed the change of subject and launched into a lively explanation of her recent training progress. Natalia leaned in and offered comments at appropriate intervals, but her mind was racing. Perhaps this approach was fundamentally flawed. Perhaps she needed to be much more direct. No will be remembered firmly. Satori specifically told him to let it unfold naturally. He trusted the plan. He trusted him. As if answering her own thoughts, Emmy returned to the subject of Satori. So, does your stepbrother ever talk about me? The unexpected question caught Natalia completely off guard. What? Satori, Emmy clarified, a light blush creeping across her cheeks. Does he ever mention me? He was incredibly sweet that day, asking about my healing aspect and all. Most guys don't show any interest in support abilities. There it is. The perfect opening. Natalia took a deep breath, fighting to ignore the sharp, possessive pang of jealousy that twisted in her stomach. He actually does mention you. He found you really fascinating. Each word felt like poison on her tongue, but she forced herself to continue. You should write to him sometime. I'm sure he'd love to hear from you. Emmy's eyes lit up with obvious excitement. Really? You really think so? Although I don't have their contact information. I can give it to you. Natalia pulled out her phone, mechanically tapping out Sator's contact information. Here you go. As Emmy excitedly added Satora to her contacts, Natalia observed her friend's lively expression. A sweet, innocent, and trusting Emmy. So vibrant, so full of genuine kindness and warmth. What am I really doing? Am I really letting my best friend, my only true friend, become just another piece in Sator's growing collection? But then Natalia remembered Sator's powerful words about their sovereign's pact. How they needed exceptional women to build their power base. How Emmy's extraordinary healing abilities would make them stronger and more secure. How they would rule this world together. It wasn't manipulation, she told herself desperately. It was strategic recruitment. A mutuellement bénéficiale alliance. Emmy would benefit too. The justification seemed painfully hollow, but Natalia clung to it with determined desperation. Thank you so much, Nat. Emmy said, beaming. You're definitely the best friend anyone could have. Natalia forced her lips into what she hoped would look like a genuine smile. That's why I'm here. Chapter 74. Technical support weakened my training setup. The bar hit the floor with a satisfying clang. I stood there, my chest heaving and sweat trickling down my neck. I grabbed a towel and dried my face, collapsing onto the bench with a groan. My muscles burned in that perfect way that meant ID pushed them to their limits. Everything ached. Good. But my mind wasn't on my deadlifts or my burning quads. It was on Natalia. She did it. She drew a line in the sand. A queen's decree. Nothing romantic until we got to the academy. A reasonable limit, considering how nosy our parents were. But it wasn't the limit itself that impressed me, but how Shed said it. My little Sundara is growing a spine of steel. I hadn't argued. Censuredo, insecure girl, into a woman who could be my equal, was absolutely magnificent. Like watching a sword being forged in real time. I chose a good one. A true queen. A competitive passion ignited within me. I couldn't let her surpass me. What kind of king lets himself be defeated by his queen? It was time to accelerate my own growth. Nope, I said to the empty room. Status. The blue holographic screen glowed before me, suspended at eye level. My status window appeared first, displaying my attributes in neat rows. Satoru Nakano level. 1 title, none class, none outline points. 85 attributes. Strength. D. 283 resistance. D. 301 dexterity. D. 218 magic. F. 137 agility. D. 233. The numbers had increased, but they were still a joke. A level 1 D rank. In a world of city-destroying monsters, I was armed with a plastic spoon. Okay, Nell, I said, leaning forward. What's the fastest way to increase my raw attributes? The screen flickered and Nell's fresh, feminine voice filled my mind. Inquiry accepted. I am authorized to provide strategic information on optimal progression pathways. The status screen was dissolved and replaced by a sleek tutorial interface with 3 distinct sections. The primary paths of Power Route 1. Physical training, the routine method, repetitive physical exertion efficiency, low. Provides minor incremental gains. Suitable for basic development, but inefficient for rapid growth entertainment value. Minimal. Audiences tire of training montages. Route 2. SP assignment. Acceptance method. Direct conversion of schema points to attributes efficiency. Moderate. Provides immediate and guaranteed profits. Prohibitive cost for high-level growth entertainment value. Low. A transaction is not a story. Route 3. Gate clearance. The hunt method. Defeat the entities generated by the gate efficiency. high. Each defeated monster provides a direct and significant attribute boost, proportional to its rank and the difficulty of the defeat entertainment value. Maximum. Combat, risk, and victory are the pillars of a captivating narrative. It makes sense. Kill monsters and get stronger. Classic RPG mechanics. But something was missing. Wait a minute, I said, tapping my chin. What about daily missions? Don't system users in all those cheesy web novels get daily missions? Something like, do 100 push-ups and get 5 stat points? Nell's voice took on a funny, almost condescending tone. Your patron, Apollo, considers these mechanics pedestrians. Centurado would find a way to abuse such a system to the point of disrupting the narrative flow. Therefore, you have no daily quests. He is not wrong. Sounds good to me, I admitted. So the gates are my best option. Kill monsters and get stronger. It's that simple. However, Nell continued, your patron is not without a sense of justice. This system rewards dedication. Repetitive, focused action can, over time, manifest as a unique development skill. These are passive skills that increase the efficiency of a specific action. They can be improved with continuous practice. A new window appeared showing an example. If a host, for example, were to dedicate a considerable amount of time to fencing, they could unlock the development skill. Basic fencing, rank F. Continued practice could evolve it to intermediate fencing, rank D, granting them faster skill acquisition and better instincts with the sword. My eyes widened as I grasped the implications. I couldn't get free statistics daily, but I could create my own passive growth multipliers. The more I did something, the better and faster I did it, forever. So, it's a system designed for specialization, he reflected. The deeper I delve into a specific skill or activity, the more efficiently I can grow in that area. Correct. Your patron believes in rewarding mastery, not completing tasks. A smile spread across my face. Doors. That was the answer. I needed to delve into dungeons, fight monsters, and grow stronger in combat. The perfect solution for someone like me, who thrived on chaos and violence. I stood up from the bench with a new ambition burning in my chest. I would find a low-level portal, something manageable for my current abilities, and begin to progress. With each death, I would grow stronger. With each dungeon completed, I would be one step closer to becoming a true power in this world. And then my eyes fell on my wrist. The sleek silver VHC monitoring bracelet around him gleamed under the gym lights. A small, almost invisible green light blinked constantly, a constant reminder that I was being watched. My enthusiasm evaporated like water on hot coals. Dang it, the bracelet. Washington's words echoed in my memory. Record aspect usage and biometric responses. The implications hit me like a ton of bricks. If I walked through a door and started fighting, my heart rate would spike, my adrenaline would surge, and it would all be recorded. If I used cut or any of my other abilities, the bracelet would detect the energy signal. I sank into the exercise bench and stared at the bracelet. I couldn't grind in the portals. I couldn't hunt monsters. I couldn't progress in combat without exposing myself as something very different from what I claimed to be. I am more powerful than ever, and I am completely powerless to act. I flexed my fingers, watching the movement of the muscles beneath my skin. This form had so much potential, but I was completely restricted by this technological tether on my wrist. Nope, I said quietly. What would happen if I tried to take this bracelet off? Attempting to remove, damage, or tamper with VHC monitoring equipment constitutes a Class 3 felony under Hunter Regulatory Code 17.5. Detection of any tampering will result in the immediate dispatch of VHC security personnel. What if, for example, I used abilities inconsistent with my registered appearance while wearing it? Inconsistencies in the monitored aspect usage data are flagged for manual review by analysts in VHC's Vision Division. Significant discrepancies may lead to an investigation, which could result in the revocation of Hunter's privileges or criminal charges for aspect fraud. Perfect. Simply absolutely perfect. Breathe slowly and deeply. Then again, panicking was a luxury for those who weren't caged. Rule number one of my old life: every leash has a guide, and every guide can be broken. The rules weren't the problem. The people who wrote them were. All right, he murmured. So I can't hunt at the gates. Not yet, but I can still develop skills with practice. I can still convert HP into attributes when I earn them, and I can still build my court. I tapped the bracelet thoughtfully, and most importantly, I can find a solution. There has to be a way to mask my readings, or give it false data, or my thoughts drifted as an idea began to form. The HCV wasn't omnipotent. It was an organization, and all organizations have flaws. Blind spots, corrupt individuals, politics, and bureaucracy. Nope, I said. I need to know everything about HCV monitoring systems, down to the last detail you have. This information would be very beneficial to your progress. However, it comes at a price. The public appreciates a protagonist who strives to acquire knowledge. Let me guess. A mission? Exactly. Would you like to accept the special mission? Know your enemy? Apollo and its damned contest mechanics. Yes, I accept. Chapter 75. End of the tutorial arc. Yes. I accept. Confirmed. Special mission accepted. The system interface glowed as Nell's words faded, replaced by a new mission description that materialized in radiant, golden text. The letters shone with importance, demanding my attention. Know your enemy target. Establish a rank 4. Confidant or higher bond with a designated member of the Vance bloodline. Rewards for success: 250 SP. A substantial reward for a masterclass in espionage and seduction. Data cache unlocked. Vance Ishiguro files fragment. Reaching link rank 4 will grant you access to an important data cache extracted through your link with the target. This includes complete technical schematics and override command lists for your VHC monitoring bracelet. Research notes, written, and diary entries from Dr. Kenji Nakano, which provide the first real clues about his disappearance. New title bestowed: The Whispering Broker, a title for one who trades in secrets. You will possess a passive aura that will make those of weak will more likely to trust you. Penalty for failure: if you attempt this mission and fail, whether because you're discovered, rejected, or because you ruin the operation in some other way, the consequences will be permanent and catastrophic. Deduction of -100 SP. He is granted the permanent title, Marked Man. The VHC and all its subordinate factions will constantly suspect you. Your actions will be scrutinized, your lies easier to detect, and your true nature far more likely to be exposed. You'll be a rat always scurrying under the watchful eye of the hawk. I stared at the gold text, my mouth slightly agape. So much was at stake, both for success and failure. 250 scheme points would be crucial to my development, but the real prize was the information. Technical schematics on my monitoring bracelet and information about my father's supposed disappearance. But if I fail? Marked Man. In my past life, being marked meant you were already dead. You just hadn't stopped breathing yet. Nell, show me my active mission log. I want to see the big picture. The interface lit up and rearranged itself into a full screen of all my current missions. Active missions: The Sovereign Scum. Main narrative mission. Objective: locate and recruit at least 3 new exceptional allies, raising each of them to a minimum reputation tier of 5 within the ensemble system. Progress: 0-3 chronology. Ongoing: The Sirens Discord. Confrontation mission. Objective: in your first confrontation at New Vane Academy, you must force Reyna to recognize you as either an equal or a threat. Rewards for success: 150 horsepower. Reyna Cabana's initial disposition towards you is set as intrigued rival, which unlocks a unique path in her future Dark Influence storyline. Penalty for failure: deduction of -50 SP. You are granted the permanent title, Underdog, a title for a small, weak challenger who must struggle against much stronger opponents. It will make recruiting powerful allies much more difficult. The Alpha's debut, social conquest mission. Objective: at the VHC Gala, establish a new social reputation and decisively humiliate an arrogant scion in front of the New Vane elite. Reward: 100 horsepower. New title, The social predator unlocked potential alliances with at least one representative from the main guild. Penalty for failure. Minus 75 horsepower. Your social standing before entering the academy will be permanently damaged. Know your enemy. Espionage mission. Objective. Establish a rank 4 link. Confidant or higher with a designated member of the Vance bloodline. Schedule. Must be completed before graduating from New Vein Academy. I lay back, staring at the bright screen, as the pieces fell into place in my mind with astonishing clarity. "Oh, how clever you are," I whispered to the absent Apollo. "Everything is connected." The missions weren't separate challenges. They were a single, intricate design. A grand plan that guided me down a specific path. To build my court, I needed 3 pillars. The first was Emmy, the healer, the heart, the easiest acquisition. Natalia was already working on that aspect. The second was Reyna, the prodigy, the sword, the ultimate rival to defeat. The Siren's Discord wasn't just a confrontation. It was the first step in adding her to my collection. And the third one, the key to my freedom, was a Vance. Now, clarify something for me. When you say a designated member of a Vance bloodline, are you referring to someone specific? Seraphina Vance. Perhaps? The mission parameters allow you to choose between 2 targets. Seraphina Vance, 31, president of the VHC, or Celeste Vance, 18, her younger sister. 2 options. I murmured, weighing them mentally. Give me the profiles of both. The screen split, showing 2 women side by side. Centurato, her eyes reflected the same intelligence as her sister's, but lacked a chilling intensity. She seemed more approachable, more vulnerable. I didn't need to think much. Seraphina is out of the question, I said. She's the damn president of the VHC. It's like trying to seduce a tiger when you're made of flesh and blood. Celeste is the only realistic option. A prudent assessment. Celeste Vance will be entering New Vein Academy this semester as a freshman, just like you. Your paths are destined to cross. I ran a hand through my hair, try to process the revelation. So all these missions lead to the academy. I need to get into the EVN to access all 3 objectives. Correct. The New Vein Academy will be your main battleground and hunting ground for the foreseeable future. And once I'm there, will this bracelet still be a problem? Within the academy, all students are required to wear monitoring bracelets. Yours won't seem unusual in that environment. However, your case will still be under special scrutiny due to your late onset and your father's record. I flex my wrist, looking at the silver bracelet. That way they'll still be watching me, but I want to attract attention like some guy with a tracking ankle bracelet at a cocktail party. An apt metaphor. Furthermore, the Academy's monitoring protocols are less stringent than direct HCV surveillance. Data from student wristbands is generally only reviewed in the case of incident reports or scheduled assessments. A smile spread across my face. So I have some leeway. I can use minor skills or variations without raising any red flags, as long as I don't do anything glaring enough to warrant a special review. Your assessment is mostly correct. The minor discrepancies are likely attributable to the evolution of the aspect, a common phenomenon in newly manifested abilities during intensive training. I closed the interface and looked at my reflection in the gym mirror. "Nakano-san," I said to my reflection, using the title with bitter irony, "your mysterious disappearance may have screwed up my life, but it's also given me the perfect opportunity. The VHC is already interested in me because of you. I'd better use that to my advantage." I grabbed my towel and water bottle, ready to head back upstairs. But before I left, I paused at the training dummy ID cut earlier, running my fingers over the clean cuts ID made with Sever. "I still don't know how to hunt monsters," I muttered, "but I'm getting better with my blade." I turned off the gym lights and headed for the door. 3 missions. 3 targets. A throne waiting to be claimed. The Sovereign Scum's tactics had only just begun. End of Volume 1. The Princess and the Outcast, Chapter 76. The target is a cinnamon roll. Emmy Aoyama stared at her phone screen, her gaze tracing the edges of a new contact. Satoru Koen flashed across her face, his expression both thrilling and terrifying. Her heart pounded frantically against her ribs, each beat a mixture of guilt and excitement. "I can't believe I did that," she whispered to herself, collapsing back onto the bed. A delighted squeal escaped her barato as she kicked her feet in the air. Chirp! The sound echoed through her colorful room, a chaotic explosion of her personality. Posters of the S-rank hunter Apex dominated one wall. Her confident smile and signature white and gold armor gleamed under the overhead lights. Her desk was overflowing with fashion sketches, colored pencils, fabric swatches, and at least 3 half-finished cups of bubble tea from different days, the straws marked by her teeth after hours of chewing while she drew. Emmy rolled onto her stomach, propping herself up on her elbows to look at her phone again. Should you text him? Is he being too forward? She worried her thumbnail between her barato. Natalia said she was interested, but what if she was just being friendly? Or worse, what if she's testing me? Suddenly, her phone vibrated with a message from her mother. The simple text read, "Emmy-chan, we need you downstairs. Lunch rush hour is starting. I'm coming," she shouted reflexively, though her mother couldn't hear her through the floorboards. Emmy jumped to her feet, smoothing down her bright yellow barato and adjusting her denim shorts as she hurried to get ready. She took one last longing look at her phone before stuffing it in her back pocket, the screen still warm from her anxious touch. They'll think of what to say later, she decided, quickly brushing her blue hair, watching the 2 antenna-like strands reappear. Something casual but sweet. Friendly enough not to seem awkward, but interesting enough to make her want to respond. Maybe I should ask Natalia? No, that would be too obvious. The rich, savory aroma of pork and garlic greeted Emmy as she descended the narrow staircase, followed by the familiar clinking of bowls and the sizzle of the kitchen. Aoyama Ramen had been a fixture in the Asahi district for 2 generations, founded by her grandparents and now run by her parents. A comforting constant in a world transformed by the rupture. "Sorry I'm late, Mom," Emmy shouted, grabbing a light blue apron from a hook near the kitchen entrance and expertly tying it around her waist. His mother, Hanako Aoyama, looked up from the large pot of broth she was stirring. Sweat glistened on her forehead from the steam rising around her, giving the impression that she was enveloped in a mystical mist. Censuredo and filled with the chatter of regular customers who had known her since she was a child. Emmy worked alongside her mother, preparing bowls of ramen with the speed of years of practice, her fingers dancing among the ingredients with a grace that betrayed her natural agility. "How was the coffee with Natalia-chan?" asked her mother as she poured steaming broth over the noodles that Emmy had prepared. The golden liquid fell like a waterfall. "Great," Emmy replied, perhaps a little too enthusiastically. She felt a slight warmth rise in her cheeks as she thought about what had happened during that coffee date. What Natalia had said about her stepbrother, the strange new light in her friend's eyes when she spoke of him. "We talked about the academy and the preparation for the entrance exams. She's so well prepared it's almost scary. That girl's going places," her mother remarked, wiping her forehead with the back of her wrist. "With her father being a B-rank officer and all that. Just through connections. But she works incredibly hard," Emmy said defensively, with immediate and unwavering loyalty to her friend. "It's not just for her family. She trains like crazy even though no one forces her." Her mother blushed, the corners of her eyes crinkling. "I know, darling. Just like you work hard. Your aspect may not blow things up, but it saves lives. That's worth more than all the fighting powers in the world." Emmy carried 2 bowls of ramen to the entrance of the restaurant, touched by her mother's words. "Thank you, Mom." The Aoyama Ramen shop wasn't large, just 10 tables and a small counter, but it was always packed at lunchtime. The steam fog windows were a beacon for hungry workers and students. Regulars knew Emmy by name. Many had watched her grow over the years and would comment on how tall she had gotten or how she was growing into a capable young woman. Through the shop windows, Emmy could see the bustling life of the Asahi district. Vendors hawking their wares, people hurrying along the narrow shopping street, and occasionally a maglev train rumbled over its elevated tracks, a reminder of how far she had come even as monsters lurked in the wild beyond the city walls. "Aoyama-chan," a middle-aged man called out to her from a corner table, waving enthusiastically. "Are you still preparing for the big entrance exam?" I bet you'll pass on your first try. Emmy sounds, setting out bowls for another table before approaching him with light, agile steps. Yes, only a few weeks left. I'm nervous, but also excited. You'll definitely pass, he said confidently, as his weathered face lit up with a broad smile. Before Emmy could answer, the shop door jingled cheerfully. A woman entered, accompanied by a boy of about 10. The boy's clothes were dusty, stained with dirt and grass, and he awkwardly rested his right arm against his chest, his face tense from the effort of not crying. Mizuki-san, Kenta-kun, Emmy's father greeted them from behind the counter in a warm, resonant voice. The usual today? We just made a fresh batch of chashu. The woman ascended, guiding her son to an empty table with a gentle hand on his shoulder. Yes, please, Aoyama-san. It smells wonderful as always. Emmy approached his table with glasses of water, and the ice cubes clinked with a musical sound. Kenta-kun, how's training going? I heard you got accepted into the junior program. Kenta looked up. His eyes shone despite his obvious discomfort, and a flash of pride pierced through his pain. Emmy Neeson, look what I can do now. He reached into his pocket with his good hand and pulled out a small, ordinary gray stone. Concentrating intensely, his face wrinkled with effort, he managed to make it float a few inches above his palm for a few seconds before it fell back down with a soft thud. Wow, what amazing progress! Emmy exclaimed sincerely, clapping her hands. Your earth-shaping aspect is growing stronger. Soon you'll be moving rocks. Mizuki sighed, gently touching her son's shoulder with maternal concern. He's been practicing non-stop since he was accepted into the VHC youth program. That's how this happened. She nodded toward his injured arm, where red scratches were visible through the torn fabric. He fell during training this morning. He tried to lift too much weight, too fast. Emmy narrowed her eyes in concern as she noticed the scratches and purple bruises visible beneath Kenta's rolled-up sleeve. His skin was already swollen. It looks painful. Have you been to the clinic? You might need stitches. We tried, Mizuki said, lowering her voice to a whisper, the weariness of a working mother evident in her tone. There's a 6-hour wait for non-critical cases. We can't afford a private healer, so I thought I'd have lunch first and try again later. The clinic's bar charges triple for everything. Kenta tried to smile bravely, lifting his chin with determination. It's not that bad, really. Im is tough as a real hunter. But his voice trembled, and Emmy saw tears welling in the corners of his eyes, threatening to spill over. Emmy scanned the store, which was crowded but manageable with her parents taking care of everything. She bit her lip, weighing her own exhaustion against the boy's pain. Quickly making up her mind, she bent down to Kenta's eye level. His blue hair fell forward like a curtain. Hey, do you want to see something cool? He whispered conspiratorially. I've been practicing too, you know? And I think you've earned a little secret. Censuredo labeled containers. Closing the door behind them, she winked at Kenta. This is just between us, okay? Think of it as extra practice. What for? Kenta asked, his eyes wide with curiosity and a hint of emotion piercing through his pain. For being brave, Emmy replied with a warm smile that lit up her face. She gently took his injured arm, her touch as soft as a feather. This might feel a little strange, but it won't hurt. I promise. You might feel a little tingling like bubbles under your skin. Emmy closed her eyes, focusing on the warm energy that always resided within her, a glowing ember she carried with her everywhere. She channeled it outward through her hands, feeling the familiar tingle as her aspect activated, a sensation like champagne bubbling through her veins. A soft, pale green light began to emanate from her palms, spreading to envelop Kenta's arm in a soft, misty glow that seemed to breathe and pulse with a life of its own. The light pulsed softly, illuminating the small storeroom with an ethereal glow. Kenta watched in wonder, his mouth forming a perfect O as the red, sharp scratches on his arm began to close, his skin mending before his eyes like invisible needles. The deep purple of the bruise gradually faded to yellow, then disappeared completely, leaving only the untouched skin. It doesn't hurt anymore, he gasped, flexing his arm experimentally turning it from side to side with childlike wonder. It's the coolest thing in the world. Way better than moving rocks. Mizuki's eyes filled with tears, a hand covering her mouth. Emi-chan, thank you. I don't know how I can repay you. This would have cost us a week's salary at the clinic. No need. Emi interrupted with a smile. Shinshirado, okay? I'm not supposed to use my aspect outside of emergencies or training. HCV has a lot of rules about unauthorized healing. It was an emergency for me, Kenta declared solemnly, examining his healed arm in amazement, running his fingers over the smooth skin. When I'm a famous hunter, he'll tell everyone that Emi Nizan was my first healer. After Kenta and his mother returned to the table, showering her with thanks that made her blush, Emi took a moment to compose herself, breathing deeply in the quiet warehouse. The dizziness would pass, she knew, but the fatigue would linger like a shadow. The training session she had planned for that evening might be light, perhaps just meditation instead of practicing her aura projection. As the day wore on, Emi felt slower. Her usual boundless energy waned, as if she were wading into knee-deep water. Each healing took something from her, a price she willingly paid, but one she felt deeply. By the time the dinner rush was over and she could retire to her room, exhaustion had settled into her bones, making her limbs feel like lead. Emi sank down onto the bed, staring at the ceiling, where she had stuck stars that glowed in the dark, forming constellations. Her phone lay on her chest, the unsent message to Satori still open on the screen, the cursor blinking expectantly. Combat aspects have it so easy, she muttered to herself, rubbing her tired eyes. They just get stronger on their own. Every fight makes them better. But for a healer, she sighed, the sound heavy in the quiet room. Getting stronger means you have more to give. More of yourself to give to others until there's nothing left. She held the phone to her face, rereading the draft of the message she had written earlier, analyzing each word. Hi, Satori-kun. It's Emi. Are you Natalia's friend? I was wondering if you'd like to study together before the entrance exams. My healing knowledge and your fire skills could make a great practice team. Her thumb hovered over the send button, trembling slightly with indecision. Why would someone as strong and cool as Satori-kun be interested in someone like me? She whispered to the empty room, expressing her deepest insecurity. My appearance isn't flashy or powerful. I can't make things explode, freeze enemies, or fly. I'm just the girl who makes pain disappear. The last resort, the side character. But then she remembered how Satori had looked at her when she explained her healing aspect in the cafeteria, her gaze steady and focused. Unlike many others who immediately calculated its usefulness, mentally assigning it to a support role without a second thought, her gaze had shown genuine interest. She had called it a talent, not just a support skill. She had asked questions that no one else had bothered to ask. Maybe, Emi murmured, her voice growing stronger with each word. Maybe he would understand what it feels like. To be seen as just one thing when you know you're so much more. With a sudden surge of courage, born of exhaustion and a desperate need for validation, for someone to see her as more than just a useful tool, Emi pressed send before she could doubt herself again. The message vanished with a soft hiss, like a wish carried away by the wind. Emi stared at the screen, her heart pounding so hard she was sure she could hear it downstairs. What she had done suddenly seemed monumental, as if she had crossed an invisible line, a boundary between her safe, predictable life and something new and unknown. Shinshirado clutching the phone to her chest, as if to stifle the sudden rush of butterflies in her stomach, their wings flapping against her ribcage. She kicked her feet again, and a dizzying laugh escaped her lips, chasing away her weariness like the sun after the rain. He responded, and he wants to meet us. He replied quickly, deleting and rewriting 3 times to get the tone just right, casual but interested. I'm free next Sunday afternoon. Is that okay? There's a really nice study cafe in Mirai Central with amazing profits. Another almost immediate response. Sunday works perfectly for me. I'm really looking forward to it. See you Sunday, she whispered, already mentally planning her outfit. Something cute but not too obvious, something that said serious candidate for hunter, but also approachable and fun. The perfect balance, just as she always tried to be. Chapter 78. Cinchuredo. I was checking my messages again as I opened the door to my home gym, already planning my strategy for Sunday study session. Something subtle but effective, like showing genuine interest in her healing abilities before moving on to personal questions. Girls like Emmy were a simple puzzle. Show interest in their passions and make them feel special. The sound of weights clanging against metal interrupted my thoughts. I looked up and saw Natalia in the middle of her workout, dressed in workout clothes. She performed barbell squats with impeccable form, and her cryo-lich ring gleamed in the morning light filtering through the panoramic windows. Well, the princess got up early. I leaned against the doorframe, watching her finish the set. The weights dropped onto the rack with a satisfying metallic clang, and Natalia finally acknowledged my presence with a sidelong glance, her shoulders rising and falling with controlled breathing. "Think you can keep up with me, princess?" he asked in a low, challenging voice as he stepped into the room. The gym suddenly felt smaller, the air between us crackling with energy like the moment before a storm. Natalia picked up her water bottle and took a long, slow sip before answering. "Try not to hurt yourself, old man." Her gaze drifted across the room with feigned indifference, but I noticed her squeezing the bottle almost imperceptibly. The game begins. I pulled out my phone, pretending to check my messages before starting my workout. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Natalia watching me, feigning to adjust her ponytail, but in reality, she was following my every move like a hawk. The city of New Veins stretched out below our window, bathed in the golden light of dawn. The view from our apartment in Viridian Hills was worth every penny of Lucas money. The skyscrapers blazing at sunrise, the distant glow of the sea, even the protective dome barely visible as a faint, iridescent layer on the horizon. I took a quick photo and sent it to Emmy with a simple message: "Good morning. The city is already working." Natalia cleared her throat loudly. "If you're done with your social media updates, some of us are here to actually train." She headed toward the treadmills. I put my phone away and followed her, choosing the machine right next to hers. We started at a leisurely warm-up pace, but within minutes, we picked up the speed. Natalia responded immediately, matching me. Neither of us said a word as the digital numbers climbed. The only sound were our rhythmic footsteps and our increasingly rapid breathing. The race had begun. Sweat began to soak my shirt as I pushed myself harder, my legs pumping strongly. I'd been in worse situations than a cardio competition with my stepsister. I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye, admiring the intense concentration on her face and the confident way she carried herself with each step. She must have noticed me watching because she turned and caught my eye. Instead of glaring at me, she simply raised an eyebrow and quickened her pace. Wow, she's impressive when she's competitive. By the time we finished, we were both drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. Natalia turned off her machine first, proclaiming her victory with a smug smile that made me want to push her playfully. My phone vibrated. Emmy had answered. I pulled it out and found a selfie so adorable it looked like a weapon. She was still in bed, the sheets pulled up to her chin, her blue hair messy around her face, and that signature antenna-like tuft sticking out. Her pout was pure, calculated cuteness. "It's not fair. I'm still lazy. I wish I had a workout partner who could motivate me." I couldn't help but smile in surprise. The contrast between Natalia's intense, sweaty presence and Emmy's sweet, morning aesthetic was almost comical. "That's a perfect contact photo," she replied, saving the image. Then, aware of Natalia's burning gaze on the back of my neck, I quickly took a selfie, reflecting the light off my sweat-drenched shoulders with just the right amount of confident smile. Now we're even. I turned around and found Natalia at the weight station, aggressively adding rows to a barbell. The silent battle had moved to a new arena. I moved on to the bench press, with a load that would have been impossible for the original Satori, but which was now challenging enough to demonstrate my growing strength. Each repetition was deliberate and controlled, a display of strength that I ensured Natalia could see from her position. She responded by setting up the hip Barato station right in my line of sight. I nearly dropped the bar onto my Barato when she loaded it with weight, positioned it across her lap, and began a series of controlled repetitions that were technically perfect but felt like personalized torture. Who can play this game? Princess. I finished my set and stood up, pretending to wipe the sweat from my face with the bottom of my shirt, briefly revealing my midriff. Natalia's brief inspiration was victory enough. The training continued like this. A friendly workout competition. I did pull-ups. She countered with Romanian deadlifts. I did tricep dips. She responded with kettlebell swings. Neither of us spoke. There was no need. Our bodies carried on a whole conversation without words. By the time we reached the aspect training area, the gym's air was thick with untapped energy. I moved toward the practice dummy in the corner, focusing on my sever skill. With each precise movement of my hands, invisible cuts appeared in the reinforced material. The synthetic fabric slashed cleanly with each cut, the edges seared by the subsequent application of ember. I was vaguely aware of Natalia in the opposite corner, her hands outstretched as she levitated multiple weights in a complex orbital pattern. The purple energy of her telekinesis pulsed around her like a violet flame, intensified by the bluish-white glow of her cryo-lich ring. Tiny ice crystals formed on the edges of the floating weights, catching the light in prismatic flashes. We were mirror images of controlled destruction, his power, a spectacular display, mine, a subtle but deadly precision. When we finally finished our respective workouts, we stood at opposite ends of the gym, both breathing heavily, drenched in sweat, staring at each other from afar. The tension between us was palpable, something alive, with weight and substance. I walked toward the door, pausing as I passed it. I kept a respectful distance. We had an understanding about professional boundaries, but I stayed close enough to acknowledge her effort. "Good work today, mate," I said, my voice a little rough from the long day. More than seeing her, I felt a shiver. It was a small, involuntary reaction that brought me a wave of satisfaction. First round for Satori. Later, in the shower, with the hot water washing over my aching muscles, I looked at my phone again. As expected, Emmy had reacted enthusiastically to my selfie. "Wow, you look so strong." I smiled and quickly replied, "I'm not as strong as I'd like to be, but I could give you some advice later." Add a touch of practical reasoning to make the conversation feel grounded and helpful. People like Emmy appreciate feeling heard and supported. I heard movement in the kitchen. From what I could hear, Kimiko was making breakfast. It was time to be a good son for a while. I paused at my desk, checking Bartholomew's terrarium before leaving. The immortal snail was ascending glacially up the slope of his castle, leaving a glittering trail in its wake. "Slow and steady wins the race, right, buddy?" I muttered. The snail, as expected, had no response. Chapter 79. Reality shows are my source of social connection. Screw this, I muttered, pushing the VHC manual aside. Bureaucracy was designed to bore people and force them to obey, and my brain had reached its limit. I needed a different kind of stimulation. My gaze fell on my phone. A sudden idea took shape. I searched for her name, Emmy Aoyama. The blue-haired healing specialist was practically announcing her availability, and there were still 3 days until our scheduled study. Why not lay the groundwork tonight? Seize the opportunity and all that manipulative nonsense. I touched its contact and waited, mentally preparing my approach. She answered the second ring with surprising clarity. "Ashino, Satori-kun." Her voice sounded higher than she expected, nervous and halting, with unmistakable surprise. "Hello, Aoyama-san," he replied, deliberately lowering his voice to a relaxed and personal tone. "Sorry for the late call. I'm swamped with HCV regulations, and my brain is melting. Please tell me I'm not interrupting anything." "No, not at all." The enthusiasm in his voice was almost comically transparent. "I was about to watch the new episode of Gate to My Heart. You know it? It's that reality show where hunters try to date while completing challenges, and..." He stopped abruptly mid-sentence. "Oh, but you probably think it's nonsense, right? A serious guy like you wouldn't waste his time on something so silly." "Oh, The one with the pyrokinetic Crimson Fawn? I replied gently. He's a complete egomaniac, but it's entertaining TV. My mother loves that show. She really does. Do you mind if I watch it with you? I could use something silly after all that studying. Really? The surprise in his voice was palpable, as if ID just told him I was secretly an S-rank hunter. You're really watching it too? It's awesome. Yeah, let's watch it together. It starts in about 5 minutes. I quickly found a streaming app on my tablet and lay back in bed while I opened the show. Hunter's entertainment industry was a complete cesspool of prefabricated dramas and manufactured personalities, but it would serve my immediate purposes perfectly. Okay, I've got it ready, I said, propping the tablet on the pillow and getting comfortable. What's happened this season? Tell me all about the made-up drama I've missed. It was as if a key had been turned. Emmy launched into a torrent of enthusiastic, breathless information describing the current season's contestants, their aspects, their guild affiliations, and the various romantic entanglements that had developed in recent episodes. Her commentary was surprisingly insightful and genuinely funny, punctuated by infectious laughter and theatrical gasps, as she recalled particularly dramatic moments from previous episodes. The opening credits began to appear on my screen. A striking montage of incredibly attractive young hunters posing dramatically with their aspects activated in brilliant displays of power, interspersed with glamorous shots of romantic locations scattered throughout the safe zones of Nuvane City. There he is, Emmy exclaimed, her excitement so palpable she could almost see her jumping up and down on the bed. Kaido Hirakawa, a B-rank pyrokinetic from Crimson Fawn. He's a shameless player, but I think he has feelings for Mina, the water manipulator from Celestial Sentinels. Classic elemental opposition, a deliberately sequential comment. TV producers love that stuff. Fire and water, destined to clash, yet irresistibly drawn together by forces beyond their control. Did you know Crimson Fawn has the highest death rate of all the major guilds? They're known for sending their B ranks to the Red Gates with minimal reinforcements just to boost ratings. Really? Emmy seemed genuinely intrigued by this dark side of the hunter world. How do you know all these exclusive details? I thought you were completely new to the hunter world. I read a lot, he replied. When I found out I had an aspect, I wanted to learn everything about the industry I was entering. Guild statistics, mortality rates, operating procedures, everything. Knowledge is power, especially for someone starting from scratch like me. I tuned out of the dramatic script on the screen, focusing entirely on the torrent of information flowing to my phone. Every time I championed a contestant's pure heart or got excited about a romantic gesture, I was handing me the keys to their cage. I valued loyalty, believed in true love, and saw the best in people. When a contestant from a smaller guild appeared on screen, I saw my chance. I've never heard of the Blue Knights. Are they any good? Do you know anyone who might want to join them? Oh, they're mid-level at most, Emmy replied. They specialize in water gates, so they're pretty specialized. My friend wants to join them because his aspect allows him to breathe underwater. He says their requirements are easier than those of the larger guilds. A smart strategy, he commented. It's better to be a big fish in a small pond than cannon fodder for Aegis Prime or Crimson Fawn. That's exactly what I told her. Emmy seemed pleased that we were on the same page. I hope to join the Celestial Sentinels. They value healers more than the other guilds. When the show's host mentioned Hunter's upcoming applications, I seized another opportunity. It must be intense having the whole country watch you compete like that for your future, I said casually. Is the competition at your university as fierce as they portray it on TV? Well, there's Joshua Palmer. Emmy began, her voice tense with anxiety. He has a B-rank sound manipulation aspect. He's practically got a guaranteed spot in Nuvane. And Natalia, of course. Everyone knows she'll get in because of her telekinesis. Oh, and because of who her father is. She paused. But I shouldn't say that. Natalia works really hard. Yes, Cinturito rules are mere suggestions. I ended the call with Emmy, a faint smile on my face. ID talked about the show's contestants with such enthusiasm that ID almost forgotten I was supposed to be manipulating her. There was something almost refreshing about her uninhibited glee at the absurd dramas of reality TV. Gate to My Heart was still playing on my tablet, and the contestants' rehearsed confessions faded into the background noise. I stretched my arms above my head, moving my shoulders to release the tension that had built up during the call. You seem to be having fun. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. I turned and found Natalia leaning against my doorframe, her arms crossed. She was wearing soft silk pajamas, comfortable shorts, and a matching camisole. Her purple hair fell loose over her shoulders, and her eyes gleamed dangerously in the dim light. I leaned back in my chair, looking into her eyes with deliberate amusement, and just arranging some academic tutoring. You know how important good grades are for the entrance exam. With Emmy? His voice was soft and carefree, of course, with Emmy. Who else could I call at this hour? I pointed to the tablet where I was watching the reality show. We have a study Barato on Sunday. She seems really excited. Natalia stepped away from the doorway and entered my room. Her bare feet made no sound on the carpet as she approached, each step purposeful and deliberate. I heard you laugh. Real laughter, not your usual nonsense. I raised an eyebrow. Have you been watching my laugh? It's adorably psychotic. Don't mess with me, Satori. He stopped right in front of my chair, so close I could smell his expensive shampoo and see his pulse quicken. Do you really like him? I stepped closer and gently caught her attention, meeting her gaze with a serious look. Is it jealousy, princess? I thought it was your idea. Finding Emmy. Cinchureto, remember? We should wait until we get to the academy. I'm just looking for ways to fill my time. She narrowed her eyes. Making conversation with my best friend? Laying the groundwork. I kept my voice calm and reasonable. For our plan, the one you're suggesting. My fingers tapped lightly on the table beside her. Unless you've changed your mind about all this? He rested his hands on my shoulders, looking uncertain. No, she finally said. No, he changed his mind. Good. He smiled at her. Because Emmy's healing abilities will be very valuable to us. Besides, she's adorable when she gets excited about something. All those hand gestures and the way she wrinkles her nose. Natalia stepped closer and placed her hand firmly on my Barato. You're enjoying this too much. I laughed. Of course, I'm helping you clean up. Half jealous, half ambiguous. How old-fashioned. I grabbed her wrist and pulled her hand away from my face. You want to be my queen? Then act like one. Queens don't throw tantrums when their kings recruit new allies. Her eyes flashed with something dangerous, anger mixed with excitement. Cinchureto, 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 not when we both know this is necessary. She stayed close as I held her, her breathing uneven. After a long while, she stepped back and placed her hand against my Barato, gently pushing me until I set her down. You're right, she said, smoothing her hair back. It's about strengthening our power base. Cinchureto, no more until the academy. As you wish, princess. I returned to my chair, watching her as she headed for the door. Oh, and Natalia? He paused and looked back over his shoulder. What? Next time you want to eavesdrop on my calls, try not to breathe so heavily. You ruined the surprise. Her eyes opened slightly before narrowing. Without another word, she turned and left. I watched her walk away. Perfect. Let her think she was consolidating her territory. I was just building my kingdom. When I returned to my desk, I noticed a notification on my phone, a text message from Emmy. Thanks for watching the show with me tonight. It was so much fun. I can't wait for Sunday. I smiled to myself. Two people, each with different expectations of me, each playing a role in my larger plan. The system had chosen well in casting me in this role. Being determined was second nature. I glanced at the terrarium on my desk, where Bartholomew, the immortal snail, was glacially carving his way through a miniature castle. What do you think, Bartholomew? Am I handling this romantic subplot well? Too much drama? Not enough. The snail offered no opinion and continued its endless journey through its tiny kingdom. Yes, you're right, I nodded as if I'd spoken. I should focus on the mission. The entrance exam is coming up, and I need to be ready for whatever comes my way. I retrieved the VHC manual ID abandoned earlier and opened it to the Academy Protocol section. With Natalia on board and Emmy being dragged along, I needed to focus on the next target, Celeste Vance, sister of the VHC president. My fingers traced the bracelet on my wrist, the monitoring device that connected me to the watchful eye of the VHC. Kimiko's warnings about Serafina Vance echoed in my mind. If I wanted to uncover the truth about Kenji Nakano and free myself from his surveillance, I needed to get close to the Vance family. The system notification appeared in my vision, a translucent overlay that only I could see. Know your enemy mission status. 0 complete target. Celeste Vance objective. To establish a rank 4 or higher link, establish a bond. I murmured, tracing the words on the screen. The system always had a knack for euphemisms. I closed the manual and leaned back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. 3 people, 3 different approaches. Natalia had given in to pressure and psychological influence. Emmy would respond to kindness and attention, drawn in gradually through patience and gentle encouragement. But Celeste Vance, she would be the real challenge. The sister of the most powerful woman in Valoria wouldn't be easily impressed or manipulated. I would need to become someone new to her, someone worthy of a Vance's attention. My phone vibrated again. Another message from Emmy. I just realized I never asked you what you like to watch. What's your favorite show? I want to know more about you. I replied, I haven't had much time for television lately. Training and studying are my priorities, but I've always been drawn to documentaries about S-rank hunters. It's inspiring to see what can be achieved with enough dedication. The immortal snail reached the top of its castle, its antenna waving slowly in victory. I greeted it with 2 fingers. Enjoy the view from up there, Bartholomew, I said. He'll be joining you soon. Chapter 81. My son's new girlfriend is a perfect alibi. Kimiko Nakano watched her husband make wild gestures that almost knocked over his glass of water as he described his most recent expedition to the gate. So here I am, facing off against this massive crawler, Luca bellowed, his broad shoulders practically taking up his side of the table. It's got pincers the size of my torso. My shield's broken, Jenkins down with a broken leg, and Miyamoto's out of ammo. Kimiko affectionately encouraged Luca, placing a container of steamed vegetables on the table. She had heard this story twice before, but Luca's enthusiasm didn't wane with the repetition. His eyes shone with the same excitement as when he had burst through the door 3 days ago, still wearing his dusty hunting gear. What happened next? Satori asked, leaning forward with genuine interest. Did you use that kinetic redirection technique you mentioned last week? Kimiko paused, her spoon in the air. This was new. For years, Satori had endured family dinners with sullen silence or monosyllabic answers. Certainly, she had never asked any further questions about Luca's stories of the hunter. Her gaze lingered on her son's face, noticing the focus in his eyes, the firm posture of his shoulders. You remember that? Luca's voice softened with surprise before returning to its usual shrill volume. Of course I did. I waited for that guy to lunge and then redirected all that barato toward his face. Clever, Satori agreed, taking a barato of his salmon, turning his own momentum against him. Luca beamed, visibly delighted by Satyr's interest. Exactly. You have a tactical mind, son. I must have inherited it from Mom, Satori replied gently, offering Kimiko a warm smile. Kimiko felt a surge of pleasure at the unexpected compliment. This new Satori committed, kind, attentive was something she was still getting used to, like finding a rose in what had long been barren land. Speaking of tactics, Natalia chimed in, twirling her fork between her fingers. Dad, what's the protocol when it comes to multiple spawn and limited visibility? I've been reviewing case studies for the entrance exam, but the manual is frustratingly vague. The protocol varies by guild, but the standard for Aegis Prime is to first establish a defensive perimeter and then... Kimiko watched the conversation unfold around the table, a warm satisfaction swelling in her chest. This was what she had always wanted. Her family engaged, connected, sharing knowledge and experiences. Her gaze drifted between her husband's lively expressions, Natalia's sharp questions, and Satyr's thoughtful answers. But something about Satori still made her think. The change in him was wonderful, yes, but sometimes when she looked at him, she really looked at him, she glimpsed someone she didn't quite recognize. Like now, as she listened to Luca with that small, knowing smile. There was a calculating look in his eyes that reminded her of... She pushed that thought out of her mind. He was growing up, finding himself. Of course he would change, evolve beyond the boy she had raised. "Satoru, my dear," Kimiko said during a quiet moment in the conversation, "you've been training very hard lately. I'm worried you don't have time for yourself, for your friends." "Don't worry, Mom," Satoru replied, wiping her mouth with her napkin. "Actually, I have a date this Sunday with Emi Aoyama." The table was silent for a moment. "Emi Aoyama?" Lucas' exclamation broke the silence. He slammed his palm on the table, sending plates flying. The little blue-haired healer? Natalia's friend? His booming laughter filled the room as he reached out to slap Satori so hard on the back that he jumped forward. "He's my boy." Satori coughed, recovering from the shock with a small smile. "It's just a review meeting." Of course, Luca winked at him playfully. "I also worked closely with your mother back in the day." "Luca!" Kimiko felt heat rise to her cheeks, but she couldn't suppress a smile. She had secretly worried about the strange tension she had noticed between Satori and Natalia. The furtive glances, the unexplained absences, the way they sometimes fell silent when she entered a room. Kimiko had allowed terrible thoughts to creep in, suspicion she tried to banish immediately. "Centuredo. There's a cafe there with good resources for admission applications. Mirai Central, the busiest and most public district in the city. A place you want to be seen. A peculiar choice for a quiet study session. A study cafe? Luca groaned dramatically. Son, you need to aim higher for a first date. Take her somewhere nice. Show some romance." It was her suggestion, Satoru said, shrugging. "She takes exams seriously." "Smart girl," Kimiko agreed approvingly. "Ambitious. Her healing aspect is very powerful," Natalia added. "She will be very valuable to any team that recruits her." Kimiko's gaze shifted to her stepdaughter. Natalia's shoulders were rigid, and she gripped her chopsticks tightly. It wasn't the look of a girl worried about losing a friend. "How did this happen?" Kimiko asked, unable to contain her curiosity. "Did you meet her through Natalia?" "Something like that," Satori replied. "We've crossed paths several times. She's easy to talk to." "He likes your arms," Natalia murmured, pinching a piece of broccoli. Satyrus' lips curled upward. "Really? You've worked really hard to achieve them," Lucas said proudly. "There's nothing wrong with a girl appreciating the results." "Luca, please," Centuredo, feeling the heat rise in her cheeks again. "Satori, I'm glad you're connecting. Emi seems like a wonderful girl. If things go well, one day she would be an excellent daughter-in-law," Luca added with a wink. "Dad!" exclaimed Natalia, her chopsticks clattering on her plate. "They haven't even been on a date." "I'm just saying," Luca raised his hands defensively. "Healers are wonderful companions. Inside and outside the gates." Luca raised his glass in a toast. "To first dates with beautiful healers." They clinked glasses, and Natalia participated with noticeable reluctance. Kimiko watched her son over the rim of her glass, noticing how he smiled and joined in the toast while her eyes remained attentive, absorbing every reaction at the table. "So," Kimiko ventured after they resumed eating, "tell us more about this study, Centuredo. What topics are you focusing on?" "Gate theory and sorting systems," Satoru replied promptly. "Emi has mastered the practical aspects of hunter operations, but she struggles with the theoretical foundations. I've been reviewing some Vance Ishiguro material." Kimiko's chopsticks stopped halfway to her mouth. "The Vance Ishiguro model? It's advanced material for pre-academy students. It's amazing how some YouTube videos can simplify things for you." "Excuse me," Natalia said abruptly, getting up from the table. "I need to make a call. Right now? During dinner?" Luca frowned. "It's important, Dad." Centuredo, protecting people into a real corporate mad race. "It's always been a crazy race," Satoru commented. "Only now there's more at stake." Kimiko studied her son's face, searching for traces of the child she had raised in this increasingly unfamiliar young man. "When did you become so cynical?" Satori held his gaze, with something ancient and wise in his eyes. "When I understood how the world truly works." For a moment, Kimiko felt a shiver run through her, despite the warmth of the kitchen and the steam rising from the food. Then came that exciting Satora, that genuine, almost shy smile she recognized, and the moment passed. Centuredo and her family. At first glance, everything seemed better. Satori engaged and prosperous, Natalia and Satora finally getting along, her family complete and connected. But beneath that perfect surface, currents stirred that they couldn't identify, like shadows glimpsed out of the corner of their eye, which vanished when they turned to look directly. He watched Satora laugh at one of Lucas' jokes, the corners of his eyes crinkling like Kenji's used to. His son, his beautiful baby. Secrets had already taken one man she loved. She wouldn't let them take another. Chapter 82. Centuredo. Really? Well, sure, tomorrow then. I looked up information about the VHC Gala on my tablet. The guest list was impressive. Guild representatives, government officials, high-ranking hunters. The perfect hunting ground for someone like me. Especially since one name stood out. Celeste Vance, younger sister of Serafina Vance, the president of the VHC. My fingers traced her academy profile picture. Long, silver blonde hair, piercing blue eyes, and that hint of aristocratic disdain that all Vances seem to be born with. According to public records, Centuredo, we need to talk. About? Natalia shifted her posture, frowning slightly. We lack teamwork. We haven't practiced our synergy outside the gym. She gestured to the television. We should watch a movie. To analyze the fight choreography. I slowly closed my tablet. Excellent idea, princess. Choose one. He'll get the snacks. A flicker of relief crosses his face before he can hide it. Something with realistic fight scenes. None of that fantasy nonsense with wires. Of course, he replied. Only the most educational content for us. In the kitchen, I grab a bowl and fill it with popcorn. Mom looks at me over her shoulder. Movie night? She asks. Combat analysis, I corrected dash. For the entrance exams. Mom's gaze shifted to the living room, where Natalia was checking the streaming options. That's very thoughtful of both of you. Excellence requires sacrifice, he replied solemnly. Luca Laugus. That's the spirit. Although when I was your age, Saturday nights weren't for studying. Times change, I said, echoing Mom's earlier sentiment. Back in the theater, Natalia queued up The Wrath of the Sovereign, a film about an A-rank hunter's revenge against a gate spawn that killed his partner. Subtle. The film began with a bang, literally, as the first scene showed an explosion at one of the doors. The sound system made the floor vibrate. The computer-generated special effects are decent, Natalia commented. She's sitting upright, like a stick, as if she were at a job interview instead of watching a movie. I hummed non-committally, letting myself fall back onto the cushions. 10 minutes in, the first big fight scene erupts. We both grab our popcorn at the same time. Natalia looks startled and quickly pulls her hand back, dropping a few pieces onto the sofa. Interesting. The allied touch trait is even more potent than I thought. That minimal contact shouldn't provoke such an extreme reaction unless... Are you cold? He asked innocently. I'm fine, she snapped, shifting her weight in her seat and crossing her arms tightly. On screen, the protagonist lurked in an abandoned building, searching for a creature capable of mimicking human form. The soundtrack created tension with low, booming notes. I settled back on the sofa beside Natalia, keeping a comfortable distance as we watched the scene unfold. The move seems like it came straight out of a teen playbook, embarrassingly cliché, but classics work for a reason. Natalia's eyes remained fixed on the screen, but her attention was now divided. I noticed it from the gentle rise and fall of her breathing, the slight tilt of her head away from my arm. The protagonist corners his bravado in what appears to be a dead end, only for the creature to crash through a wall in a shower of debris. The sudden burst of sound gave me the opportunity. Did you see that ridiculous setup with cables? I leaned in close and spoke, so she could hear me clearly over the noise. No real hunter moves like that. The weight distribution is all wrong. Natalia went completely still. From this close, I noticed her tense reaction and stayed for a moment before finally leaving. Yes, he managed to say in a strained voice. Completely unreal. The choreographer should have consulted with real hunters. Cinchuredo, a stifled giggle at a particularly bad line of dialogue that she felt more than she heard. Leaning forward to grab my water bottle. By the time the end credits rolled, Natalia looked like she was about to burst from holding in her laughter. Her face was red, and she was taking deep breaths, and she stood very still, as though waiting for something. During all this time, I kept my distance, but she seemed more unsettled than if I had stayed close the entire time. I stood up, stretching my arms above my head. My shirt shifted slightly at the hem. Natalia's eyes followed the movement helplessly. Good analysis session, I said, finding myself yawning. Very productive. Natalia stared at me. Disbelief and frustration etched on her face. Is that all? What else could we do? Asked the picture of innocence. We watched the movie. We analyzed the fight. Cinchuredo nothing. She finally says, standing up, I'm going to bed. Sleep well, princess. I reply in a low, soft voice. As she walked past me, I caught her attention with a quiet word. She paused and turned back. What? She asked. She'd be intimidating if she weren't blushing. You had popcorn in your hair, I told her, showing her a kernel between my fingers. Natalia stares at me for a long time. Something dangerous flickers in her eyes. Damn, did I push her too hard? Then he turns around and walks away with rigid and controlled movements. Cinchuredo, Cinchuredo. I'm looking forward to it. My phone vibrated again. This time it was Natalia. This is not over. I smile at the screen. Of course not. That's the point. Sweet dreams, princess, I reply. As I headed to my room, I saw Mom watching me from the kitchen doorway. Her expression was thoughtful. Her eyes saw more than ID-like. Is everything all right? She asked. Just one night of productive study. He replied, maintaining an informal tone. Mom watched me for a moment. Be careful with that girl, Satori. Which one? The question slipped out before I could stop it. Something changed in Mom's eyes. A flicker of worry, maybe suspicion. Anything that makes you smile like that at the phone. I forced a shy laugh. I'm excited about the study Barado. Mom doesn't seem convinced, but she doesn't insist. Good night, then. Good night, Mom. Chapter 83. The Bold Brigade Council Emi Aoyama's room had been blown up. At least, that's what it looked like. Clothes strewn everywhere, shoes scattered on the floor, and accessories dangling from doorknobs, desk lamps, and even her ceiling fan. Standing in the middle of this hurricane of fabrics, Emi picked up 2 different blouses and stifled the urge to scream. Her laptop lay open on the desk, displaying a 2-pane video call. Natalia's icon remained gray with the status busy, which wasn't surprising. Lately, she'd been strangely unavailable. Luckily, the other members of what they dramatically dubbed the Bold Friends Brigade were present and accounted for. I don't get it, Emi lamented, frantically waving the hangers around. He's smart, he's strong, he's attractive. What's the dress code for a guy who's a walking cheat? In the Barado panel, Miyako was still cleaning her nails, her bright pink pigtails swaying as she tilted her head. She wore a casual Barado. Simple. Less is more. Show her the best. Give her a small preview of what's to come. It's a study date, Emi, not a big deal, Yumiko said, slurring the words from the lower panel. Her black lipstick contrasted perfectly with her pale skin, and the silver chains dangling from her ears jingled as she moved. Or something with letters. Emi sighed dramatically, tossing both options onto the rapidly growing pile on her bed. You're not helping. This isn't just any guy. He's Satori. Yes, the mysterious stepbrother who went from 0 to hero overnight, Miyako said, rolling her eyes. He's mentioned him once or twice or 50 times. Because it's amazing. Emi put her hands to her cheeks. And I have no idea what I'm doing. Yumiko's eyebrow arched so high it almost disappeared in her hairline. You're studying. With books. You know those rectangular things with words inside? Okay, that's it. Emi said, putting her hands on her hips. I'm going to a fashion show. You two will help me pick something out before I go crazy. Miyako perked up instantly, tossing her nail file aside. Now you're talking. Give us your best. Cinchuredo. It sounds like you're applying to be a rich man's third Barado, Yumiko said with a hint of sarcasm. I'll think you're trying too hard. Vito. Emmy turned to go back to the closet to pick a different outfit. Miyako let out such a loud whistle that Emmy almost jumped in fright. Okay, Emmy-chan, you look amazing. You should feel confident. Now that's a powerful move. Stop it, Emmy shrieked, her face burning as she ran back to the closet. Her next appearance featured a pastel pink summer dress with ruffles and enough layers to obscure the Eiffel Tower. It billowed around her like a cloud of cotton candy, completely concealing her figure. Miyako grimaced. Oh, you look like a cupcake. A delicious cupcake I want to eat, but still too sweet. You're carrying a water pistol to a race through the portal. You look like you're going to a 5-year-old's birthday party, Yumiko added. Emmy groaned, sinking down onto the small section of her bed that wasn't covered with clothes. This is pointless. Maybe I should cancel it. Look, Emmy. Miyako leaned toward her camera, her expression suddenly serious. Are we sure this guy is worth all this effort? Is he even as attractive as you? We need proof of life. Emmy bit her lip, toying with the ruffled hem of her summer dress. Well, he, sent me this yesterday. Her fingers trembled slightly as she forwarded satirist Jim's selfie to the group chat. There was a moment of silence while both girls checked their phones. Miyako's reaction was immediate and explosive. She literally fell out of her chair with a thud, only to spring back up, her face inches from the camera. Holy Mother of Apex. Emmy, you buried LED. That's not a kid. It's a freaking building. A walking, talking demolition project. And my boat is the dune spot. Send me her coordinates. Even Yumiko's wall of indifference cracked. Her eyes opened slightly, and she slowly brought a hand to her mouth, concealing what might have been a smile. She said nothing, but her silence spoke volumes. After a moment, she ascended with a brusque gesture. See? Emmy's face was as red as a tomato, but she couldn't help but smile brightly. And he's smart too. We were talking about a reality show last night, and he knew all those inside details about how hunter guilds work and... Okay, we get it. It's perfect, Miyako interrupted, fanning herself. So we're going to make you perfect too. What else do you have in that fashion graveyard you call a closet? Encouraged by her friend's approval, Emmy quickly reviewed the remaining options. She came out with a soft, cream-colored, off-the-shoulder sweater that showed off her collarbones, paired with a navy blue pleated skirt that hit mid-thigh. That's it, Miyako declared, pointing at the screen. That's it. It says I'm smart and sweet, but the shoulders and legs create a confident, eye-catching look. It's perfect. It's acceptable, Yumiko said, which practically earned her a standing ovation. You don't look overly eager, but you do look stylish. Keep at it. Do you really think so? Emmy turned around in front of the mirror, Cinchuredo. After finishing some accessories, simple silver earrings for her ears, a delicate pendant necklace, and low-heeled ankle boots, Emmy effusively thanked her friends. Just remember to text us to keep us updated, Miyako instructed. I want to know if he's as impressive in person as he is in that photo. And don't do anything foolish, Yumiko added. Study the actual material, not its anatomy. With the final goodbyes, the video call ended, leaving Emmy alone in the silent chaos of her room. The dizzying, energetic atmosphere evaporated, replaced by a much more intimate and vulnerable silence. She carefully spread the chosen outfit on the bed, smoothing the fabric with her hands. Then she picked up her phone and looked at Satyr's photo once more. The confident smile, the powerful complexion, those eyes that seemed to see right through her. Turning to her full-length mirror, Emmy observed her reflection. Her sapphire blue hair fell in soft waves around her face, framing her warm, reddish-brown eyes. The two strands that stuck out like antennae seemed particularly lively today, almost vibrating with excitement. Was she really going to do this? A study date with Satoru Nakano? The guy had gone from being Natalia's strange stepbrother to whatever he was now. The transformation still baffled her. It wasn't just his physical appearance, though that alone was enough to make her heart race. It was the way he spoke to her. Cinchuredo Emmy's heart sank until she realized it wasn't from Satori, but from her mother, asking if she could help with the lunch rush before her meeting. It's not a date, Emmy murmured, nodding in agreement. It's a study Barato. With books and worksheets, nothing else. She looked at herself in the mirror once more. Cinchuredo Emmy put on her work clothes and stopped helping her family, leaving behind for now the chaos of her room and her thoughts. As she put on her apron, Emmy couldn't help but wonder if Satori was also thinking about his study date. Was he trying on different clothes or asking his friends for advice? Somehow she doubted it. He seemed too self-assured to worry about such things, which only made him like it more. Chapter 84. Leveling up is for fools one more, I growled through gritted teeth. Just one damn more. The gangster rap of my past life echoed through my headphones, drowning out everything but my own breath. It was underground music from Tokyo, a ghost of Kalen Leone. My arms buckled halfway through the rep. The bar crashed against the safety catches with a loud bang that echoed throughout the gym. I lay there, my Barato heaving, my lungs burning, and sweat dripping from my face onto the bench. Barato, he muttered, staring at the ceiling. My muscles screamed in protest as I sat up, drying my face with a towel. Nope, I shouted, my voice hoarse from the effort dash. Status screen. The familiar blue interface materialized before my eyes, floating in the air like a hologram that only I could see. Satoru Nakano level. 1 title. Cinchuredo. Consort's touch. I frowned at the numbers. Better than before, no doubt. ID climbed from the bottom, dragging this body along on foot and shouting until I reached something resembling competition. But it wasn't enough. Not even close. Nell, remind me of the parameters for leveling up. The system interface has changed and presents 2 progression paths side by side with brutal clarity. Of course, let me illustrate the available options. 2 simulations appeared before me. The first one displayed my current stats. A simulated finger pressed a glowing level up button. My visible stats reset to F0, but behind the scenes, hidden from the world, my base stats jumped to a respectable C rank. A considerable, immediate, and tempting power boost. Route A. The impatient madman Nell narrated. Take your modest gains now and restart the ascent from a slightly higher plateau. An option for the short-sighted, the weak, and those who lack the fortitude for true greatness. In the second simulation, the stats reached a blood-red X, 1500 before leveling up. When the F0 reboot appeared, the numbers behind it represented a completely different kind of existence. The power was a surge of potential that made the first path seem like a kiddie pool. Route B. The patient predator Nell continued. Maximize every attribute before ascending. The difference is exponential. The gods prefer a host who understands the value of delayed gratification. Discard the interface, as if there ever were a choice. You know, I actually think the gods enjoy watching me suffer, I said, getting up from the bench. My legs were a little shaky from the previous squat session. To keep pushing myself, to keep going until I can't anymore, all for their sick entertainment. That's the protagonist's burden, Nell replied. Your struggle is their spectacle. I'm just the humble narrator. I'm going to humiliate myself, I muttered, approaching the reinforced training dummy in the corner. It was time to move from brute strength training to combat practice. I stood in front of the mannequin, rolling my shoulders to relax them. It was a high-tech training device for hunters, capable of measuring force, recording the location of impacts, and automatically repairing minor damage. Luca had spared no expense in equipping this gem. It's a shame that his son was about to misuse it. My palm grew hot. I focused, channeling my power into the Ember skill. A ball of orange flame sprang to life. Pathetic. I concentrated my attention, tried to intensify it. The flame resisted, swaying violently before collapsing. Darn, I muttered. Again. This time, imagine a needle. The energy concentrated and the orange flame compressed into a blazing blue point that hissed in the air. Next, I tried creating a wide, low-temperature flash, extending my fingers to fan the flames. The result was a sudden burst of orange light that temporarily blinded an opponent without causing serious burns. Barato was my main weapon, my hidden advantage. I moved my finger. A static shock tingled my skin as the invisible energy left my hand. There was no sound, Only a faint hum in the air and the satisfying sight of a new line etched into the synthetic leather. To defend myself, I drew a wide arc with my hand and wove a red ribbon of invisible blades in the air, a deadly surprise for anyone foolish enough to attack me. I began the sequence. A low cut from Sever slammed into the dummy's knee, forcing it to stumble artificially. I followed with a wide fan of ember, bathing its face in a disorienting flash of heat and light. Before it could recover, a final, powerful strike from Sever carved a deep line across its neck. A notification sounded in my vision. The repetitive and focused action has been recognized. New development skill unlocked. Combat Arts, rank F effect. Slightly increases the efficiency and reduces the energy expenditure of all registered active combat arts. Practice will continue to improve the range of this skill. A mocking smile spread across my lips. Perfect. A multiplier. Now, every moment spent practicing was a return on compound investment. I settled into a steady rhythm, repeating the exercises over and over. The more I used Sever, the more natural it felt. The invisible force became an extension of my will, my fingers simply a conduit for the power. An hour later, I was drenched in sweat, the salt stung my eyes, and my shirt clung to my back like a second skin. Every breath was a hot, ragged gasp. My arms felt like lead weights, and my energy reserves were nearly depleted. I reopened my status screen. Skills development. Combat arts. Another tool in my arsenal, another advantage the world didn't know I had. I looked at the wall clock. It was almost midnight. As I approached the enormous panoramic window, I gazed out over the sprawling city of New Vane. From this vantage point in Viridian Hills, I could see everything. The gleaming towers of Mirai Central, the academic towers of Palo Alto Ward, the distant industrial areas of Port Trumial sheltered by the soft glow of the dome above. A city of monsters and monster hunters. A place where power determined everything. And I was still so terribly weak. Nah, I said quietly, what's the difference between me and an A-rank hunter? The system interface reappeared, this time displaying a comparative analysis. The average A-rank hunter has level 3 attributes ranging from C, 400 to C, 599. Their appearances are maxed out. Most have unlocked at least one appearance evolution or specialized app. The screen displayed the silhouette of a hunter surrounded by bright energy, all high-rank A attributes. In a direct confrontation, your chance of survival against an A-rank hunter would be approximately 0.037. And that's assuming you have a bad day and are extremely lucky. I snorted. So you're saying there's a possibility? What I'm saying is that he sees you as an obstacle made of flesh. I stepped away from the window, grabbed my towel, and dried the sweat from my face. And what about the world rank hunters? The 7 sovereigns? The interface changed again, this time displaying 7 shadowy figures, each surrounded by a different colored aura. The attribute values weren't even visible. Only infinity symbols where the numbers should have been. You exist in a completely different reality than they do. To them, you wouldn't even be considered a threat. I stared at the shadowy figures, etching their silhouettes into my memory. That's where I'm going, I said softly. To the top. To be among them as an equal. Nell's laughter echoed in my mind, loud and mocking. Your ambition is endearing. Definitely the mark of a protagonist worth watching. I closed the interface with a flick of my wrist and headed for the shower. Nell's teasing didn't bother me. I'd been underestimated my whole life. Both of them. Actually, it was an advantage. And when they realized their mistake, it would be too late. Chapter 85. Operation. Stalking my boyfriend's study appointment, Natalia curled up with her legs under Satyr's bed, pretending to concentrate on the manga in her hands. The pages blurred as her eyes scanned the panels without absorbing anything. This room had been completely transformed in the last few weeks. Gone was the disaster zone of empty snack wrappers and strewn clothes. Now everything was in its place. The desk neat and organized, the floor spotless. The bed made with military-style corner protectors. The only personal touch was a small shelf piled high with worn-out manga. She turned another page, not really seeing the heroic characters spouting nonsense about friendship and loyalty. The irony burned in her chest. There she was, Cinchuredo. She glanced up from her manga, water droplets trailing down her neck. She tried to focus on the pages, but something kept drawing her attention toward the doorway. She noticed the width of his shoulders and quickly looked away. The white plush fabric draped comfortably around him. His heart was racing, and the sound was loud in his ears. Satoru Barato another towel and began drying her hair. Cinchuredo, really? She turned toward her wardrobe, adjusting her robe. I find it amusing. Without warning, she stepped behind a changing screen. The soft rustle of fabric settling into place echoed in the quiet room. Natalia's gaze flicked away just for an instant. She caught a brief glimpse of his back before he pulled on his Barato and dark jeans. The sound of the zipper breaking the silence startled her. She pulled a simple black t-shirt over her head and adjusted it comfortably into place. Natalia turned her attention back to the manga, her face burning. "Will you see her today?" she asked, trying to sound indifferent, but failing completely. Satori ran her fingers through her damp hair, smoothing it with minimal effort. "I have an appointment to study at Cloud 9. The entrance exams are coming up." "Just studying?" Her Barato curled into that exasperating half-smile. For now, Emmy stood in front of the mirror, smoothing out the invisible wrinkles in her cream-colored sweater. The relaxed neckline gave her look a casual charm. Her navy pleated skirt swayed around her thighs as she turned, scrutinizing her appearance from every angle. Well, all this for a study session? Her mother, Hanako, was sitting on the edge of Emmy's bed, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Mom," Emmy blushed as she readjusted her sweater. "Let's go to a cafe. I have to look presentable." Hanako approached Emmy from behind and looked her daughter in the eyes in the mirror. "You look more than presentable, darling. You're beautiful." She raised her hand and tucked a loose strand of blue hair behind Emmy's ear. "That Satoru-kun is one lucky boy. I don't even know if he likes me like this," Emmy whispered, playing with a silver bracelet on her wrist. "He's so smart, focused, and strong, and You are Emmy Aoyama," Hanako said firmly, squeezing her daughter's shoulders. "A bright and kind girl with the power to heal. Never forget how special she is." Emmy's phone vibrated on her dresser, and the screen lit up with Satoru's name. Her face lit up instantly as she swung over it. Satori-kun." Her voice was breathless and excited. "Yes, I'm almost ready. Cloud 9, right? Great. See you soon." She hung up, clutching the phone in her chest and jumping up on her tiptoes. Hanako watched her daughter's pure joy with a gentle smile. This was all she had ever wanted for Emmy, pure happiness. Being a healer was a difficult path, always giving, rarely receiving. Perhaps this boy would give something back to her daughter. "Don't forget your bag," Hanako reminded her gently. "And your transit pass." "I've got them." Emmy grabbed her pastel-colored backpack and checked its contents. Notebooks, pens, highlighters, textbooks on aspect theory and gate biology. "And your lip gloss?" Hanako added. Emmy paused, then ran back to her vanity, grabbing a tube of strawberry-scented lip gloss. "Thanks, Mom." She kissed her mother's cheek and ran towards the door. "Emmy?" Hanako called to her. Emmy stopped at the door and looked behind her. "Yes, have fun, but remember to take care of your heart, even just a little." Cinchuredo Satori put her phone in her pocket and grabbed a button on the chair. "You're exaggerating quite a bit about her." He stopped in the doorway and turned to look at Natalia with dark, knowing eyes. "I'm just doing my part, princess. Isn't that what we agreed on?" "I know, but what?" He raised an eyebrow. Cinchuredo Satori watched her for a while, then shrugged. "Don't wait up for me, princess." The front door clicked shut behind him, the sound echoing through the empty apartment. Natalia lay frozen on her bed, the lingering scent of soap and cologne enveloping her like ghostly arms. It was intoxicating and infuriating at the same time. She threw the sleeve across the room. It hit the wall with a thud and fell to the floor, pages open. It wasn't enough. This was the plan. She herself had suggested Emmy. It made perfect sense. Emmy's healing aspect would be invaluable to her team. She was kind, loyal, and trustworthy. The perfect second pillar. So why did thinking about Satori smiling at Emmy make her want to break something? This is nonsense, Natalia muttered to herself. I trust him. It's necessary. But the memory of that genuine smile gnawed at her. Centuredo, the justification, seemed flimsy even to his own ears, but he clung to it desperately. You need guidance. Yes, that's right. I'm not envious. I'm offering practical assistance. Keep things running smoothly. With her decision made, Natalia returned to her room. She took a dark-hooded sweatshirt and a simple baseball cap from the closet. Sunglasses completed the disguise. Her lips curled into a cold, determined line. It's time to begin the surveillance operation. Chapter 86. My stepsister is a fortress. This girl is a welcome mat the sun beats down on Mirai Central. Warm enough to roll up sleeves, but not so hot that modern people should shed their layers. I lean against the wrought iron railing of the Cloud 9 Cafe, watching the flow of people like a leopard eyeing a bar. A businessman in an overly tight suit hurries past, a briefcase clutched to his chest as if it contained state secrets instead of spreadsheets. A group of teenagers hangs around a virtual reality station. Their laughter is too loud, too performative. They all move with such urgency, with such conviction that their small lives matter. They don't know what I know, that the gods are watching, that we are all just characters in a cosmic joke. I glance at my reflection in the cafe window. Black jeans, a dark green shirt with the sleeves neatly rolled up to my elbows. Casual yet stylish. The kind of outfit that says, I put in the effort without overdoing it. The charming eyes trait subtly enhances my gaze, making the green flecks in my brown eyes more prominent. And then I see her approaching from a street. Emi Aoyama, wrapped in a cream-colored sweater draped over one shoulder, wore a pleated navy blue skirt that swayed with every step. Her blue hair swayed with each step, two strands like antennae dangling above her head. She clutched her pastel backpack tightly like a shield, her gaze scanning in every direction. It's time to play, Kaylin. Her gaze finally falls on me, and the transformation is instantaneous. Her whole face lights up as if ID offered her the world on a silver platter instead of simply existing in her field of vision. She waves a little too enthusiastically, almost dropping her bag in the process. I don't return her greeting. Instead, I step away from the railing and meet her halfway. You did it, I tell him, as if there had ever been any doubt. I'm not late, am I? I try to time the trains correctly, but a child dropped his ice cream, and I couldn't just walk past crying, so I bought him a new one, and then his mother wanted to thank me, and I raised my hand, stopping it with a friendly gesture. You're just in time. I arrived early. The relief from the flood. Great. I hate being late. Especially for... She stops, blushing. For study sessions. Shall we? I point to the cafe door and go ahead to open it for him. The bell rings cheerfully as he enters. Cloud 9 lives up to its name. The interior is decorated in shades of blue and white, with cloud-shaped lamps floating near the ceiling. It's luxurious enough to impress, yet cozy enough to encourage long conversations. Perfect for what I have planned. The hostess leads us to a small table by the window. I pull the chair out from under Emmy before she can reach it, which earned me another blush and an embarrassed thank you. That color looks amazing on you, I say as we get settled. It really makes your eyes pop. She immediately puts her hands to her cheeks. Really? I wasn't sure if it was too casual or... It's perfect, I interrupt. You have good taste. The waiter arrives with the menus, saving him from having to answer for the embarrassment. His eyes widen at the prices, and he frowns slightly as he examines the options. It's on me, I say before she can voice her concern. Consider it a thank you for helping me prepare the applications for admission. But I haven't helped you yet. She protests. I lean in slightly and lower my voice. Then consider an investment in future care. She laughs. The sound is light and musical. You have a lot of confidence. In some things. I stared at her for a moment longer than necessary. What do you think is right? We ordered profiteroles and tea. Matcha for me. Something fruity and rose for her. The cafe is known for its extravagant desserts, and when our order arrived, it didn't disappoint. The profiteroles are architectural marvels. towers of puff pastry and filling adorned with edible flowers and gold leaf. "They're too pretty to eat," says Emmy, taking out her phone to take a picture. I wait, patient and amused, while she carefully frames the shot, adjusting the angles several times before she's satisfied. This generation and its documentation of everything. So, I begin once she puts the phone away. "Tell me about your family's ramen shop. It must be good if it's been around for generations." Her face lights up immediately. Yes, it's been in our family for 3 generations. My grandfather founded it after moving here from Tokyo, and now my mother runs it. We use all the original recipes, with a few modern touches. The tonkatsu broth is simmered for 24 hours. You should come by sometime. I could show you how we make the noodles from scratch. I sit down, asking follow-up questions about specific dishes and techniques, filing away every detail for future use. She's so eager to share, so open and unreserved. If Natalia is a fortress with walls of ice, Emmy is a village with its gates wide open, welcoming any traveler who passes by. "And what about you?" he finally asks, taking a bite out of his own pocket. "What does your family do for a living?" Let me tell you the official story. My mother remarried a rank B hunter, and I recently discovered my aspect after years as a supposed zero. Just enough truth to sound authentic, with key details omitted. It's incredible. Her eyes sparkle with genuine admiration. To manifest an aspect so late and so cool too. Fire manipulation is so versatile. I always thought healing was basic, not as flashy as combat aspects. Perfect. An opening. Are you kidding? I lean forward, lowering my voice as if sharing a secret. Healers are the backbone of any successful huntsman team. When the glory hounds bleed out after a bad decision, who saves their lives? When a mission goes awry and everyone panics, who keeps calm? The healer. A small smile touched her lips, but she still seemed hesitant. "It's very kind of you to say that, but it's not pretty, it's strategic." I tapped the table for emphasis. "Listen, the world needs more people who can fix what's broken, not more people who can break things. Trust me, you look amazing." She stares at me, eyes wide, a small drop of cream at the corner of her barato. "Centuredo, enjoy the show. Princess, do you really believe that?" "I know," I reply, and then I glance back at her face with a small smile. Finally, she understands, wiping the corner of her barato to clean away the evidence of the dessert. Her face flushes red, like a sunset on her cheeks, and she swiftly grabs her napkin to make sure she's caught everything. The crimson blush spreads in mesmerizing patterns across her delicate features, making the blue of her hair seem even more vibrant by contrast. "I'm sorry," he murmurs, looking away from me. "How embarrassing." "I thought it was cute," I said, lowering my voice enough so that the compliment felt like a secret between us, an intimate exchange floating beneath the ambient chatter of the cafe. This only makes her blush even more, and the color spreads down her neck like watercolor on parchment. She plays with her napkin, folding and unfolding it with delicate fingers. The small gold bracelet on her wrist catches the light as she moves, projecting tiny prisms that dance across the table between us. I follow her movements, registering every nervous gesture, every micro-expression that betrays her emotional state. Our conversation flows naturally from then on, touching on topics like water, swirling around stones in a stream. He tells me about his passion for hunter fashion, about designing functional and stylistically innovative garments. His demeanor transforms when he talks about his creative path. He straightens his shoulders, gestures with contagious enthusiasm, and his eyes light up with genuine passion. That earlier shyness melts away beneath the warmth of his creative fervor. "Why does combat gear have to be so boring?" he asks, pulling out his phone. "Just because you fight monsters doesn't mean you can't look good." He shows me some drawings on his phone. They're surprisingly good. They're not amateurish doodles, but detailed technical sketches with fabric specifications and functional notes in the margins. He has genuine talent, a good eye for both aesthetics and practical application. One design in particular catches my eye. A sleek, reinforced jacket with cleverly concealed compartments and stylized armor plates that follow the boat's natural curves. This is truly impressive, I tell him, and I mean it. Even Kalen's cynical side recognizes raw talent when he sees it. Have you ever considered interning with an equipment manufacturer after you graduate? Your designs could revolutionize the industry. There's a huge niche market for hunters who want functionality without sacrificing style. You're exaggerating, she says, but she still seems pleased. She tucks a lock of sapphire blue hair behind her ear. Those two distinctive strands, like antennae, sway with her movement. Not really. I stop mid-sentence, as we're spotted by a pair of hunters who have just entered the cafeteria. He's wearing the full uniform, with the Aegis Prime emblem on his shoulders, the elegant silver shield, instantly recognizable even from across the room. The woman has a cast on her arm, the pristine white bandage contrasting with the navy blue of her suit, while the man has a deep gash on his cheek. Their faces hold the blank stares of those who have seen something they'll never forget. Emmy follows my gaze, her expression turning serious as she observes her battered appearance. I seize the moment, leaning slightly toward him, my voice dropping to a quiet whisper that creates a bubble around us. What a tough life, isn't it? Trying to be a normal person when you're training to be a monster slayer, living with one foot in each world. She turns to me. Sometimes I wonder if I'm cut out for this. The struggle, the danger. I just want to help people. I'm not like Natalia. I don't dream of being the strongest or proving anything. I just want everyone to get home safe and sound. And I will. I extend my hand across the table, not quite touching it, but close enough for her to feel the warmth radiating from my skin. That's what makes you special, Emmy. In a world full of people who seek to destroy, you want to heal. That's rare, and it's valuable, more valuable than any other offensively focused hunter could ever be. His breath catches in his throat, and I know he's struck gold. Thank you, she whispers, then smiles. No one has ever said it to me like that, except for my parents. They usually just tell me I need to get stronger or learn fighting techniques. I step aside and take a sip of tea. I say things as I see them. The frontline fighters get all the glory, but it's the healers who truly determine whether a mission succeeds or fails. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a figure outside the cafe, a tall woman in a dark sweatshirt and baseball cap, hovering near a newsstand with suspicious intensity. The expensive sneakers and the glimpse of purple hair peeking out from under the cap are unmistakable. I can't see her face, but her stiff posture and furtive glances toward our table give her away. Well, look who couldn't stay away. My determined companion. I'll have to have a serious talk with her later about this little game, but for now, she seems ready to make a scene. Actually, I say to Emmy, setting down my mug with determination, leaning slightly forward to create a more personal scene for my hidden audience. Would you mind if we went over some of your notes? I'm particularly interested in your perspective on aspect theory. Natalia mentioned that you have a unique way of explaining it. Of course, she says, rummaging in her bag with renewed enthusiasm, almost dropping her empty mug in her excitement. I made these color-coded summaries of the Vanta Shigeru model that I think you'll find very useful. I use this visual mapping system that helps me connect theoretical concepts with practical applications. As she arranges her meticulously organized notes on the table, a rainbow of highlighted text and painstaking annotations, I glance once more at the figure lurking outside. I know Natalia can see us through the window, can see me lean toward Emmy, see her fingers brush against mine as she passes me a sheet of paper. Enjoy the show, Princess. This is only the first act. Chapter 88. My friend has a surprisingly good eye for fashion. Emmy Aoyama's heart raced as she packed her last colored notes in her bag. Satyr's genuine interest in her study techniques made her feel valued like few others. Her dark eyes caught the afternoon light filtering through the cafe windows, turning almost amber as she drew closer. They're impressive, he said, sliding his notes across the table. His fingers brushed against hers, and she paused for a brief moment. Your visual approach makes complex theory really digestible. Thank you, she murmured, feeling her face warm up at the compliment. Satora glanced at her watch. We've been here for almost 2 hours. Would you like to take a walk? Clear our heads before we go back to studying? Emmy walked over enthusiastically, grateful for the suggestion. Her mind felt overwhelmed with information, and the sugar in the cream made her nervous. Sounds perfect. Outside, the Mirai Central shopping district glittered in the afternoon sun. Chrome and glass facades reflected the light in dazzling patterns along the wide pedestrian boulevard. Emmy walked beside Satori, fully aware of his imposing presence. His earlier words kept echoing in her mind. That's what makes you special, Emmy. In a world full of people who seek to destroy, you want to heal. No one had ever described her abilities that way before. Natalia was always supportive, but even she sometimes made comments about how Emmy would need protection in combat situations. Satora saw her healing as something valuable in itself, not as a weakness to be compensated for. She watched him as he walked. He moved with a natural confidence that made everyone else on the street seem disoriented by comparison. Beside him, she felt small and, somehow, protected, like walking next to a mountain that had decided to keep her in its shadow. Did anything catch your attention? Emmy jerked her head away, her cheeks burning. She had been caught staring. And no, I was just thinking. A shop window caught Emmy's eye, stopping her mid-stride. The boutique, Elysian Threads, displayed a stunning cocktail dress on a mannequin, deep blue with subtle silver details that reminded her of the stars. It was elegant without being ostentatious, the kind of piece that would make even Natalia turn her head in admiration. It's beautiful, she murmured, mostly to herself, imagining how the fabric would flow around her if she twirled. Satori stopped beside him, following his gaze. His lips curved into a slow smile that transformed his usually serious face. Let's go in. Before she could protest, he took her hand and pulled her toward the entrance. His grip was warm and steady, and a flutter of surprise ran through her. Her pulse quickened as the automatic doors opened with a soft hiss. The cool, air-conditioned interior welcomed them into a world of luxury she rarely allowed herself to explore. The boutique's interior boasted elegant lines and minimalist decor. The air was fresh and smelled of something expensive, a blend of citrus perfume and the crisp scent of new fabric. A saleswoman approached, but Satora dismissed her with a subtle gesture that somehow inspired instant respect. I will be your consultant today, he said with such authority that the woman simply went up and left, as if he owned the place. Emmy stared at him, mouth agape, her cheeks flushed. What are you doing? She whispered. I'll help you find something that matches your potential, she replied, already scanning the shelves with a critical eye. She moved through the store with surprising confidence, taking out items and showing them to her with the experience of someone who has spent years styling models. This blue enhances the sapphire of your hair, she remarked, selecting a silk blouse that shimmered under the boutique's carefully placed lighting. And this cut would accentuate your waist perfectly. She added a tailored blazer from her growing collection, made of a fabric so fine it seemed to melt through her fingers. I can't afford it, Emmy whispered, anxiously eyeing the price tag that contained more zeros than her entire monthly salary. She felt like an imposter amidst such elegance. Who said anything about buying? Satori winked at her, a mischievous expression making his stomach churn. We're just exploring possibilities. Although I might insist on an item if it's perfect. Emmy followed him through the store, fascinated by this unexpected side of him. For someone who projected such intensity, it was clear he had an eye for fashion and color that rivaled even her own obsession with Hunter's trends. They passed a display of accessories, and Satora stopped when he saw a wide-brimmed straw hat. He took it from the mannequin and placed it on his head at an elegant angle. Shishishi. He flashed a wide, charming smile. The intimidating predator vanished, replaced in an instant by someone incredibly foolish. Do you think I should wear this to the gala? A burst of laughter erupted from Emmy's chest, starting as a giggle and growing into full-blown, unrestrained delight. Seeing this powerful, serious guy perfectly imitating Rudy from 7C Hunter was so unexpected and ridiculous that she couldn't help herself. Her heart skipped a beat when she realized he knew anime references that most people would find bizarre. Without a doubt, she laughed, covering her mouth with her hand. You'd create a new fashion trend. As he laughed, his gaze shifted from Satori to the street. For a split second, he thought he saw someone in a dark hoodie and sunglasses crouching behind a holographic advertisement. Something about the figure seemed vaguely familiar. Was it a glimmer of platinum blonde hair? But before he could focus, Satori held up an emerald green blouse that reflected the light beautifully, drawing his attention inside. This one, she said decisively, with the certainty of someone who knows exactly what they want. You should try it on. The garment was exquisite, made of a silky material that flowed like water through her fingers. The deep green perfectly complemented her complexion, highlighting her eyes and making her skin glow. She wore it with reverence, almost afraid of wrinkling the delicate fabric. "Oh, okay," he said, approaching her and allowing her to guide him to the changing rooms. The dressing room was unexpectedly luxurious, with soft lighting, a plush carpet, and floor-to-ceiling mirrors that reflected the warm light of the space. The attendant, an elegant woman with impeccable makeup, escorted Emmy into a spacious room decorated with tasteful artwork and a cushioned bench. She hung the emerald blouse on a polished wooden hook before giving a slight bow and leaving Emmy alone with her thoughts. Emmy carefully removed her cream-colored sweater, folding it neatly on the bench. She picked up the emerald blouse and ran her fingers over it, appreciating its beauty. Up close, it looked even more beautiful, with intricate embroidery and subtle beading at the neckline that she hadn't noticed in the display. The fabric felt expensive to the touch, both soft and substantial. She slipped it over her head and adjusted it, a smile spreading across her face as she watched it drape perfectly over her curves, snug at the waist before flaring slightly at the hips, instantly making her feel more sophisticated. But there was a problem. The small zipper that ran up the back was impossible to reach on her own. She twisted and squirmed, contorting her arms at awkward angles backward, trying to grasp the tiny metal tab, but her fingers fell just inches short. After several futile attempts that left her shoulders aching, she sighed in defeat, blowing a strand of blue hair away from her flushed face. Taking a deep breath that did little to calm her suddenly racing heart, she opened the locker room door a crack and peered through the narrow opening, her sapphire hair falling over one eye. "Es Satori-kun," she whispered, her face burning with embarrassment. "Excuse me for bothering you, but could you help me with something?" Chapter 89. A small favor, Es Satori-kun? She asked quietly, her cheeks flushed. "Excuse me for bothering you, but could you help me with something?" He looked up from his phone. Those dark, intelligent eyes locked onto hers with an intensity that caught her attention. "Of course," he said, his deep voice easily audible in the quiet space of the store. She felt a flutter of nervousness as she watched him approach. She stepped back toward the counter, adjusting a strand of hair as he walked closer, closing the door behind him with a soft but firm thud. The enormous room suddenly seemed smaller with his tall figure inside. She noticed the barato of his cologne, something woody with hints of cedar and amber. "Turn around. Censurado, Censurado." A shiver ran through her entire body, goosebumps prickling her arms and back. The sensation was so unexpected and overwhelming that she couldn't contain her reaction. "Ah, ah." She opened her eyes with a start and met his gaze in the mirror. Instead of embarrassment or surprise, his face broke into a smile. He smiled, making her uneasy. He finished getting dressed quietly in the still room. As he moved, his hands briefly brushed past her, and she felt a sudden, sharp chill run down her spine. She pressed her barato together to stay quiet. He held the item firmly against her hand so it pressed in slightly. "Here you go," he said in a low, steady voice near her, his tone calm and reassuring. "It fits me perfectly." Emmy took a deep breath. Her reflection showed a girl with large, reddish eyes and rosy cheeks, wearing a beautiful blouse. Behind her stood Satori, tall and imposing, his hands resting lightly on her shoulders. The contrast between them, their bright colors, and his darker presence created a striking image in a mirror that made her heart leap. He swallowed hard, Suddenly, his throat went dry. "Thank you." "Turn around," he repeated, more gently this time, squeezing her shoulders softly. "Let me get a good look at you." She turned slowly to look at him, feeling a touch of regret. The fitting room seemed like another world, far removed from reality, a quiet space where only the two of them stood. "Beautiful," he said simply, taking a step back to give her room, though his eyes never left hers. "That's her." Emmy, feeling as if she were rising, was unable to speak. She felt dazed, still affected by the moment, a persistent feeling like an echo. She couldn't remember ever feeling this way from such a simple interaction. It was as if she was completely caught off guard by his presence. "They'll wait outside while you get ready," Satori said, heading for the door. "And, Emmy?" She paused, her hand on the doorknob. "They'll handle it for you." Before she could respond, he left, leaving her alone with her thoughts. She pressed her cold palms against her cheeks, trying to compose herself. What was happening to her? She had never reacted like this to anyone, not even the S-rank hunter she admired from afar. When she came out of the fitting room, the blouse neatly folded over her arm, Satori was waiting for her with that same intense focus that made her feel so alone. He took the garment from her hands and headed to the register. "You don't have to," she began, running after him. "I want." The vendor wrapped the blouse in tissue paper and placed it in an elegant bag with the store's logo embossed in gold. Satori handed it to Emmy with a slight bow, as if presenting her with a royal gift, his gaze never leaving her throughout the gesture. "Thank you," she managed to say, clutching the bag to her chest. It seemed more than just an article of clothing. It was a detail, a symbol of something she couldn't quite put her finger on, but that still made her heart race. They stepped back into the sunlight, and Emmy felt like she was floating, her feet barely touching the ground. The moment in the fitting room had left her energized in the most exciting way, like stepping off a roller coaster and riding the wave of adrenaline. As they walked together through the bustling shopping district, their hands brushed against each other. Unlike the accidental touches before, this one stayed a moment longer, a question hanging in the air between them, heavy with possibilities. Satori raised his palm. Emmy's heart pounded against her ribs as she hesitated for a moment before placing her small hand in his. His fingers closed over hers. She looked at their clasped hands, his strong and slightly marked. Cinchureto, the connection between them, felt tangible now, like a fine golden thread that bound them together, vibrating with a new and exciting energy she had never experienced before. "Are you hungry?" Satori asked, breaking the spell, as his thumb absent-mindedly stroked the back of his hand, making it difficult for him to concentrate. "A little," he admitted. "There's bound to be a good ramen restaurant nearby," he suggested, carefully guiding her through a group of tourists. "Not as good as your family's, sure, but decent. Did you remember?" "I remember everything you tell me," Satori replied simply, giving her hand a gentle pressure that sent another wave of warmth through her body. Turning toward the restaurant area, Emmy thought she glimpsed the same hooded figure from before, now seated on a bench near a fountain with an elaborate water feature. Something about the person's rigid posture felt strangely familiar, a lingering sense of recognition at the edge of her consciousness. But a group of laughing tourists walked between them, momentarily blocking their view. And when they moved away, the figure had disappeared, as if they had never been there. "Is everything all right?" Satori asked. "Yes," Emmy says enthusiastically, pushing the strange vision from her mind and focusing on the warmth of her hand in hers. "Everything is perfect." Chapter 90. Warning. May contain traces of real, fun. Emmy let the comfortable silence settle between them as they walked, aware of Satyr's hand still holding hers. Her fingers were warm, slightly calloused, Cinchureto, her blue hair, swaying with the movement. Those two characteristic strands like antennae bouncing to the rhythm of her mood. "I'm sorry. It's just, I didn't expect it at all today." "Disappointed?" Her eyebrow lifted slightly, creating a small wrinkle on her forehead that Emmy wanted to smooth out. "No." She shook her head emphatically, perhaps too vehemently. "Quite the opposite, actually. This has been unexpected but very pleasant." They turned a corner, and Emmy's attention was immediately drawn to a building shimmering with neon lights in vibrant shades of purple, blue, and pink. The entrance to Soundscape felt like a portal to another dimension, sleek and modern, with holographic screens displaying music videos and advertisements for available private rooms. Music with powerful bass surged in rhythmic waves each time the doors opened to admit or depart, like the heartbeat of the building itself. Satoru stopped, following her gaze. "Do you like karaoke?" "Who wouldn't?" Emmy excitedly, her reddish-brown eyes lighting up with genuine excitement. He turned to her with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "After everything that happened today, I think we deserve a little fun. What do you say? I bet you have an amazing voice." "Definitely not," laughed Emmy, tossing her blue hair back with her free hand, "but I make up for my lack of talent with enthusiasm and interpretive dance moves." "Perfect." Satori gently pulled her hand. "Let's go." Before she could hesitate or worry about making a fool of herself in front of him, they entered the building. The hostess, dressed in a futuristic uniform that shimmered in the ambient light, led them down a corridor flanked by doors, each adorned with a different constellation. She stopped at Lyra and showed them into a private room, far more luxurious than Emmy had anticipated. The space featured a luxurious U-shaped leather sofa surrounding a gleaming black table with integrated touch controls. A massive holographic screen dominated one wall, displaying the Soundscape logo slowly rotating in 3D, projecting prismatic reflections onto the polished surfaces. Ambient lighting bathed the room in a cool, subtly shifting blue glow, creating a cozy atmosphere that made Emmy suddenly feel as if she were alone with Satori. "This is elegant." Emmy smiled as they settled onto the sofa, her fingers gently tracing the smooth leather surface. Satori casually removed his jacket, rolling up his sleeves for the barato that day. Emmy noticed the effort he had clearly put into his morning workout, though she quickly looked away. Centuredo and felt heat rise to her cheeks. A waiter appeared with the menus, taking their drink and sharing orders. As the door closed behind him with a soft, pneumatic whistle, Satoru picked up the tablet with the song selection and offered it to Emmy with a slight bow. "Ladies first, Aoyama-san." Her voice conveyed a playful challenge that made his heart skip a beat. Emmy picked up the tablet. Her fingers brushed against it momentarily as she scrolled through the extensive library of songs. "I'm warning you, I'm terrible at this. Really bad. I doubt a little." Her gaze softened, the harshness of her usual expression fading. "You seem like someone who puts their whole heart into everything they do. That counts for more than technical skill." Emmy's cheeks flushed as she stared at the screen, suddenly fascinated by the alphabetical organization of the artists. "You've known me for almost a day. That's quite a guess. And yet, I feel as if I've known you for much longer," he replied, and his voice had a strange weight that made her look up. Emmy's finger moved across the screen before finally selecting Celestial Starbeam, the theme song from her favorite Hunter show, a guilty pleasure she rarely admitted to watching. "I love this," she admitted as the first notes filled the room, the sound system reproducing every nuance with crystal clarity. "It's super cheesy, but the lyrics always cheer me up. They remind me why I want to be a huntress." Satori leaned back on the sofa, one arm draped over the back, watching her with amused interest, his posture relaxed yet somehow attentive. "She's not holding back for my sake. I want to see the real Emmy Aoyama." The first verse began, and Emmy sang softly, still seated, her voice barely audible over the background music. But as the pre-chorus approached its emotional climax, something in the music called to her inner performer. Perhaps it was the courage Satori had lent her all day, or perhaps it was simply the infectious rhythm and the safety of his private space. But she stood up, clutching the microphone like a lifeline. By the time the chorus arrived with its vibrant melody, Emmy was completely absorbed in the music. She twirled around the small space with abandon, her skirt billowing in a swirl of fabric, her voice growing stronger and more confident with each verse. The lyrics about finding your inner light and sharing it with the world felt like personal regret, resonating with something deep within her. She dramatically pointed at imaginary enemies during the bridge, adding little dance steps Shed seen the idol perform in music videos. Her body moving with a natural rhythm despite her claim of having no talent. When he finally dared to look at Satori, he expected to find her laughing at his enthusiastic but amateurish performance. Instead, he was watching her with a genuine smile that completely transformed his face. His eyes crinkled at the corners, his shoulders relaxed, and in that instant he seemed younger, lighter, like someone who hadn't carried the weight of the world on his shoulders for so long. That smile made her swoon. Emi sang the final chorus with all her might, hitting notes Shed never heard before, ending with a dramatic superhero pose, her chest heaving slightly as she caught her breath. She collapsed onto the sofa next to Satori, laughing with her own euphoria, her face flushed with effort and happiness. "That was incredible," he said, and there was no mockery in his voice, only genuine appreciation that made her heart swell with joy. "Your turn." Emi handed him the microphone. "No pressure, but I think I set the bar pretty high." Chapter 91. Pre-breakup music is very powerful. I don't know if I can match your barato, Satori said, scanning the tablet intently. "But I'll try something different." She skipped over all the current hits and rummaged through the library until she found what she was looking for in a section titled Pre-Rupture Classics. The song she selected was unfamiliar to Emi, Something Called the Wait. The cheerful atmosphere shifted with the first notes, a simple, melancholic piano melody. The room's ambient lighting responded to the change in mood, dimming to a deep indigo that cast soft shadows across Satura's features, highlighting the sharp angles of her newly defined jawline in a way that made Emi's heart race unexpectedly. Unlike Emi, Satori didn't stand up. He remained seated, leaning slightly forward, elbows on his knees, the microphone held gently between his hands. When he began to sing, Emi forgot to breathe. Her lungs refused to cooperate as the first notes filled the private karaoke room. His voice was nothing like what she expected, a deep, smooth baritone that carried an emotional weight she couldn't quite grasp. The lyrics spoke of searching for meaning in the darkness, of carrying burdens too heavy to bear alone, of finding a single light in an endless night. Every word seemed to resonate from the depths of his being, raw and honest, in a way that pierced her heart with a sweet, unfamiliar ache. It was as if he were revealing something profound about himself that she felt no one else had ever been able to see. The most surprising thing of all was that he wasn't looking at the screen. His dark eyes were fixed on hers, steady, as if the song were just for her. The intensity of his gaze paralyzed her, giving her goosebumps despite the warmth of the room. As if they were the only two people in existence, the rest of New Vein City would fade away beyond the walls of their small sanctuary. The food arrived during his performance, but neither of them noticed the waiter discreetly placing trays of steaming dishes. Emi wouldn't have been able to eat even if Shed tried. I felt a lump in my throat, an indescribable emotion in my heart. Her sapphire hair fell forward as she leaned forward unconsciously, drawn to him like a magnet. The last piano note hung in the air before fading into absolute silence, leaving only the echo of his voice in her mind. For several moments, neither of them moved. The only sounds were their breathing and the soft hum of the air conditioner, creating a cocoon of intimidated silence around them. Emi realized she was gripping the edge of the sofa, her white knuckles pressed against the plush fabric, her characteristic tufts of hair, like antennae, trembling with excitement. Satori carefully placed the microphone on the table. His eyes never left hers as he moved closer to the sofa, sinking his weight into the low cushion. Slowly and deliberately, he raised his hand and brushed his thumb against her cheek, catching a tear she hadn't even noticed fall. His touch was warm and gentle, bringing a comforting wave of emotion through her from that single point of contact. It felt different from all the other times Head reached out to her that day, more sincere, as if carrying unspoken thoughts. She paused for a moment as she caught her breath. The strawberry Barato gloss Shed applied earlier felt too sticky. "Emi," he said, her name spoken softly between them, laden with a meaning she couldn't fully grasp, but instinctively understood. She couldn't speak. She couldn't think. She could only feel the weight of the moment as he stepped closer, his expression earnest and searching. She took a breath, her hands gently rising to rest against the front of his shirt, holding on to something steady in the swirl of her emotions. Her fingers gripping the soft fabric as if steadying herself against a rush of overwhelming feelings. The waiter chose that moment to knock and come in with the rest of the food. Emmy jumped back, her face flushed with embarrassment, but Satori seemed completely unfazed. She thanked the waiter with calm confidence, who seemed to share a knowing look before leaving them alone again, closing the door with a soft click. "Are you hungry?" Satori asked, taking a piece of carriage chicken from the plate, as if they hadn't just shared the most momentous occasion of Emmy's young life. Emmy laughed, and the tension burst like a bubble. "Im starving." Honestly, she took a ball of takoyaki and shoved the whole thing in her mouth. The familiar flavors calmed her, slowly bringing her back to reality as the savory octopus and tangy sauce spread across her tongue. They ate in comfortable silence for a few minutes, the soft background music of the karaoke filling the void. Emmy couldn't stop looking at Satori, marveling at how natural it felt to be there with him despite having known him for such a short time. It was as if a part of her had been waiting for him without even knowing it. So, Cinchuredo, he ventured finally, removing a piece of chicken and gravy, that song, a classic. Satori offered him the last piece of chicken from his plate. My mother loved to play music from before the breakup. She said it had more soul than what we have today. It was beautiful. Emmy accepted the chicken, rubbing her fingers together in a way that made her chest flutter again. "I've never heard anyone sing like that. You should do it more often. You bring it out in me. There's something about you, Emmy. Something that makes me want to be—" "What?" she asked when he paused, her reddish-brown eyes wide with curiosity and something deeper. "Better," she finished simply. "You make me want to be better." The confession hung between them, laden with a meaning Emmy couldn't fully decipher, yet felt nonetheless. She felt a tightness in her chest, an unfamiliar mixture of joy and longing, and something deeper she couldn't name, something that frightened and thrilled her in equal measure. "I think you're already pretty amazing," she said softly, the words coming straight from her heart with the unfiltered honesty that was her trademark. Satori took her hand, intertwining their fingers. His larger hand enveloped hers with a warmth that seemed to radiate up her arm to her chest. "Would you like to sing another song? We have the room for another hour." Emmy was beaming, happiness welling up inside her like a fountain, making her feel lighter than air. Her characteristic enthusiasm worked its magic as she gently held his hand. "Only if we do a duet this time. I want to hear our voices together." Chapter 92. My partner is complicated, but I can fix him. The platform of the Maglev station rose above Mirai Central, offering a breathtaking panorama of New Vein City at night. The sprawling metropolis stretched out below them, a tapestry of twinkling lights and sleek skyscrapers piercing the velvety darkness of the night sky. The distant hum of the city's ceaseless pulse reached them, a comforting backdrop to their shared moment. He couldn't stop smiling. Satura's hand was still wrapped around his as they waited for the train, side by side. The warmth of her palm against his felt so good, so natural, as if they'd been holding hands for years instead of just hours. Her thumb occasionally brushed against his skin in small, gentle circles that made his pulse quicken. "It's beautiful up here," she murmured, breaking the comfortable silence between them. Her voice was soft, almost dreamy. "I always forget how incredible the city looks at night. All those lights like stars coming down to earth." Satori gently squeezed his hand. "Most people never look up. They miss half the world that way," he replied, his gaze fixed on the shimmering expanse stretching before them. Her voice sent another wave of warmth cascading through her, from her chest to the tips of her fingers and toes. Her voice, the same one that had poured raw emotion into a microphone just an hour ago, was now a low murmur, sending a new wave of warmth through her. Emmy glanced at his profile, admiring the defined line of his jaw and the thoughtful look in his dark eyes as he surveyed the cityscape. Centuredo, the digital screen, displayed a train alert. 3 minutes until arrival. 3 minutes together for their perfect day to end. So, she said, turning to him. Her blue hair reflected the station lights and shimmered with iridescent highlights. She shifted slightly, playing with the hem of her jacket. Centuredo, his expression softer, more vulnerable than she had ever seen before. He raised his free hand and gently tucked a strand of her sapphire hair behind her ear, pausing at the curve of her cheek. The gentle touch made her heart flutter and her breath catch softly. Emmy, he said, and her name echoed softly from deep within his bravado. I had a great time today. Honestly, it was the best part of my week. His dark eyes gazed at her intently, completely serious and focused solely on her. You're amazing. You're bright and funny, and you see the world in a way that makes me want to be better. Her heart swelled with joy at his words, but something in his tone took her breath away. There was a hesitation, a burden she couldn't quite place. Satori sighed, her thumb brushing lightly against her cheek, a small gesture that left her unsettled. But I have to be honest. My life is complicated right now. Entrance exams, family issues, this new look. I'm not in a position to be the bravado a girl like you deserves. Oh, she managed to say weakly. She bit her lower lip to stop it from trembling. Valley, I understand. The train appeared in the distance, an elegant silver bullet gliding towards them on invisible magnetic fields. Satori saw her expression and immediately leaned closer, his forehead almost touching hers. His voice dropping to a soft whisper meant only for her ears. Hey, look at me. She looked up to meet his gaze, struggling to hold back the sting of tears. This isn't a no. It's a not yet. His eyes searched hers, intense and sincere. Can you wait for me? Just until after the exams? Until I can recover? The final bell rang, announcing the train's arrival, and mechanical doors opened with a soft hiss. Other passengers began to board, paying no attention to the two teenagers lost in their own private moment. Yes, she whispered, and a slow smile returned to her face. I can wait. The train sounded its alarm, announcing that the doors would soon close. Satori squeezed her hand one last time before letting go and taking a step back. Come home safe and sound, Keystone, he said, and a nickname came out of his mouth naturally, like a private code between them. Cornerstone? Asked Emmy, puzzled by the unfamiliar term. Satyr's mouth curved into a small, discreet smile. That's who you are. Someone essential. Someone who holds everything together. The words settled in her heart like a warm blanket on a cold night. Emmy walked backward onto the train just as the doors began to close, her eyes never leaving him until the very last moment. He sank into an empty window seat. The sharp pain of waiting mingled with the immense joy of her promise. He wanted to be with her. He just needed time. As the train pulled away from the station, Emmy saw Satori one last time, standing on the platform, watching her. He raised his hand in farewell, and she pressed her palm against the cold glass in response, even though she knew he probably couldn't see her through the tinted windows. Today had been one of the best days of his life, a perfect memory that he would repeat over and over again in the following nights. As she pulled out her phone, Emmy's fingers flew across the screen. I had a great time too. And yes, they'll wait for you. She pressed send without a second thought and pressed the phone to her chest, her heart racing. Almost immediately, 3 dots appeared, indicating that she was typing a reply. Emmy held her breath. You're worth the wait too. Sleep well, Emmy. A soft squeal escaped her lips, drawing curious glances from other passengers that she barely noticed. Excited, she hugged herself. The emerald green blouse he had bought her rustled softly against her skin. The train rounded a bend, offering a panoramic view of the city. Somewhere along the way, Satori was returning to the same apartment as Natalia. Emmy wondered if she should write to her friend about what had happened that day, but decided against it. This felt too new, too precious to share yet. She wanted to hold on to it, savor every moment before letting the rest of the world in. Miss, we're at Asahi Central Station. Emmy blinked, startled from her reverie by the train attendant's voice. She hadn't even realized the train had stopped. "Oh, thank you," she said, picking up her shopping bag and running toward the door just before it closed. The station was less crowded than Marais Central, filled mainly with workers returning from their night shifts. Emmy walked through the familiar neighborhood in a dreamy haze, barely noticing the usual sights and sounds. The fragrant steam from the late-night food stalls, the laughter drifting from the izakaya on the corner, the holographic advertisements flickering against the building facades. Her phone buzzed with a message from her mother asking when she would be home. Emmy replied quickly, promising she would be there in a few minutes. As she turned back toward her street, reality began to assail her, bringing with it questions she had previously been too happy to consider. Why had Satori asked her to wait? What complications in his life prevented him from being with her now? And why had he called her Keystone of all things? Questions swirled in his mind, but they couldn't dampen the joy of the day. Whatever his reasons, he had been honest with her. He hadn't deceived her or made unfulfillable promises. He had asked her to wait, and waiting meant something worth waiting for. Emmy stopped in front of her family's apartment building, gazing up at the night sky, barely visible through New Vane's protective dome. The stars were faint, overshadowed by the city lights. But she still knew they were there. Some things you just had to see to believe. "I can wait," she whispered to herself. "I can definitely wait." With that resolution warming her heart, Emmy went upstairs to her apartment, already counting down the days until she would see Satori again. Inside her family's modest apartment, the familiar aromas of cooking oil and spices greeted her. Her mother looked up from the kitchen table, where she was calculating the day's income. Her tired eyes lit up at the sight of her daughter. "How was your study session?" Hanako asked, observing Emmy's flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes. Emmy hugged the shopping bag to her chest, a striking smile on her face, saying more than words could. "It was perfect, Mom," she said simply. "Absolutely perfect." Chapter 93. The problem with a large group is the management of that group. I stood on the platform of the Maglev train, watching Emmy's train disappear into the distance. Her face faded behind tinted glass, her palm pressed against the window. The last rays of sunset bathed the tracks in shades of orange and gold, and for a moment, I felt lighter. What was that? I couldn't even deny it. I had enjoyed it today. Truly. Not as Satori playing a role, nor as Kalen executing a plan, but as whoever I was becoming in this strange new world. My phone vibrated with Emmy's message. I read it and felt a genuine smile spread across my face as I typed my reply. "You're worth the wait, too. Sleep well, Emmy." And it was worth the wait in the most practical sense. Its healing properties would be invaluable for my aircraft. A logical purchase. So why did logic seem like a poor excuse to me at this moment? I slipped my phone in my pocket and headed for the train that would take me home. As I settled into my seat, the city unfolded beneath my feet like a star-studded circuit board, and I couldn't help but relive moments from the day. Her laughter when I put on that ridiculous straw hat. The way her eyes lit up when I recorded details of her family's restaurant. That breathless, awestruck look when I kissed her for the first time. A memory surfaced, unexpected and vivid as shattered glass. Takashi Ibuki, Yamaguchi's lieutenant. A cold-blooded killer who had executed his rivals without batting an eye, until he met a civilian girl who worked at a bookstore. Within months, he was talking about leaving, about turning his life around. The old folks mocked him behind his back, calling him a weakling. 2 weeks later, a rival family kidnapped the girl. Takashi fell right into the Barado to save her. He was taken down while she watched. Then they finished her too. That's what attachment gives you in this game. A closed attack. Ring. The system notification appeared in my vision, a cold blue screen materializing before me. 15 scheme points for leading the cinnamon roll. I blinked at those words, and just like that, reality returned to reality. My genuine enjoyment was irrelevant. The result was what mattered, and the result was perfect. I had established a connection, created dependence, and done it all without making any concrete promises. Textbook without a doubt. I leaned back in my seat, and my smile faded into something more focused. Emi Aoyama would appreciate my efforts. I would show her, through my actions, that when the time came to reveal the truth which she would need to share with me, it wouldn't be an impediment. It would be a price I would be willing to pay to remain in my orbit. The train stopped at my station. I checked my phone one more time. 9:43 p.m. No messages from Natalia or my parents. Perfect. Centuredo, but that I recognized. The lights were dim, almost all off, except for the faint light in the kitchen. There was no sound of movement, no television, not even casual greeting. Only silence. Deathly silence. Every survival instinct I had developed on the streets of Tokyo screamed one word: ambush. I took off my shoes and walked slowly into the living room. The panoramic windows offered a breathtaking nighttime view of New Vane City. The lights of the skyscrapers and suspended vehicles created a sea of stars below us. Against this backdrop, a silhouette sat on her sofa. Natalia. She was curled up in the corner of the sofa, illuminated only by the city lights and the cold blue glow of her phone screen. She had changed since that morning. The baggy sweatpants and tank Barado were gone, replaced by a black silk camisole and matching shorts. Her hair was loose, slightly tousled, as if she had run her fingers through it. She looked ready to go to bed, or to war. I couldn't tell which. I turned on a lamp. Cheer. Natalia jerked her head up, her eyes locked on mine. Those blue irises had turned into shards of glacial ice, cold and unforgiving. That happened. His nostrils flared slightly. Once. Twice. He inhaled slowly and deliberately, without taking his eyes off mine. And I knew it. The sweet floral scent of Emi's perfume clung to my jacket, a scent so different from Natalia's preferred citrus notes that it could have been a neon sign saying another woman was here. Centuredo distinctive, especially when you try to hide behind a holographic soda ad. The mask of cold fury on Natalia's face shattered. Her eyes widened and her lips parted in shock. A blush spread from her cheeks to her neck. I didn't do it. I have no idea what you're talking about. Seriously? I circled the couch like a shark, running my fingers along the back. So you weren't the one in the hoodie and baseball cap outside Cloud 9? Or the one hanging around the fountain when she went through Elysian threads? I stopped, right behind her. Or the one watching from across the courtyard that afternoon. Natalia's breath caught in her throat and her shoulders Barado. She was trapped, and she knew it. Your vigilance was lax, she continued, turning me to look at her again. And your lack of faith is disappointing. It requires Barado, a lesson in self-control. I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out a small, clear bottle. Click! I opened the lid. Inside were 5 small, shiny pink pills. I placed one in the palm of my hand. Strength Boosting Pill, Chapter 94. Centuredo does what the winner wants. No questions asked. Natalia stared at me, her shoulders rising and falling rapidly. I could almost see the battle raging inside her. Pride versus longing, anger versus hesitation. Her gaze flickered between the pill and my face. Centuredo, she said, in a defiant whisper. I nodded slowly and with satisfaction. Well done. I got up and went to my room. 2 minutes. Meet me in my room. I walked away without looking back, hearing her footsteps behind me. Inside my room, I turned on the bedside lamp, illuminating the space with a dim, amber light and long shadows. I took off my jacket and hung it carefully on the back of my desk chair, then sat on the edge of the bed to wait. A minute later, the faint, muffled rhythm of a pop song drifted from Natalia's room. Soundproofing. Smart girl. I smiled to myself. The door opened and Natalia's silhouette appeared in the doorway. She wore a simple camisole and matching shorts. Her expression was carefully serene, but I could see the slight tremor in her hands as she closed the door behind her. I stood up, creating distance between us. I extended my palm with the small tablet in the center. Last chance to back out. I'm not the one who's going to break. She came closer and took the tablet from my hand. Our fingers brushed for an instant, and we both pulled back. Interesting. We're already prepared for this, right? We took the pills at the same time, washing them down with water from the glass on my nightstand. Then we sat on opposite sides of the room, Me by the bed, her near the door. The system interface flickered in my vision. Stamina boost effect. Increased energy and active bravado for 6 hours. Warning. Side effects may include heightened emotional response, temporary attachment, and in rare cases, visions of the goddess Aphrodite offering unsolicited relationship advice. What the heck? Visions? I barely had time to process this new information when a strange, unfamiliar feeling began to wash over me, starting at the center of my bravado and extending outward. I felt a subtle shift in my awareness, as though my perception had suddenly sharpened. Censurato, his voice harsher than he intended. But we're already feeling it, aren't we? Natalia glanced away in bravado, and the small gesture caught my attention. I shifted my position, trying to appear nonchalant. The rules are simple, I continued, Censurato a drop slowly sliding down her temple. I forced myself to look at her face again. Comfortable, princess? He asked mockingly. Natalia narrowed her eyes. She gathered her hair. Censurato. My king, do you feel the pressure yet? I studied her carefully, taking in the scene before me. When my eyes met hers, I didn't bother to hide the concern I felt. The night has only just begun, princess, I said softly. Let's see who collapses first. The effects of the pill intensified with each passing second. Every small sensation was amplified tenfold. The weight of my clothes, the touch of the air against my skin, the beating of my own heart. And beneath all this, a craving that becomes increasingly insistent and demands to be satisfied. This was going to be the longest night of my life. Chapter 95. The first rule of Fight Club is no touching. Wow. Every nerve in my bravado awoke instantly. The cotton of my shirt brushed against my skin as if it were alive, each fiber a gentle bravado against me. The air from the vent became a cool breeze on my neck. I could feel my heartbeat in my fingertips, in my ears, through my entire bravado. Natalia wasn't hiding her discomfort well either. Censurato. A faint pulse was visible at the front of her neck. It's intense. The word filled the sudden silence. I blinked, and suddenly there was someone else in the room. Floating beside Natalia, a tiny, shimmering woman, barely larger than my hand, hovered. Translucent wings fluttered silently behind her as she floated, her arms crossed gently across her bravado, draped in wisps of ethereal fabric. Her hair flowed around her like liquid rose gold, cascading in perfect curls, and her eyes sharp, wise, ancient studded into mine with a playful look. Oh, look at this one, she whispered directly into my mind, her tone calm and deliberate, unheard by me. So confident. This should be interesting. Are you ready to begin, my new champion? I stared at the apparition for 3 seconds before I clearly remembered the warning in the pill's description. Visions of the goddess Aphrodite offering advice on unsolicited relationships. Fantastic. I'm blown away by a charming fairy godmother. Censurato. No cheating. The first one to break the rules loses. I went over to my bed and sat on the edge. The sheets rustled beneath me with an unusually loud sound in the quiet room, each cotton fiber shifting against my skin. I gestured toward my desk chair, a few feet away. Have a seat. Natalia stepped away from the door, composing herself. She crossed the room slowly, steadying her breath. Each step felt difficult, and she grimaced with discomfort, her muscles tense with restraint. Censurato, clenching her fists in a desperate attempt to stay calm. One of her hands gripped the arm of the chair so tightly that her knuckles had turned white, tendons visible beneath the skin. The silence stretches between us, tense and dangerous like a tripwire. I reached for my phone, Censurato showing slow-motion shots of the hunter dodging attacks from a slippery horror, whose aspect manifested as golden chains binding the creature in a dazzling display of power and precision. But he wasn't watching the video. He was watching her, memorizing every micro-expression that crossed her flushed face. Natalia's eyes weren't on the screen. They were fixed on my hand as I moved, glancing briefly at my wrist before looking up toward my arm. Her gaze followed my sleeve for a moment, as if she were studying what I was doing. How boring. Aphrodite floated in front of me, blocking my view of Natalia with a petulant flapping of her wings. She is begging for your attention. Look at her. She can barely sit still. Will you just sit there, or will you act? A god? Claim your moment. I waved my hand through the apparition, trying to dispel it. She simply laughed, with a sound like tiny silver bells, and floated away to one side, leaving a trail of glittering dust that dissolved before it touched the ground. I looked up from my phone and met Natalia's gaze, a look that seemed deeper than mere friendship. She gave me a slow, "Did you find anything interesting?" She looked away, breaking eye contact at first. "Nothing in particular," she said, her voice hesitant. "And you? Have you seen anything unusual?" The question had an odd emphasis, laden with unspoken meaning. Could she also see Aphrodite? Was she experiencing her own hallucination? "The usual," I replied carefully, watching her reaction. "Why? Are you?" Natalia shook her head too quickly, her hair sliding over her shoulders. "No, nothing." Centuredo, leaning back slightly. Each movement shifted her weight against the bench. "We sit here. We talk. We wait. And we'll see who breaks down first." Chapter 96. An unwelcome companion. Natalia stirred again. Each movement made her wince, judging by her expression. "Centuredo, okay," she said, with a tremor she couldn't suppress. "Let's talk. Tell me about your date with Emmy." I raised an eyebrow, immediately recognizing the jealous tone. "Jealous? She's my best friend," Natalia replied, digging her fingers into the fabric of her skirt. "She doesn't know what she's getting herself into with you." There was a protective fierceness in her voice, but underneath, it hid something more possessive, more personal. "Oh, jealousy." Aphrodite clasped her tiny hands together, the miniature goddess practically trembling with excitement on my shoulder. "This is getting good. Play with that, champ. Twist the knife." "She seemed really happy today," I said casually, leaning back to watch Natalia's reaction. "We had a great time. She's sweet." I lingered on that last word, letting it hang between us like bait. Natalia's eyes sparkled. "Centuredo, and when will that be?" Natalia asked. "After you've gone to see her? After you've won her over? She's already growing closer, and you helped make it happen, princess. Remember that." Natalia's hands clenched into fists in her lap, her knuckles white from the bravado of the grip. The battle between her loyalty to Emmy and her newfound devotion to me was reflected in her features with exquisite detail. "I wanted to be the only one," she whispered to Aphrodite, her voice cheerful and playful as she floated near Natalia's rigid figure. "You still don't understand your grand design, do you? She thinks she's special." "She's special," he murmured softly, surprised by my own admission. "What?" Natalia asked abruptly, turning her attention to me. "Nothing," I replied. "I'm just thinking it out loud." I stood up abruptly. I needed to move, to do something before I completely lost control. Natalia tensed, watching me suspiciously, her posture tense and guarded. "Relax," I said, noticing how she was following my bravado. "I'm just going to get some water. Want some?" She stood up, her neck stretching as she bravado, and I headed toward the kitchen to fill a glass. I walked toward the small refrigerator I kept in a corner of my room. Each step was deliberate and careful. My attention, every muscle, and every tendon sharpened to an almost unbearable degree. I felt Natalia's gaze upon me, following my every move like a hunter stalking its next target. I took out 2 bottles of water, uncapped one, and gulped down the rest. The cold liquid slid down my throat, transforming into a completely new feeling under the influence of the lozenge. Each sip was a rush of sensory information that felt surprisingly intense. I paused to take it all in, Centuredo, extending the second bottle of water and observing her internal struggle reflected on her face. She approached cautiously, stopping just out of reach. As she took the bottle, she was careful not to touch our fingers, maintaining that last fragile barrier between us. "Thank you," he said stiffly. The formality was a thin shield against the chemical storm raging inside him. She drank, watching the simple, unconscious grace of the movement as she finished her glass. A drop of water escaped, sliding down her chin. Centuriato floating among us with mischievous delight, her tiny figure gleaming in the afternoon light. She's restless, champion. She's eager for a challenge. Shut up, I whispered. The words escaped before I could stop them. Natalia's eyes widened in offense. Excuse me? Not you, I said quickly, cursing my loss of control. I'm just thinking out loud again. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously, watching me with renewed scrutiny. You're acting strange. Stranger than usual. There was a new awareness in her gaze, searching for what I might be hiding. I laughed, a harsh sound in the silent room, grazing my heightened senses. Centuriato, visible evidence of her attempt to stay calm. I stood there, leaning against the wall. The distance between us seemed both too great and too small, a contradiction that reflected the tension between us. How are you holding up? Natalia glared at me. Centuriato, against your side? He asked, noticing her expression shift at those words. Your barato? Her eyes gleamed with something intense, something determined. Yes, she whispered, confessing something that came from deep within her. It's too much. Everything is too much. For me too, I admitted, surprised by the confession. Every movement is. I can feel everything. The fabric of my clothes. The air. My own heartbeat. Each word seemed to deepen the mood, drawing us into a shared experience that was both intense and curious. We're getting somewhere, Aphrodite said, clasping her tiny hands together with glee. Her small figure practically glowed with satisfaction. Talking is a step up, champ, and she's ready for more. How much time has passed? Natalia asked, her voice tense and with a hint of despair. Check my phone. The screen was so bright it almost hurt my eyes. 23 minutes. She groaned. Centuriato, princess. We fell silent again, the air between us thick with unspoken tension. Every breath, every movement, every accidental glance was a new wave of anticipation, pulling at someone already overwhelmed by the moment. And we still had 5 hours and 37 minutes left. Welcome to the game, children, Aphrodite whispered, sitting cross-legged on my barato like a curious parrot, her small eyes sparkling with immortal amusement. May the most skilled competitor win. Chapter 97. Aphrodite told me to do it. Natalia shifted uncomfortably in the leather armchair, adjusting her position as the slick material shifted beneath her legs. Centuriato, and I was already losing my mind. Her gaze shifted to Satori, who was leaning against the wall with that infuriating half-smile. How could he look so serene when his whole body was a live wire? His nonchalant posture, one leg crossed over the other and his arms folded, was an act designed to drive her mad. I need another drink, he announced, getting up from his chair. The room tilted for a moment as blood rushed to her head, forcing her to grip the armrest for balance. Crossing the floor became a challenge. Each step vibrated through her hypersensitive body. The floorboards creaked beneath her bare feet, an unbearable sound in the otherwise silent room. She could feel satirist eyes on her, watching her from across the room. At the water dispenser, Natalia filled a glass with trembling hands. The cold of the glass against her palm sent shivers down her arm. Centuriato. Her gaze was fixed on the path the water had taken, her jaw so clenched that a muscle twitched in her cheek. She barato hard. A wave of focus washed over her. For the barato, since taking the medication, Natalia felt more than just disorienting confusion. She felt in control. And then he saw her. Standing in the doorway, bathed in moonlight, she encountered a woman of unimaginable beauty. Tall and statuesque, with hair flowing like liquid silver and eyes that emanated ancient wisdom. She wore a flowing dress that seemed woven from the very light of the stars. And although Natalia knew it couldn't be real, the vision was so vivid that she almost lost her breath. He sits on his throne while you perch on a stool like a commoner, the goddess told her directly, her voice melodious and authoritative. This will not work. A queen does not wait. A queen takes. Natalia blinked and the vision faded, but the words remained, echoing within her. She saw a deck of cards on Satyr's nightstand. Without asking permission, she picked them up, fanning them with a flick of her wrist. "This is boring," he said, his voice dropping into a raspy purr he barely recognized. "How about a real game? Something with higher stakes?" Satori raised an eyebrow, and a slow, dangerous smile spread across his face. "Too easy. You'd be cornered in 10 minutes. The casual arrogance of his statement made her bravado boil, while simultaneously causing frustration to rise within her. "What do you think of this?" she continued, stepping away from the wall. "We play. Every time we lose a hand, 10 cents, something I've never told anyone. A secret." Her dark eyes gleamed in the dim light. "Every time I lose, I'll do the same." Natalia hesitated. This was far more dangerous than baring her soul. The rational part of her brain screamed at her to refuse. "Do you want to see your soul?" The goddess voice whispered in her mind. "Then show her a glimpse, my queen, and in return, you will take hers." "Okay," he said, approaching her, his voice tense. They went to the center of the room, sat cross-legged on the floor, the blanket between them. The space between them seemed charged with electricity, a no-man's land neither dared to cross. Satori shuffled the cards. The rustling sounded unusually loud in the quiet room. Each click of the cards followed the rhythm of her pounding heart. She dealt 5 cards to each of them. Natalia looked at her hand, trying to focus through the fog of distraction that clouded her mind. 2 8s, a 5, a jack, and a queen. Not bad, but not great either. She discarded the 5 and the jack, receiving a 3 and a 7 instead. His heart sank. A couple of 8s. Useless. Satori revealed his hand. A pair of JS. "Looks like I won the first round," he said as he picked up the cards. Natalia's throat went dry. She had lost. Of course she had lost. Her mind wasn't working properly. Her thoughts were scattered by the constant awareness of the room, of her proximity, of the tight focus of the game, and her lingering tension. Satori neither gloated nor listened. Instead, he gazed at her with an intensity that seemed to dismantle all her defenses, leaving her emotionally naked before him. "Tell me," he said, in a soft, non-resisting voice, "what is your greatest fear?" Natalia's initial instinct was to change the subject, to lie, to give a superficial answer about spiders or heights. But something in Satyr's steady gaze made her stop. To become nothing, she finally whispered, the truth ripped from the depths of her being. "To be forgotten. I'm afraid that, no matter how much I train, no matter how good I am, it'll never escape my father's shadow. That'll always be Luca Kuzmina's daughter, never just Natalia." Satori advances slowly, her expression unreadable. "I see you, Natalia." His words enveloped her heart, squeezing it painfully. How was it possible that he always knew exactly what to say? It wasn't fair. She shuffled the cards again and dealt another hand. This time, Natalia forced herself to concentrate, carefully evaluating her options before discarding. 3 queens. Her lips curved in satisfaction as she laid down her cards. The 2 pairs of Satori, 10 and 6, could not compete with his hand. "Your turn," she said. Satori lay back, propping himself up on his hands, a contemplative expression on his face. "Before I made the decision to change," she said slowly, "sometimes I wished I were dead." Chapter 98. Censuredo, a disappointment, a 0. "No one saw me. Until you." Natalia remembered how she had treated him before, with contempt, with disgust, with callous cruelty. The memory made her stomach churn, and shame rose in her throat. She could recall with perfect clarity the countless times she had passed him in the hallway. His bravado curled in disgust, or the biting remarks he had made within earshot, without bothering to lower his voice because she didn't matter enough to him to deserve even that small courtesy. "Satori, the apology went unspoken, inadequate and pathetic in the face of what she had done. Another round interrupted, shuffling the cards with skillful hand bravado, the clinking of the cards filling the silence between them. The game continued, each hand bringing them closer as partners. The pills heightened her awareness until Natalia felt herself overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Censuredo, the drug loosened her tongue, dismantling the carefully constructed walls around her deepest fears. Recognition, she admitted, the word escaping her lips before she could reconsider. Not just from my father or the academy, but from you. I want to know that I'm not just another pillar in your alliance, that I'm not replaceable, that when you find other women, you incorporate them into your ensemble. They won't just be part of the collection. The vulnerability of the confession made her feel completely exposed, bare in a way that had nothing to do with her clothing. She couldn't look at him, but instead focused on the intricate pattern of the carpet beneath them, tracing the swirls with her gaze as if they contained a secret code that could save her from this moment of raw honesty. "You are my queen," Satori said simply, as if it were the most obvious truth in the world, requiring no elaboration or proof. Cinceredo, would he ever say the same to Emmy? Would he call her his queen when Natalia wasn't around? The fourth hand was dealt. Natalia won again. The cards seemed to yield to her will as her confidence grew, as if she sensed the desperate need to control this dangerous game. "Your secret?" she asked, Cinceredo, pooling in her lower abdomen. "I'm afraid of what I'm becoming," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Of what I'm capable of. There are times when I look at myself and I don't recognize the person looking back. It's as if I'm seeing someone else wearing my skin, making my decisions." Cinceredo the predator lurking behind her eyes. "Is that why you keep people away?" he asked, leaning slightly forward. "Because you're afraid of what they'll see if they look too closely?" Satori was ringing, but it didn't reach her eyes, leaving them cold and calculating. "That's a question for another hand, princess." The fifth round went to Satori. Natalia's face flushed, heat rising to her cheeks so quickly she felt dizzy. It was a sensitive topic, more personal than talking about her fears or insecurities. She was digging into the moment her perception had shifted, the instant when what was appropriate had become forbidden. "It was when you carried me into the cell," she admitted, the words coming reluctantly, torn from some secret corner of herself. "After I collapsed, I felt so safe in your arms, so protected." Cinceredo. But he didn't move. His quick, uneven breathing revealed his reaction to her words and his strained composure. "Another round," he said, his voice slightly trembling as he picked up the cards with unsteady fingers. As she shuffled the cards, Natalia realized that this game was far more dangerous than she had imagined. They weren't just exchanging secrets. They were methodically dismantling defenses, exposing vulnerabilities, forming a closeness that transcended the physical, building something terrifyingly close to addiction. 4 hours and 10 minutes remain. Chapter 99, How to Win, I Lost My Hand. Natalia's eyes lit up with triumph, a slight smile playing at the corner of her lips as she put the cards down. She was improving, finding her rhythm, or maybe I was just losing focus. It's hard to keep a poker face when your full attention is being pulled in every direction and a miniature Greek goddess is trying to perch on your bravado. "My turn," Natalia said, her low, even voice drawing focus. She took her time, considering her question, observing me with her piercing eyes. I could almost see the gears turning behind her, weighing which secret she wanted to extract from me most. "Why did you choose that sad song at the karaoke bar?" he finally asked. The question caught me off guard. I was expecting something more directly related to us, to this strange relationship we were building. Something about Emmy, perhaps, or about my plans for her. Instead, she opted for something seemingly innocuous, but surprisingly personal. Before I could reply, Aphrodite materialized right in front of me, her tiny features contorted in a dramatic pout. Barely 6 inches tall, she was a perfect miniature goddess with golden hair that moved like liquid and a shimmering chitin that seemed to change color with her mood. Currently, it was a jealous red. "Are you going to talk about your pathetic past life?" she asked, her voice somehow sounding petulant. "Or are you going to tell this girl how beautiful she is? Look at me. Tell me I'm beautiful." It fluttered around my head like an angry hummingbird, its wings a blur of rainbow light. "I'll ignore it," focusing on Natalia's expectant face. "It reminded me of someone I knew," I said carefully. It wasn't entirely a lie. I had heard the song in a seedy bar in Yamaguchi-gumi, where a failed saloon singer was belting it out while Yakuza lieutenants argued about who should disappear that week. Then I added, lowering my voice to almost a whisper, but the one he was singing it to was you. Natalia went still, and her expression sharpened. The lie had been perfect, like a knife between the ribs, finding the exact space between the bones. Liar! Aphrodite shrieked, getting dangerously close to my ear. You weren't even thinking about her. You were thinking about that blue-haired girl. Look at me when I'm talking to you. I continued to ignore the goddess, maintaining eye contact with Natalia. The tiny deity was becoming increasingly agitated, beating her wings furiously. You were just like your father, you know? He hissed. So cold, so calculating. Sometimes I wonder if you could be one of my sons. No mortal has your gift for manipulating women's hearts without feeling a thing. A son of Aphrodite? Me? If I had any divine lineage, I'd probably be Hades, or maybe Loki, some god of the underworld or chaos. Not the goddess of love and beauty. I shuffled the cards for another round, hiding my irritation. Having a hallucination that wouldn't shut up was quickly tiring me out. It's my turn to deal, I said, dealing the cards. The physical act helped me connect with reality, diverting my attention from the lingering unease as we continued our game. We played in silence for a few moments. The only sounds were the rustling of the cards and our steady conversation between turns. Every move on the table shifted the energy of the match. I could hear Natalia's heartbeat from across the floor, or perhaps it was my own, echoing in my ears. The whole room seemed to be underwater, with muffled, distorted sounds, yet somehow painfully sharp. I win, I said, laying down my cards. Hearts as expected. Natalia's face darkened, and her cards fell from her slightly trembling fingers. What do you want to know? She asked, gathering her courage. Did you think about me before? When you still hated me? He asked, watching her closely. Natalia looked away, taking a slow, deep breath to steady herself. She steadied her nerves and met his gaze again. The Barado tendons moved beneath her skin. The tiny pulse point at the base of her throat fluttered like a trapped bird. Yes, she finally admitted, her voice barely audible. I used to have these dreams. Nightmares, I called them, where you'd find me somewhere at school, startle me, and, Cinceredo, she lies to make you feel special, Aphrodite whispered in my ear. She's never loved anyone but herself. The next hand went to Natalia. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation of victory as she asked, what attracted you to me? Really, not what you told yourself, but the truth. Your strength, I said simply. The way you carried yourself, as if you owned the world, as if nothing could touch you. I wanted to see what was beneath all that armor. I wanted to be the one who finally broke through. What initially attracted me to Natalia was much simpler. She was the test the system had imposed on me. But there was enough truth in what I said to convince me. I was fascinated by her strength, the challenge she represented. Natalia moves forward slowly, accepting my answer. I saw that she was pleased, that it matched her own image. The next hours blurred together as the pills reached their peak effect. Every feeling was amplified to an almost unbearable degree. The hum of the ceiling fan felt like a sharp vibration under my skin. The weight of my clothes was heavy and uncomfortable. Every seam and fiber pressed against me. I could smell everything. Natalia's perfume, the detergent on her clothes, a faint warm Barado clinging to her skin. Natalia, standing before me, was no better. Her arms were wrapped tightly around herself, as if she were trying to hold herself together. Her breathing was shallow and rapid, her eyes wide and alert in the dim light. Every few minutes, a small shiver ran through her, and she pressed her Barado together tightly. I leaned against the bed, my hands gripping the frame, every muscle taut with tension. I felt like a guitar string that's been tuned too tightly, about to snap at the slightest touch. Last hand, I said, my voice harsher than I intended. The winner takes all. Natalia advanced, her movements abrupt and uncoordinated as she gathered her cards. I observed her face closely, searching for clues. Despite her condition, she maintained an admirable poker face, revealing nothing. I laid my cards on the table, 3 of a kind. It wasn't my best hand, but it was respectable. Natalia's face darkened as she revealed her cards. A pair of jacks. Nothing more. I win, I said with a satisfaction that completely overwhelmed me. And this time, I'm not asking you for any secrets. Natalia looked up, confusion reflected on her face. What do you mean? I'm giving you an order, I said, leaning forward slightly. Hand over the file. That's not. We agreed to share secrets, didn't we? We agreed to play cards, and the loser would answer one question truthfully. I corrected her. But that was our second game. Our first game is still on, the one where we see who breaks first. I'm just raising the stakes. Chapter 100. A Dance of the Devil. Natalia held my gaze for a long time, her shoulders rising and falling with quick, shallow breaths. The room felt heavy, like the air before lightning. Then, with a defiant tilt of her chin, she tugged at her jacket and slipped it off in one fluid motion. The garment landed somewhere behind her, forgotten. My heart sank. She sat across from me, dressed in a simple black outfit. The cool air in the room made her shiver slightly. A small, sharp gasp escaped her at the cold. Darn it, she muttered under her breath, the remote dangling by a thread. Centuriato clapping her tiny hands. Now I'll make the rest quite enough. Make him beg you. I stood up, my legs trembling from sitting cross-legged for so long. Natalia followed my movements like prey watching a predator, her body tensing slightly as I passed her on my way to my desk. I picked up my phone, browsed my music library, Centuriato. Her movements fluid and graceful despite her obvious nervousness. She stood awkwardly for a few seconds, swaying slightly to find her rhythm. Aphrodite floated up to my ear. She won, the goddess whispered. She's too proud. But Natalia surprised us both. As the rhythm seeped into her bones, something changed in her posture. She closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again with a new intensity. She began to move to the music, at first hesitantly, then with growing confidence. This wasn't a club dance or a choreographed routine. It was something much more personal and deeply expressive. Centuriato, 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 Centuriato. The effects of the pill had reached their peak, making everything feel overwhelming and difficult to manage. Natalia's dancing became more frantic, more erratic. Her rhythm faltered with each verse, overwhelmed by the combination of the pill, the emotional exposure, and her own restless frustration. She stopped moving abruptly, breathing heavily as her shoulders rose and fell. Tears of pure frustration sprang to her eyes, glistening in the dim light. I can't, she whispered, her voice breaking. Please, Satori, please. The desperation in her voice almost broke me. Seeing the proud and fierce Natalia reduced to begging for mercy was satisfying. Aphrodite let out a triumphant chuckle and fluttered around the room in circles of golden light. She is losing her resolve, the goddess sang. Look how humbled she appears. Natalia froze for a moment, her inner struggle etched on her face. Then, with visible determination, she took a trembling step toward me. Then another, and another. She crossed the invisible barrier we had established between us and stopped right in front of me, so close I could feel the warmth radiating from her skin. She began, then took a deep breath. Her eyes locked onto mine, vulnerable yet determined. She reached out, her hand visibly trembling, and placed her palm over my heart. The moment of contact was powerful. A collective, shuddering gasp echoed through the room. From her, from me, perhaps even from the goddess who watched. Centuriato. This was no longer just a test of willpower. It was an honest moment, a heartfelt admission, a sincere request. I glanced down at her hand resting near my barato, then back in her eyes. The composure ID maintained broke down completely. The attempt to seem unaffected disappeared, leaving only vulnerability. I felt a rush of triumph. My barato curved into a slow, wolfish grin. You lose, princess. Chapter 101. Aphrodite was here. Management assumes no responsibility. Before she could answer, I stepped toward her and caught her barato. The sudden contact surprised us both. Centuriato, 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 when I set her down gently. She refused to let go, her fingers desperately gripping my shirt, clinging to me as though afraid I would disappear. Her expression was intense and unguarded, and the calm composure she usually wore completely fell away. "You betrayed me," she said, her voice breaking. "Centuriato, you always know just how to get under my skin," she said, turning her head away from me with a small, reluctant smile. "Just like you, following me around town, watching me with Emmy." I noticed her tense at the mention of her friend's name. "Sometimes I hate you," he whispered, but he stepped closer to me. "Centuriato, Centuriato, Centuriato," her eyes locked onto mine, rebellion clashing with defiance. The proud, untouchable Natalia Kuzmin, heir to a Hunter legacy, social queen, the girl who once looked down on me, was now cornered, struggling to resist. "What if I say no?" she asked, but there was a tremor in her voice that betrayed her. Centuriato, stepping back to look her in the eyes. "I may be difficult, but I would never barato you. Barato to be sure. Barato to ask for me. Barato to choose me with your eyes wide open." Natalia stared at me, her pulse visibly pounding in her throat. Finally, she relaxed before me. The tension left her. Her gaze softened, though the fire remained. "I'm yours," she whispered. "I've been yours since that night in the dungeon. Perhaps even before." Confessing it seemed to terrify her and set her free at the same time. Something warm and unfamiliar expanded in my barato at her words. Not just triumph or the thrill of victory. Centuriato, 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 trying to rationalize the unfamiliar emotions that were overwhelming me. Natalia pulled back slightly, confusion etched on her face. "Who is Aphrodite?" She frowned, momentarily breaking the spell between us. I looked around, but the miniature goddess had vanished. No golden light, no tinkling laughter, no whispers of encouragement. Only Natalia and I, alone in the growing darkness. Any divine witnesses who might have been present had departed, satisfied with their work. "No one," I said, turning to her. "Just a hallucination." My fingers traced the curve of her cheek. "Sometimes you're so weird," she said. "Centuriato, Centuriato, 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 Centuriato." Trying to get closer, I stepped back to create some space. "Patient queens are rewarded. Enough patience," she whispered, and her telekinesis briefly ignited a purple glow in the air. The photograph on my nightstand smashed to the floor. I laughed in a low, dark voice. "Careful, princess." Centuriato, 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 Centuriato. Her barato had a feline grace, like a queen deigning to approach her subject. Except that we both knew who was really in charge. He knelt before her, his hands resting at his sides. "And now what, your majesty?" The sarcasm in his tone couldn't hide the tension in the air. "Centuriato, Centuriato, 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 Centuriato. Her barato trembling as she screamed. Her concentration broke, telekinetic energy erupting uncontrollably. A pen on the nightstand briefly levitated before falling to the floor with a metallic clang, barely perceptible through her daze. Satori didn't slow down. In fact, Centuriato, Centuriato, standing over him with wide eyes, her hands trembling slightly, reality finally dawned on her. As she looked at his face, her racing mind tried to process what was happening. This was Satori, her stepbrother, the boy she had once despised, now transformed into this man who led the team with natural confidence. "What are you waiting for?" she said, smiling confidently and placing her hands on her barato. "Show me what you can do." Natalia stepped up beside him. Centuriato, 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 more intense, more terrifying. An ever-increasing pressure gripped her, expanding like a supernova about to explode. Her eyes widened in confusion and alarm. "Satori, I think something's happening." The words caught in his throat as an overwhelming rush of power surged through him, too great to put into words. Senshirado. Satori. Chapter 104. A powerful feeling surged through her as a brilliant light flashed behind her eyes. The intense pressure suddenly released like a dam breaking, flooding her with overwhelming energy as her surroundings dissolved into a vivid, electric moment. "My room is a mess, and I liked it." A cry escaped her as a sudden wave of panic surged through her. She curled up beneath the blanket, breathing rapidly as the unexpected shock left her shaken and disoriented. At that very moment, her telekinetic abilities erupted uncontrollably. Everything in the room that wasn't secured books, the lamp, playing cards, strewn clothing was violently flung into the air. The objects spun in a chaotic orbit around the bed like a miniature galaxy. Through the floating chaos that surrounded them, Senshirado, their forms merged in a powerful barato, their energies intertwining as one claimed the other completely. Gradually, the floating objects fell back to the ground, settling with soft thumps and musical chimes as their peak intensity subsided and their powers returned to dormancy. Natalia rested quietly beneath the blanket, her breathing steady, her mind calm with contentment, her limbs heavy and still in the twilight glow. But Satori didn't move away. She propped herself up on her elbows, spoke softly near his ear, and continued the conversation. A slow, thoughtful, Senshirado, he held her close and positioned her carefully, speaking softly in a calm, reassuring tone. "I'm going to take care of everything tonight," he said gently, his voice wrapping around her like a warm blanket. "And we'll see it through together every step of the way. Like the good queen you are." The words should have frightened her, should have triggered alarm bells and panic. Instead, they stirred a deep sense of resolve that moved through her with quiet intensity. The thought of securing a future for his heir, of being chosen and claimed by him in the most meaningful way possible, only deepened her emotional connection, strengthening her trust in his devotion. "Yes," she whispered, pulling him closer with heartfelt sincerity. "Please, let us belong completely to each other." Senshirado. Another wave of emotion washed over her, gentler than the previous explosive one, but no less intense. When it finally rose up, it was like being immersed in warm honey, a slow, sweet feeling so complete it bordered on the transcendent. Natalia's consciousness shattered into brilliant fragments. Senshirado, distinctive scent of ozone that always accompanied her telekinesis. "We completely destroyed your room," Natalia murmured, her voice hoarse from shouting as she noticed the overturned furniture and belongings scattered on the floor like the aftermath of a localized hurricane. Satori chuckled, and the deep sound vibrated pleasantly through his barato against her back. "Worth every broken object." Natalia stirred slightly in his arms, feeling the warmth of the moment between them. She took a slow breath, letting the experience settle around her. Senshirado. She had never imagined finding such profound satisfaction in belonging to another, in surrendering all control. Her entire life had revolved around proving her worth, maintaining perfect composure and an ironclad independence. Yet there, after her complete capitulation, she felt strangely liberated, as if in acceptance, she had found a freedom she had never known existed. "What happens now?" she asked quietly, a hint of vulnerability in her voice despite her best efforts. Satori moved her hand gently from the woman's barato to rest reassuringly on her barato. "Now rest for a while." Senshirado, yes, she agreed without hesitation, turning in his arms to face him. Her fingers traced the firm line of his jaw, her eyes studying the face of the man who had completely won her over in every way. Satori isolated him, and that intense gleam returned to her dark eyes, quickening his heart once more. Senshirado, refusing to fit properly in the lock. She adjusted her grip, trying to stabilize her hand while supporting Lucas' enormous weight against her side. "What a stubborn little thing," he muttered, wiggling the key harder. Luca stumbled dangerously, almost knocking them against the hallway wall. "Be careful with that," he slurred, his breath thick with whiskey. "It's an expensive door." "I know very well how much our door cost, dear," Kimiko replied, finally feeling the satisfying click as the latches aligned. "You reminded me of it every day for a month after the installation." The door burst open, revealing their darkened apartment. Kimiko ushered them inside, kicking the door shut behind her, her arms still supporting her husband's powerful frame. Luca stood 6 feet 5 inches of pure muscle, and, in his current state, he had the coordination of a newborn giraffe. "And then I said," Luca continued with a joke he'd been trying to tell for 10 minutes, "That's not a crawler. That's my mother-in-law." He burst into laughter at his own joke, and the echo resonated in the silence of his home. "Yes, darling. How funny," said Kimiko, giving him an affectionate pat on the chest. "Let's get him to bed before you wake up the whole building." She guided him through the living room, skillfully navigating the corners of the furniture that had grazed Lucas' shins on many similar nights. Years of practice had taught her the optimal route to their bedroom, one that minimized both noise and potential bruising. "I love you, Kimmy," Luca murmured as he helped him sit on the edge of the king-size bed, his large hands fiddled with his shoelaces. "Leave me alone," she said, kneeling down to take off his boots. The worn leather was still warm from the heat of his feet. "And I love you too, you ridiculous man." She helped him take off his jacket and hung it carefully in the closet. Luca was very particular about his clothes, even when he was about to die. When she turned around, he had already collapsed onto the mattress, sprawled across the sheets like a felled tree. A thunderous snore erupted from him almost immediately. Kimiko stared at him for a moment, this powerful B-rank hunter reduced to a snoring lump. She brushed her teeth and changed quickly in the bathroom, eager to get to bed. The charity gala had gone on much longer than expected, and the numerous champagne toasts had left her pleasantly warm. She would need to drink plenty of water tomorrow to avoid a headache. As she emerged from the private bathroom in her silk nightgown, a sound penetrated her consciousness, a thunderous bass line vibrating through the walls of her apartment. Bum-tiss, bum-tiss. Kimiko frowned and looked at the clock on her nightstand. 2:17 a.m. It was Natalia's music, and the volume was frankly ridiculous for that hour. The girl knew better. "Teenagers," he muttered, shaking his head. Luca remained oblivious. His snores created an odd counterpoint to the distant music. Kimiko returned to the hallway, following the pulsating rhythm to Natalia's room. The door was ajar, and a warm light spilled onto the hallway carpet. "Natalia-chan?" He called softly, gently tapping on the door frame. There was no answer from inside, only the insistent rhythm of the music. She opened the door wide, expecting to find her stepdaughter with headphones on, lost in her own world. Instead, she found an empty room. The bed was perfectly made, not a single wrinkle in sight. Typical of Natalia, always immaculate. The only thing that disturbed the order was the high-tech speaker on her desk, vibrating to the rhythm of the music. Kimiko crossed the room and turned down the volume, plunging the space into a regretful silence. She stood there for a moment, puzzled. Why would Natalia leave the music blasting and just disappear? It wasn't like her at all. In the regretful silence, a new sound caught Kimiko's attention. A rhythmic, damp tapping coming from the end of the hallway. "Hit, hit, hit, hit." She frowned. The sound was coming from Satyrus' room. Kimiko's mind, soothed by several glasses of champagne, searched for a logical explanation and found herself momentarily puzzled. "Are you watching something that loud?" She felt a wave of secondhand embarrassment mixed with maternal exasperation. The guy finally gets a date with a pretty girl and comes home to this. She walked towards Satyrus' door, intending to knock loudly and suggest she use headphones, like any civilized person. Censuredo, had she brought a girl home? Emmy? On their first date? Her audacity was shocking. But the woman's voice, it didn't sound like Emmy's cheerful voice. It was deeper, more desperate. She realized the door wasn't properly closed. It was ajar, barely a centimeter. A ray of golden light slipped into the hallway, illuminating her still-raised hand. Curiosity and a growing sense of dread overwhelmed her. Holding her breath, she leaned slightly forward, peering through the small opening. His heart stopped. It wasn't Emmy. It was Natalia. His stepdaughter lay unconscious on the floor, clearly hurt and unable to move. Centuredo, a telekinetic vortex surrounding the couple in bed. Natalia clung tightly to Satori, her arms wrapped firmly around her, as if nothing could separate them. They embraced with a fierce intensity, a desperate connection even as their barato collided. Every strange glance, every moment of tense silence, every absence is inexplicable. Everything clicked into place in Kimiko's mind with the terrifying and undeniable certainty of a falling blade. The secret, the betrayal. Kimiko staggered backward from the doorway, bringing her hand to her mouth to stifle a scream of horror. There was no sound. She moved on autopilot, like a ghost at her own house, retreating down the hallway. Her bare feet made no noise on the plush carpet. She returned to her bedroom. Luca was still snoring like a mountain, blissfully unaware that his world had just imploded. She put on her nightgown with robotic movements, her mind blank with shock. She climbed into bed next to her husband. The springs creaked softly under her weight. She lay on her back, staring at the dark ceiling, Centuredo, but also in confidence and bearing. How she acted like a different person. What she had witnessed was the result of weeks, maybe months of growing tension between them. Something deep, complicated, and volatile. Should we confront them? Tell Luca? Pretend I didn't see anything? Each option seemed equally impossible. Talking about it would make it real, impacting his family life, where it could no longer be ignored. Remaining silent would make him complicit in something he could never tolerate. Centuredo, solemnly asking her why they had to leave their old apartment. We're moving up in life, she had told him, hugging him. Everything will be better now. She had believed it then. She had believed that marrying Luca, joining their families, would give Satori the father she needed, would bring them security and happiness. How naive I had been. Kimiko turned on her side, her back to Luca, who was asleep. She curled up, making herself smaller, trying to disappear into the expensive sheets of her king-size bed. The sound from the hallway had subsided, but Kimiko knew with terrible certainty that the silence wouldn't last. It would start all over again, the cycle of suffering, the endless harm, his children, his family, his failure. My baby, he whispered into the darkness, so low that even Lucas' enhanced hunter senses couldn't detect it. Centuredo, was that really me? I remembered Nell's incessant notifications popping up all night like some overly eager scorekeeper. That persistent busybody couldn't let me enjoy my victory without keeping score, turning even this quiet moment into another spectacle for her amusement. 15 SP for primordial domination. I mentally groaned at the intrusion. Leave me alone and let me work. Of course Nell was watching. To her, it was all a show, and I was just her favorite dancing monkey, entertaining the gods with my corruption and bravado. I needed to review the damage report. Carefully, I began to loosen myself from Natalia's clingy hold, carefully sliding my arm free and gently moving her leg away from mine. She made a soft sound in her sleep, but didn't wake up. She simply curled up in the warm spot ID left behind. Standing by the window, I opened my status screen. The blue light cast intense shadows across my transformed barato, highlighting muscles that had been hidden beneath layers of fat. The march from encounter stood out sharply on my skin. Satoru Nakano level. 1 title. King of the Glasshouse class. None scheme points. 245. I blinked in surprise. 245 SP. ID started the night with just over 100. The gods had been generous with their applause, tossing me their cosmic coin like drunken sailors celebrating a windfall. But what caught my attention was the new title attached to my name, King of the House of Glass. It didn't sound right. It had the flavor of an ambiguous compliment, like being crowned ruler of a kingdom made of fragile promises and blatant lies. My eyes turned towards my attributes. Strength, D, 329 resistance, D, 358 dexterity, D, 258 150 magic, F, 172 agility, D, 283. The dexterity increase made no sense. Why would partnering with Natalia improve my dexterity manual? Unless I pressed the title, and the description expanded before my eyes like an unfolding prophecy of doom. Title: The King of the Glass House. Description: title bestowed upon a ruler who believes in the privacy of their domains, ignoring that all their secrets are visible to the outside world. It is the mark of a conspirator whose greatest triumph is also their greatest vulnerability. Effects: 150 dexterity. Your movements become slightly more subtle and your hand a little quieter. A small advantage for a clumsy artist who desperately needs to learn how not to get caught again. Passive effect: Veil of Lies. The credibility of your lies and the effectiveness of your social manipulation skills increase by 10. You are becoming a better liar out of necessity. Curse effect: Matriarch's Gaze. Cinchureto again. A chilling revelation hit me like a bucket of ice water. The door was unlocked. The loud music from Natalia's room masked our sounds. Music Kimiko would have discovered upon finding Natalia's room empty. The moment of her good night seemed too perfect, too rehearsed. Dang, I whispered, glancing back at Natalia, still asleep. She seemed so peaceful, oblivious to the fact that our private realm had just been violated, that the walls of our sanctuary had eyes and ears we never suspected. Did you know? I screamed in my head, fury rising like a storm. The betrayal felt personal. Cinchureto, Cinchureto. Nil, oh? Tell her. Tell your father. Tell society. The situation is unconventional regardless of your technicalities, and that's what makes this so layered and complicated. I paced the room in silence, weighing my options. This changed everything. Kimiko was sweet, caring, and naive, but not stupid. If she had found out about our secret arrangement, she wouldn't have hidden it. She would have confronted us directly or told Luca. And if Luca found out, he would be dead. Chapter 107. My plan to cover things up involves getting another girlfriend. What could possibly go wrong? No, violence was not an option in this case. This would require something much more subtle, a delicate touch that violence simply could not provide in this particular situation. I headed to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face to clear my head. The man staring back at me from the mirror looked dangerous. His skin was marked with scratches from a previous confrontation. His gaze reflected a cold, analytical determination that would have perfectly suited Kalen Leone's face, but seemed completely out of place on Satoru Nakano's softer features. The dichotomy was disconcerting, even to me. I needed a plan, and I needed it fast before this whole situation spiraled completely out of control. A soft, tentative knock on the bathroom door pulled me from my thoughts. Satori? Natalia's voice, rough from sleep. Are you okay in there? I opened the door and found her standing in the hallway, holding a blanket around her shoulders. Cinchureto in just washing the dishes. She smiled, leaning against the doorframe in a relaxed way that felt natural to her. Last night was. Her cheeks flushed a soft pink. I didn't know I could feel this comfortable. Never. I pulled her toward me for a warm hug, resting my chin gently on her head. A mixture of her expensive shampoo and our shared barato. Now you're mine, I whispered to her. My queen. She nodded softly, her resolve softening in my presence. All yours. Forever. The moment was bittersweet, the perfect reflection of what we had built together, tainted by the certainty that it was already in danger. She had no idea that the throne we shared was already crumbling beneath our feet. We should freshen up, I said, reluctantly withdrawing. Your father and mother might be coming up soon. Dad sleeps in late after guild events, Natalia said, rolling her eyes dismissively. And Kimiko usually lets him sleep in too. We have time. She rested her hand on my barato, leaning in close with a determined look. I took her wrist gently, even though everything in me wanted to give way. First, we need to talk strategy. About Emmy. Changing the subject worked perfectly. Natalia's expression became more serious, thoughtful, although her eyes still retained that possessive gleam that sent shivers down my spine. "And what about her?" she asked, straightening up and instantly assuming the role of strategic partner. "The seed is planted," I said, leading her back to the bedroom. We sat on the edge of the rumpled bed, my mind racing on two parallel issues: Kimiko's immediate and potentially catastrophic problem and Emmy's long-term strategy. "But we must be careful. You can't show jealousy when we're all together." Natalia frowned, a small crease forming between her perfectly shaped eyebrows. "I wasn't jealous. We followed each other through the city in disguise," I said dryly, raising an eyebrow. "With sunglasses and a hat, like a film noir detective." She had the tact to appear embarrassed, with a slight blush on her cheeks. She was worried about our asset, about the success of the mission. "Good." I tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a gesture both affectionate and subtly controlling. "If we want this to work, you have to trust me. Emmy is valuable. Her healing would complement your attack perfectly. With her, would be unstoppable." "I know," Natalia said, with a hint of defensiveness in her voice. She straightened her back slightly. "I was the one who suggested it." "You did it," I nodded, obeying her. "And it was a brilliant suggestion. That's why you're my queen. You see the big picture when others can't." Her expression softened at the praise, and her defensiveness vanished. Predictable. So easy to influence. It was almost too simple. "What do you want me to do?" she said, her eyes fixed on mine, fully cooperative. Perfect. Now I had their full attention, which meant I could steer the conversation toward what I really needed: a way to deal with Kimiko and the ticking time bomb she represented. "First, we need to present a united front," I said, choosing my words carefully. "If anyone suspects anything between us, we will both deny everything. Constantly and without hesitation." "Of course," Natalia said, frowning slightly. "Why do you need to say that? It's obvious." I shrugged indifferently, hiding my true concerns. "I'm just being thorough. Second, we need to be more careful. Last night was eventful. Unforgettable, but risky." "The door," she realized, her eyes opening slightly as understanding appeared on her face. "Exactly," I said. Senatorito Natalia ascended solemnly, running a hand through her tangled hair. "Okay, so what's the plan with Emmy from now on?" "For now, we're maintaining our current course. You're still her friend, her best friend, the one who fully supports her. I'm still interested in her, building that connection. A few days after the gala, we'll suggest a studio Barado. And then?" She leaned slightly forward, eager to know the next steps. "And then we'll see if she's open to trying a different approach. But that's still weeks away. Let's not rush things. Rushing would ruin everything." "She has a unique perspective." Natalia nodded thoughtfully, a hint of protectiveness in her expression. "She's innocent, Satori. We have to be kind to her. She trusts so easily." "Well, do it," I promised, my mind already racing. If Kimiko knew about us, she needed to speed things up with Emmy. A public girlfriend would be an excellent cover. Sensuredo partly, because I needed to feel something real amidst the mountain of lies I was building. We held each other closely for a moment, finding comfort in the connection. "Get dressed," I said when we pulled apart, both of us catching our breath. "They'll make breakfast for everyone." ITLL seemed normal, just another day. Natalia gathered her clothes scattered around the room, picking up the pieces as she found them. I watched her, wondering how much time we had left before our carefully constructed facade crumbled around us. As she headed for the door, I called out to her, "Natalia?" He paused and looked back over his shoulder. His profile was silhouetted against the morning light filtering through the curtains. "Whatever happens," I said, putting all the conviction I could into my voice, "we're in this together. Always." Her smile was radiant and confident, lighting up her whole face. "Always. No matter what." After she left, quietly closing the door behind her, I sank into the edge of the bed, staring at the floor between my feet. Now he was the king of the glass house, ruler of a transparent kingdom where every movement was observed, every secret exposed to maternal eyes that saw too much. "Did you want to be entertained?" he muttered in the unseen presence of Nell and his watching gods. Let's see what you think of this plot Barato, you ruthless spectators. Chapter 108. Breakfast is served, and so is my death sentence. I stood in front of the stove, flipping pancakes with renewed grace. My movements were quiet and deliberate, each carefully controlled. The sizzle of the bacon formed a pleasant background melody, filling the apartment with a welcoming aroma. This wasn't just breakfast, it was my inaugural act, a performance of normalcy when everything had changed. Morning light streamed through the windows, bathing the kitchen in a warm, golden glow. Outside, New Vane City shimmered, its buildings sparkling like jewels against the blue sky. It would have been beautiful if I weren't so acutely aware of the ticking time bomb our family had become. Soft footsteps approached from behind. Natalia entered fresh out of the shower, her hair still damp and faintly smelling of shampoo. She wore light gray loungewear. I noticed a few small blemishes on her neck, lightly covered with makeup. I felt a quiet sense of familiarity. She slid her arms around my Barato from behind, pressing her cheek against my back with a smile. It smells good. You should cook for me more often, she murmured, her voice still a little sleepy from the night before. I Barato up for a split second before relaxing in her Barato. Maybe so, I replied, turning to give him a light kiss on the forehead. Someone has to make sure you eat well between training sessions. Natalia smiles at me, her eyes filled with adoration. If only she knew the storm that was brewing. Since when did you become such a homebody? She asked, reaching out to steal a piece of bacon. I could get used to this. No, I playfully warned him. It's a special occasion. Footsteps approached the kitchen. I immediately recognized my mother's gait. The opening night of our play was over. The main act was about to begin. Kimiko entered the kitchen, dressed in casual weekend clothes. Her face reflected a serene calm, but my newly acquired Curse the Matriarch's gaze allowed me to see what others couldn't. The slight tension around her eyes, the way her smile didn't quite reach them, the subtle hesitation in her movements. To anyone else, she seemed normal. To me, she was a judge who had already passed judgment. Natalia and I parted naturally. I turned to my mother with a warm smile. Good morning, Mom. I thought I'd make breakfast. You and Luca were out late. How thoughtful of you. Darling, Kimiko replied, with a perfect porcelain smile. Her gaze shifted from me to Natalia and then back to me. Do you need help? He asked, approaching the coffee maker. No, I've got that covered, but the coffee is fresh. Thank God, he said, pouring himself a cup. Your father toasted too much with the Miyamoto family last night. How was the charity event? Natalia asked, sitting down at the bar. Her voice sounded casual and her posture relaxed. I had no idea we were being watched. The usual, Kimiko said with a small wave of her hand. Pretentious speeches, mediocre food, excellent alcohol. The guild raised $4 million for the Recovered Project. She took a sip of coffee, her gaze fixed on my face. Satori, did you sleep well? I thought I heard noises in your room last night. My heart skipped a beat, but my face remained impassive. Really? I fell really hard after training yesterday. It must have been something more serious. Kimiko murmured, non-committing. I suppose it could have been the ventilation system. This building has always had its quirks. I went back to the stove, flipping the last batch of pancakes. Breakfast's ready. Shall we wake Luca? No need, said a gruff voice from the doorway. The smell of food took care of it. Luca staggered in, looking like he'd been hit by a train. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled, and his complexion slightly greenish. He wore sweatpants and a wrinkled t-shirt, completing the picture of a man who would suffer the consequences of high society revelry. Coffee, he groaned, making grasping motions with his hands, like a child trying to reach for a Barato. Kimiko laughed, her voice almost convincing. Here, you mess. She handed him a mug. Our son made breakfast for everyone. Luca took a long sip of his coffee and then looked at the counter with genuine surprise. You did all this, son? I'm impressed. It's just breakfast, I said, shrugging. Nothing special. Don't underestimate yourself, Natalia chimed in. She looks incredible. We all sat around the dining room table, the perfect family portrait. The domestic atmosphere was surreal, considering what had happened just a few hours earlier in my room. And what plans do they have for today? Kimiko asked, spreading jam on her pancakes with smooth, slow movements. Training, Natalia said immediately. Studying, I added. The entrance exams are fast approaching. Luca perked up a bit. The food and coffee cheered him up. I'm proud you both. You work hard even on weekends. Hunter's lifestyle requires dedication, Natalia said with complete seriousness. Every day counts. Speaking of dedication, Lucas said, turning to me, how was your date with Emmy yesterday? Kimiko mentioned that you spent the day together. I felt Natalia tense up beside me, though she kept a neutral expression. Under the table, I gave her a reassuring tap on the knee. It was good, I said, my tone carefully calibrated to sound interested, but not overly enthusiastic. We studied at Cloud 9 and then went for a walk. He's very talented. He showed me some of his hunter gear designs. She's very pretty, Kimiko remarked, observing me closely. And her healing aspect is exceptional. Her mother runs that lovely ramen shop in the East District, right? Yes. From Aoyama. She invited me to visit her sometime. You should, Kimiko said, smiling in a way that didn't reach her eyes. Family businesses tell you a lot about a person's values. Their roots. Emmy is a sweetheart, Natalia interjected firmly. We've been friends since high school. She's always been there for me. Good friends are important, Kimiko agreed, looking at us intently. Trust is the foundation of any relationship, don't you think, Satori? Of course, he replied, looking her straight in the eye without blinking. Trust and honesty. Luca, oblivious to the situation, took another bite of the pancake. De fantastique, son. Where did you learn to cook like this? New tube, I lied matter-of-factly. The truth which a former chef had told me about owing money to Yamaguchi Gumi and paying off his debt by cooking for thugs wouldn't have sat well with me at all. He's been hiding something from us, Natalia said with a mocking smile. We could have been eating like this all this time. Better late than never, he joked, returning her smile. We continued eating, the conversation flowing with a painful normalcy. Lucas spoke about his guild's upcoming expeditions. Natalia talked about her training goals. I mentioned some obscure aspects of the gate theory I'd been studying. Meanwhile, Kimiko watched, her gaze sharp and focused, scanning for flaws in our demonstration. As we were inspecting the table, she tapped my arm to get my attention. Her gesture was brief, but it signaled urgency. Satori, she said in a clear, steady voice. Could you help me with the gardening on the terrace for a few minutes? There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Alone. And there it was. The call I'd been dreading since I woke up. The final act of our morning performance. Sure, Mom, I said, my voice not betraying the fear gripping my stomach. Let me finish cleaning. I'll help Natalia with the dishes, offered Luca, already rolling up his sleeves. Go ahead, you two. Natalia glanced at me briefly as I turned to follow Kimiko. There was a hint of doubt, a glimmer of concern. She had noticed something odd about my behavior. Perceptive, my queen. What a shame we couldn't warn about the landmine we stepped on. As I followed Kimiko toward the terrace, I found myself plotting escape routes out of habit. Old instincts are hard to shake. The glass doors opened silently, revealing the rooftop garden my mother had cultivated since moving into the apartment. Potted trees, flowering plants, and aromatic herbs created a small oasis 20 stories above the city. Kimiko approached a potted lemon tree and gently touched one of its leaves. Beautiful, isn't it? Life finds a way even this far from the ground. I remained silent, waiting for the guillotine to fall. You know, he continued, still with his back to me, I've always believed that families are like gardens. They need constant attention, care, honesty. Mother, he turned to me with an unreadable expression. The question is, Satori, what kind of garden are we cultivating here? And what are you cultivating in the dark? The morning sun framed her from behind, casting shadows on her face as it illuminated the city stretching into the distance. For a moment, she seemed more than human, a goddess of the hearth, preparing for judgment. And I, the king of the glass house, remained exposed before her gaze, wondering if my reign was already over. Chapter 109. The red-hot habanero finally makes its appearance. I watched my mother's fingers trace the lemon leaf, her wedding ring reflecting the morning light. 20 stories up, with the city sprawling below us like a scattered collection of glittering jewels and concrete monoliths. And somehow this little garden felt more treacherous than any Yakuza territory ID ever explored in my previous life. There's an old saying, I began methodically working the soil with the shovel head given me, gaining precious seconds to calibrate my focus. In the garden of life, some give flowers, others weeds. Kimiko's mouth curved into a slight smile, that familiar maternal half-smile that had once so effectively disarmed old Satori. And which one are you cultivating, Satori? I'm still figuring it out. She approached a pot of jasmine, delicately pinching the withered blossoms between her slender fingers. The morning sunlight reflected off her red hair the same shade I inherited, highlighting the silver streaks she tried so hard to conceal. You know what's always fascinated me about plants? They don't lie. A dying plant proves it, no matter how much you wish it wouldn't. They have no masks. They can't deceive. People aren't plants, Mom. I kept my tone neutral, but my internal defenses were on high. Kimiko had always possessed an astonishing emotional intelligence that made her dangerous in ways Lucan never could be. No, he agreed, his voice soft as silk but firm as steel. They're much more complex. People can smile while they're plotting. They can say one thing and mean another. He turned to face me. They can look their mother in the eye and tell her they walked a girl to the train station when they didn't do any such thing. My pulse quickened imperceptibly. What makes you think I didn't do it? Kimiko crossed the terrace. She sat on the bench next to my work area, so close I could sense her nearby presence, a familiar memory from childhood, an anchor to recollections that weren't really mine. Because I heard you, Cinchuredo Red Habanero wasn't just a nickname from his past. It was a warning I hadn't heeded. I don't know what you think you heard, she began, as my mind quickly ran through possible damage control scenarios. Parachute. His hand shot out with surprising speed, grabbing my wrist. His grip was astonishingly strong, Cinchuredo. An iron will that reminded me this woman had raised a child alone in a world that devoured the weak. So why are you asking questions you already have the answers to? I challenged him, dropping all pretense. In chess, when your position is compromised, sometimes the only option is to attack. Because I need to understand how this happened. When it started, how my son and my husband's daughter. She couldn't finish the sentence. Her voice broke on the last word, fractured by maternal pain. I let go of her hand and sat back on my heels, the mint half planted and forgotten in its ceramic home. There was no point in denying it anymore. The question was how to manage the consequences, how to profit from this confrontation. It's complicated. Complicated? He let out a sound somewhere between laughter and a sob, torn apart by emotion. Is that what you mean? Your bond with your stepsister is complicated? We are not related by bravado. His palm struck the metal table with surprising bravado, rattling the clay pots and sending tiny vibrations through the earth. No. Each word fell like a stone in still water. Don't try to justify this with technicalities. I raised my hands in a conciliatory gesture. Dark dirt still clung to my fingers, evidence of deeper stains. You wanted honesty, so here it is. Yes, Natalia and I are together. It happened recently. We didn't plan it. It just evolved. Evolved? Kimiko ran a trembling hand through her hair, disturbing its perfect hairstyle for the bravado since Shed known her. Things don't evolve like that, Satori. That is not in this house, under this roof, your family. What would your father say if he knew? I snorted before I could suppress the reaction, and a glimpse of the real Kalen flashed into my mind. Luca isn't my father. The moment the words left my mouth, I knew ID made a tactical error. Kimiko recoiled as if ID punched her in the face. Her eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed into two dangerous slits, the tigress emerging from beneath the gentle facade of the housewife. How dare you? She whispered, her voice trembling with fury. That man has loved you, cared for you, treated you like his own flesh and blood since the day we were married. And this is how you repay him? By betraying his daughter and throwing his love in her face? That's not what I meant, I said, recalibrating my focus. And Natalia, did you even think about what this would do to her? To her future? To her reputation if anyone found out? Her voice rose with each question, extending even to her stepdaughter with a motherly protectiveness. She's worked so hard for everything she's achieved, and you. Natalia matters to me, I interrupted. More than you know. Kimiko laughed, a hollow, carefully crafted laugh. Don't destroy someone you care about, Satori. And this will destroy her when she breaks down. They'll both lose everything. Their reputations, their futures at the academy, this family. This conversation was spiraling out of control. I needed to regain lost ground, shift the narrative before it reached conclusions too dangerous for my planes. I took a deep breath and methodically wiped my hands on my trousers, leaving dark marks on the fabric like a reminder of the trouble I had brought into her once perfect home. Mom, I understand you're upset with me, but Natalia is 18. So am I. We're adults by all legal standards. Hardly, she scoffed as her maternal instinct cut through the discussion. Old enough to make our own decisions? Old enough to be hunters? To fight the gates? To risk our lives battling monsters for the good of society? But not old enough to decide who we want to be with. Don't you dare compare them. Her voice dropped to a dangerous tone I'd never heard before. It's not about age. It's about right and wrong. It's about them living in the same house, about them being part of the same family. I stood up slowly, rising above her seated figure. Then he'll move. Her face paled until it was like alabaster, and the freckles on her nose became clearly visible. That's not. If that's the only problem, I'll find my own place. Problem solved. Chapter 110. My mom's terms and conditions are unacceptable. Nothing settled. She stood up to greet me, her small body trembling with excitement. Do you think I'm only worried about appearances? Well, the neighbors say. It's about what this relationship is doing to you. To her. I've seen them change before my eyes. People change, Mom. I'm not the same person I was a few months ago. No, she agreed, her voice suddenly low. You're not. Sometimes, when I look at you, I don't recognize you at all. Perhaps you never really knew me. Kimiko's eyes filled with tears. That's not true. I raised you. I was there for every scraped knee, every nightmare. I know your favorite foods, your allergies, the fear you had of storms until you were 10. She came closer and placed a hand on my cheek. I know you, Satori. That's why it terrifies me. Because the man standing before me now feels like a stranger with my son's face. The curse throbbed between my temples, like a red-hot needle behind my eyes. I was seeing too much, getting too close to the truth. I needed to stop this, find a way to salvage the situation before I pulled threads that would unravel everything. I'm still me. I lied, feeling the sting of the recorder's curse for the falsehood. I'm just my tooling. I'm finding my own way. A path that leads directly to ruining your sister's life? Yours? She's not my sister, I growled, my patience wearing thin. And she's not ruin. She's love. I didn't mean to say it. I didn't even realize I was thinking it. But there it was. Kimiko looked at me with those piercing eyes. Love, she repeated slowly. Is that what you tell yourself to justify what you do? What you feel? It's the truth. Then answer me one question, she said, lowering her voice to a whisper. And remember, I know when you're lying to me, Satori. I always knew, even before you changed. She paused to compose herself. Is Natalia the only one? My breath caught in my throat. What do you mean? She knows exactly what I mean. That girl from yesterday. Emmy, your other close connections. Does Natalia know about them? Do you know she shares you with them? I felt the color drain from my face. Shoot. Shed cornered me with a single question. If I said yes, I'd be admitting to cheating on both of them. If I said no, I'd be lying about Emmy or about Natalia being the only one. It's complicated, I repeated, resorting to my previous defense. No, it's very simple. You're using both of them, playing with people's hearts. Kimiko shook her head, radiating disappointment. I taught you something better than this. You taught Satori better, I was about to say, but I stopped myself. Instead, I tried another strategy. What are you going to do? Tell Luca? The question hung in the air between us. Kimiko's hand moved away from my cheek without taking her eyes off mine. That's what worries you most, isn't it? The consequences, not the pain you cause or the lives you play with. That's not fair. No, Then prove me wrong. Break up with Natalia. Today. Tell her it was a mistake and it can't happen again. His voice was like steel wrapped in silk. Prove to me that you care more about her well-being than your own desires. The idea of giving up on Natalia filled me with a wave of possessiveness. She was mine, my queen, my rock. I had worked too hard, come too far to simply walk away. I can't do that. Can't you? Or don't you want to? Both. I looked her in the eyes without blinking. I won't hurt her like that. But will you hurt her in all the other ways? Will you cheat on her while you pursue other girls? Will you expose her to scandal if anyone finds out? Will you jeopardize her future at the academy? That won't happen. You can't control everything, Satori. No matter how much you think you can. The conversation was going around in circles. I needed to find some leverage, something that would tip the scales in my favor. What do you want from me, Mom? Seriously, what do you expect from me? Kimiko sighed, suddenly appearing older than she was. I want my son back. The kind, considerate boy who cried. The one who didn't manipulate people for his own gain. That boy never amounted to anything in life, I said, unable to contain myself. That boy was invisible. A useless thing. Her face wrinkled. Did you think so? That I considered you useless? Not you, I replied. The world. Everyone else. And then you decided to become this? Whatever this new version of you is. I held out my hands. I decided to become someone important. Someone no one will trample on or ignore. Is that so wrong? When it costs you your soul? Yes. Kimiko turned, gazing at the cityscape beyond the terrace. I want to tell Luca. Not yet. I felt a great relief, immediately followed by suspicion. Why not? Because it would destroy him. And because I still hope there's a way out for both of us. He glanced at me over his shoulder. But listen to me carefully, Satori. This ends now. Whatever's going on between you and Natalia ends today. And if not, you'll tell him he finished. They'll do whatever it takes to protect this family, even from itself. She turned to face me. No naive soy. I know you think you can outsmart me and find a solution. But remember, I survived on my own for years. I kept you fed and clothed when we had nothing. I understand, I said simply. Really? Because I need you to listen to me, Satori. This isn't a game. These aren't characters from one of your video games. These are real people with real hearts that get broken. Her voice cracked. It breaks my heart to see you become someone I don't recognize. The guilt he should have felt remained elusive. But he understood the threat. Kimiko had outmaneuvered him, cornering him with few options. He had two choices: openly defy her and risk everything, or feign obedience while searching for a solution. He'll talk to Natalia, I said, with resignation in my voice. Today. Kimiko stepped forward, but the suspicion in her eyes told me she wasn't completely convinced. I hope you mean it. For everyone's sake. He reached out and gently squeezed my arm. I love you, Satori. That hasn't changed. It never will. But loving someone sometimes means making difficult choices. Chapter 111. Operation. Deceiving my mom, I closed the door behind me, my hand still on the handle as the weight of the situation overwhelmed me. Kimiko had always been perceptive, but I underestimated how quickly Shed put the pieces together. Now we were cornered, up against the wall, with few options left. The room was in disarray, with our belongings scattered across the floor and the bed unmade, as if we had left in a hurry. An overturned chair near the window, a battleground of intensity, now a crime scene under investigation. Natalia was sitting on the edge of my bed, her eyes wide open. The confident, authoritative woman from the night before had vanished, replaced by someone small and insecure. Satori? Her voice trembled slightly. What was it about? What did he want? I crossed the room and sat beside her, taking her hands. The sensations were cold, almost fragile. She knows it. Two simple words. The color drained from Natalia's face as if someone had pulled a plug. Her fingers loosened under my grip and then clenched painfully. You know what? He whispered, his voice barely audible. You hear us last night. I kept my voice steady and controlled. He came to check on your room while you were away, and he heard us talking. He saw us through the door. No, Natalia paused, shaking her head. No. Yes. He confronted me on the terrace a moment ago. He was very clear about what he saw and heard. Natalia pulled her hand away from mine and jumped to her feet. She began pacing the room like a cornered animal, hugging herself. "I told you so," he hissed, his voice rising with each word. "I told you we should have waited. That's why I made the rule about waiting until the academy." He turned to me, his eyes blazing. This is exactly what I was afraid would happen. His panic was understandable, but unsettling. He needed her to think clearly, not to let fear take over. "Natalia, my whole life is over," Cinceredo, he continued, running his hands through his hair. "My future, my reputation. Natalia, listen." She froze suddenly, her face contorted by a new and more terrifying thought. Does my father know?" There it was, the question she'd been waiting for, the real cause of her panic. "No," I said firmly, holding his gaze. "He hasn't told her. Not yet." Some of the tension left her body, but not much. She didn't know what it meant yet. "He wants me to put an end to this," he continued, "to tell you it was a mistake and that it can't happen again." I paused to process the idea. "He's threatening to tell Luca if I don't." Natalia's breathing quickened. "And what did you say?" "What do you think I said?" I reached out, took her hand, and guided her over to sit beside me. She leaned back next to me with a look of surprise. I placed my arm gently around her shoulders. I told her I wouldn't. Natalia leaned against me, her head resting against my barato as if it belonged there. "What happens now?" he asked gently. I spoke softly to her, letting her settle down. She gave me an ultimatum. "Break up with you today, or shall tell Luca everything." Natalia tensed in my arms, but didn't move away. Her fingers curled into the fabric of my shirt, clinging on as if it were about to disappear. "So what are we going to do?" "Us. Not what are you going to do? Or what's going to happen to me? What are we going to do?" My little queen had made her decision. I smiled against her hair, holding it firmly. "We do exactly what she wants," I said. "Apparently." Natalia stepped back far enough to look me in the face, with confusion and caution in her eyes. "We put on a show," he explained. "We act distant at home. We have trivial arguments in front of her. We make her believe we've broken up." Understanding appeared in Natalia's eyes, followed by a slow smile. "While in reality, meanwhile, we're secretly strengthening our bond," he concluded. "Each performance is just that, a performance. For your benefit." Natalia's smile widened, and the panic in her eyes was replaced by something darker, more calculating. Something that matched what I felt. "That might work for a while," he said, "but he'll be watching us closely. We'll have to be careful. Very careful." "We will." I nodded slowly, meeting his gaze. "But defending yourself isn't enough. We need to speed up our plans." "What do you mean?" "I mean, we need to become untouchable. I need to ace the academy exams, secure a position so valuable that even if Luca finds out, he wouldn't dare do anything against us." Natalia tilted her head, thoughtful. "What does that have to do with me?" "You're my queen," I said simply. "Together, we'll build something that no one can tear down. Not your father, not my mother. No one." The fear in Natalia's eyes had completely vanished, replaced by a thrilling and dangerous excitement. She stepped closer to me, a confident gleam in her eye. "You make conspiracy sound romantic," he murmured. "Isn't that right?" I moved closer. "Us against the world. Our own kingdom." Her eyes sparkled. "I never thought I'd say this, but I like how your mind works, Satori. Get used to it. From now on, we're partners in this mission." I slid my hand down his back, cupping the back of his neck. Natalia leaned in close to me. "Imin, all the way." Then she baradoed me, not with the frantic eagerness of the night before, but with something deeper, more deliberate. A pact sealed, a promise of loyalty, the bravado of an accomplice. When we parted, he rested his forehead against mine. "What's the first step in this grand plan?" "First, we have to prove to my mother that our breakup was a lie." I tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "This afternoon, we'll have a serious, convincing argument where he'll tell you it was a mistake and that it can't happen again. And he'll tell you that I hate you and I never want to speak to you again," Natalia added, getting excited about the role. "Exactly. After that, we'll keep our interactions cold and minimal in the house." Disapproving looks, Cinceredo, I smiled. "Considerate an academic exercise. Natalia bit her lip. What's going on with Emmy? Does this change our plans with her? Excellent question. I considered it carefully. No. In fact, Emmy becomes even more valuable now. She provides me with a public girlfriend, which gives us both cover. It will appear that you've moved on, focusing on your studies and your friendship with Emmy, while I pursue her openly. Natalia crossed her arms, glancing toward the door. This is crazy, you know? If we get caught, we want, I said with absolute certainty. We're smarter than them. We want 'em more than they do. I opened my eyes wide, scrutinizing my face. Do you really believe that? I believe in us, I said, holding her gaze. Natalia's expression softened. I believe you, she whispered. God help me, but I believe you. She kissed me again. Cinchuredo, I was born for this, Satori. The question is, can you? I laughed softly. Oh, my queen, you have no idea what I'm capable of. Chapter 112. And the award for Best Fake Breakup goes to... The apartment seemed suspended that afternoon. Sunlight filtered obliquely through the windows, catching dust motes that floated in the silence like tiny galaxies. Natalia sat at one end of the enormous sectional sofa, her back rigid, the coffee table resting on her knees. At the opposite end, Satori was engrossed in his device. The space between them was a no-man's land of cream-colored upholstery. From the kitchen came the soft sounds of Kimiko preparing a refrigerator, the gentle rhythm of a knife against the cutting board, the whir of the refrigerator door as it was opened, the clinking of dishes. To a casual observer, it was domestic tranquility. To Natalia, it was the ticking of a countdown. He looked up and met Satura's gaze. Her face remained impassive, but she gave him a single, almost imperceptible nod. His pulse quickened. It was time. Satori put down her tablet with a click that broke the silence. We can't take it anymore, she said, her voice strained and barely loud enough to be heard in the kitchen. Natalia looked up from her tablet. A look of confusion and pain etched on her face. She drew on the genuine fear Shed felt that morning upon learning of Kimiko's discovery, letting it influence her voice. Do what? Satori, what are you talking about? In the kitchen, the knife stopped against the cutting board. Satori stood up and began pacing in front of the coffee table. Us. It was a mistake, Natalia. A stupid, reckless mistake. His voice cracked with what sounded like genuine remorse. I got carried away. I should never have allowed it. A wave of admiration bloomed in Natalia's bravado. He was bravado. His bravado was so convincing that, for a moment, doubt crept through her. What if he was serious? What if this wasn't just a charade? No, this is the plan. It's for us. Trust it. She set the tablet aside and stood up. A mistake? Her voice trembled, indignation and pain reflected in every syllable. Is that what last night meant to you? A mistake? Real tears welled in their eyes, not from anguish, but from the tightrope act they were performing. One false step, one unconvincing moment, and it would all come crashing down. Satori stepped away from her, her shoulders slumped. This can't happen again. It's wrong. For your sake, for my sake, for the sake of this family. We have to stop this now. The kitchen fell completely silent. Natalia knew Kimiko was listening, probably watching. She had to take advantage of it. You're a complete idiot, Satori Nakano. Her voice was a harsh, hurt whisper. You take everything from me and then call me a mistake? She spun around and fled down the hall, letting her tears flow freely. She reached her bedroom door and bravado it shut. The sound echoed through the apartment like a gunshot. Inside her room, Natalia pressed her back against the door, her heart pounding. She covered her mouth with her hand, partly to catch her ragged breath, partly to stifle the wild, inappropriate laughter that threatened to burst forth. They had done it. Act 1 complete. She slid down until she was sitting on the floor, hugging her knees. Now came the waiting. Kimiko stood frozen in the kitchen doorway, a half-peeled apple in one hand and a knife in the other. The scene that had just unfolded had left her feeling empty, raw, and exposed. He did it. He really did. Relief washed over her, but guilt soon followed as she observed Satura's slumped shoulders and the devastation reflected on his face. She had forced him. She had demanded that he break not only Natalia's heart, but his own as well. Was there another way? Look at them. They're destroyed. He watched Satori, motionless in the living room, for a long time before turning and heading to his bedroom. Unlike Natalia's dramatic exit, he closed the door with a soft click that, somehow, seemed even more final. Kimiko returned to the kitchen, placing the knife and apple on the counter with trembling hands. She tried to concentrate on making the tea, on the familiar ritual of heating water and selecting the leaves, but her mind kept replaying the scene. "They'll get better," he said. "This is for the best. This is to protect them both." An hour passed slowly. The silence from the two closed bedroom doors became unbearable. Kimiko prepared a tray with tea and apple slices, stealing herself. She would start with Natalia. The poor girl looked so broken. She approached Natalia's door, balancing the tray in one hand. From inside came a soft, muffled sob. Kimiko's heart sank. She knocked gently. "Natalia-chan? Honey? It's me. May I come in?" A moment of silence, then a choked "Go away." "I just brought you some tea," Kimiko said softly. "Please, just a minute." After what seemed like an eternity, the lock clicked and the door opened a crack. Natalia was there, a mess. Her eyes were swollen and red, her mascara smeared across her cheeks. She had wrapped herself in a blanket like armor. "What do you want?" Natalia's voice was hoarse. "Can I come in?" Kimiko asked. Natalia took a step back, letting Kimiko in. The room was dark, the curtains drawn to block the afternoon sun. Tissues were scattered on the floor beside the bed. Kimiko placed the tea on the bedside table and sat carefully on the edge of the mattress, giving Natalia space. "I'm so sorry, darling," Kimiko said softly. "I know this hurts." Natalia curled up in the opposite corner of the bed, clutching the blanket tighter. "He's an idiot," she said, her voice thick with tears. She looked at Kimiko, her eyes brimming with tears. "But I liked a lot. I trusted him completely, Mom." "Oh, my poor little girl." This was far worse than she had imagined. She slowly extended her hand, giving Natalia time to step back if she wanted. When she saw that she didn't, Kimiko hugged her tenderly. "I'm sorry," Kimiko whispered against Natalia's hair. "I'm so sorry." Natalia's body twitched against his shoulder between sobs. "Why did this happen?" she asked. "Why did you have to make me feel special and then just throw me away?" Kimiko stroked her back, speechless. What could she say? That she had forced Saturn's hand? That she had demanded she end it all? The truth would only transfer Natalia's pain and anger to her. And right now, the girl needed a mother, not another target. "I don't know, darling," she murmured. "Sometimes people make mistakes. Sometimes they panic when things get too serious." Natalia stepped back, wiping her eyes with the palm of her hand. "The VHC Gala is next week," she said, a new note of panic in her voice. "We're all supposed to go together. As a family. How am I supposed to be in the same room as him?" Kimiko hadn't thought so far ahead. The gala. Of course. Luca had been so proud of getting tickets for everyone. The whole family together, making their debut in the elite of the hunters. She looked at this beautiful, broken girl in her arms. "Well, make it," Kimiko said, brushing a strand of hair away from Natalia's tearful face. "We'll put on a brave face. We're a family, Natalia, and families pull through together." As she said this, Kimiko wondered if it was true. Could they really overcome this? Would the wound ever heal? In her dark room, while Kimiko hugged her, Natalia allowed herself a moment of genuine emotion. She let Kimiko stroke her hair, whisper those comforting maternal words. Inside, she was already thinking about the gala, the next phase of their deception. They would need to maintain the illusion of pain and distance in public. They would need new places to meet, far from prying eyes. "I don't know if I'll be able to face him," she whispered, playing her part to perfection. "You can," Kimiko assured her. "You're stronger than you think." "You have no idea how strong I am," Natalia thought. "You have no idea what I'm capable of doing for him." "Maybe," she said in a low, uncertain voice. "I just need some time alone, if that's okay with you." Kimiko bowed, giving one last squeeze before standing up. "Of course. The tea's right there if you'd like. I'll see you later." "Thank you," Natalia murmured, keeping her gaze lowered until Kimiko left the room. As soon as the door closed, Natalia's posture changed. She straightened her back and wiped her tears. She walked to the bathroom and looked at herself in the mirror. Red eyes, ruined makeup, the perfect image of heartbreak. She's annoying. A cold, smug smile that would have left Kimiko in shock. Her phone vibrated on the nightstand. She picked it up and saw a message from Satori. Mission accomplished? Your acting was worthy of an Oscar. Natalia's smile widened as she wrote. Total success. He believed every word. You weren't bad either. Chapter 113. The method of acting like a scoundrel. I laid the pencil down on the desk and leaned back in my chair. My laptop's small camera captured what I hoped was an expression of compassion. Look, it's not about memorizing the classification system. The Vance Ishiguro model is just a way to quantify how much reality you can manipulate before it recovers. Emi's face filled my screen, her blue hair pulled back into a messy bun held in place by 2 sticks. Small strands fell around her face as she frowned while reading her textbook. But there's so many categories. Primary manifestation types, side effects, limiting factors. Forget the categories, I said, waving my hand dismissively. Think of it like you're cooking. Her eyes lit up immediately. This girl was so transparent it almost hurt. Your appearance is like your main ingredient. Mine is fire, yours is healing. The rest are just seasonings and cooking methods. I touch my chin thoughtfully. For example, my thermal incision isn't just any fire. It's a focused, controlled fire designed to cut rather than burn. That's why it has a different score on the scale. Behind me, I heard the subtle sound of Natalia turning a page in her textbook. She hadn't spoken to me in 3 hours, not since Kimiko had accidentally assigned us the same study space that night. Just another piece of evidence in her ongoing surveillance operation. You explain it much better than in the textbooks. Emi's voice drew me back to the screen. Her smile was broad, grateful, radiant with joy. Are you sure you don't want to be a teacher instead of a hunter? I laughed, adding just the right amount of self-deprecation. Almost certainly, it would be disastrous with the kids. I don't know anything about that, she said, twirling a lock of hair around her finger. You were very patient with me. I looked up from the screen for a moment. Natalia was staring at me like daggers were being plunged into the back of my neck. I could almost feel them piercing my skull. That's different, I said, turning my attention back to Emi. You're special. The blush that spread across Emi's cheeks was immediate and gratifying. So easy. The girl practically melted every time he gave her even the smallest compliment. It would be a shame if it wasn't so helpful. Oh, before I forget, Emi said, suddenly fiddling with her tablet. I've been working on some designs. For hunter gear? I know it's silly, but it's not nonsense, I interrupted, adding a touch of warmth to my voice. Show it to me. He hesitated for a moment before focusing his tablet on the camera. The sketch was surprisingly good. A sleek combat suit with integrated medical pouches and a reinforced barrier system. It's for someone with a healing aspect, he explained, his voice subdued and shy. The idea is that they can stay protected while still reaching teammates who need help. See the expandable barriers? They create a safe corridor to reach wounded hunters without exposing the healer to direct fire. I approached the screen, truly impressed. Emi, this is truly brilliant. Her eyes widened. Really? You believe that? Yes, I believe so. This kind of thinking could save lives. He wasn't lying. The design demonstrated a true understanding of battlefield dynamics. That's what I expected. Ned. She stopped herself, looking away from the camera for a moment. I was thinking about how often support classes are the first to be targeted at gates. When I mentioned Natalia's name, the atmosphere in my room grew even colder. I could hear Natalia's pencil scribbling, growing more and more aggressive. You should show Natalia, I said carefully. I'm sure she'll have a good opinion too. Maybe, Emi said, worried. He's been a little distant lately. Is everything all right? He canceled our coffee date this weekend. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. She's going through a tough time. Family issues. I'm trying to give her space. Natalia shifted on her cushion. You don't need to look at her to know she's going to frown. Oh no, Emi said, looking unfriendly. Should I be worried? No. She'll be fine. Just maybe check on her? She could really use a friend right now. I was exaggerating, but it worked. Emmy, becoming Natalia's shoulder to cry on, kept her close, kept her involved, kept our network intact. Of course, they'll write to her as soon as we're done. Emmy's immediate concern for her friend was touching. It almost made me feel bad about what we were planning. Almost. My phone vibrated on the desk. I looked down and saw a message from Natalia. "You're enjoying this too much." I suppressed a smile and turned slightly in my chair, just enough to catch her eye. She was leaning against the wall of my room, one knee drawn up to her chest, the textbook resting on it. Her purple hair was pulled back in a severe ponytail, and she wore her reading glasses, the ones that gave her a serious, studious look. Despite our theatrical breakup, she still spent most evenings keeping me company in my room. We were just more careful now. I raised an eyebrow before turning back to my laptop. "I'm sorry," he told Emmy. "I was just checking the time. I should finish this soon. I have training early tomorrow." "Oh, right," Emmy said, her disappointment evident. "Same time on Wednesday for our next study session. I wouldn't miss it for the world," I promised her with a smile that made her blush again. "Hey, you should wear that green blouse I bought you. It really makes your eyes pop." Emmy touched her cheek, almost beaming. "Okay, they'll do it." We said goodbye and I closed my laptop. As soon as the screen went black, I turned my chair to face Natalia. "You're exaggerating a bit, aren't you?" he asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "The girl says she spent an hour sobbing in Kimiko's arms yesterday." I stood up and stretched, feeling a crack in my back. "Besides, it's working. Emmy's completely hooked." "Yes, well," Natalia tossed her textbook aside. "It's not exactly neurosurgery. She's been half in love with you ever since you smiled at her that first time." I crossed the room and sat down next to her on the floor, trying not to make a sound. We were good at keeping up appearances and stealing moments together. The whole apartment had become a stage for our performance. "Jealous?" I asked. "Cinchuredo, 5 more minutes, and then you'll be out of here in a rage." Kimiko's been hanging around the kitchen for an hour. Natalia moved forward, intertwining her fingers with mine for a moment before pulling away. "Why do for you?" "For us," I corrected her. "For the kingdom we are building." She rolled her eyes, but I could see the blush on her cheeks. My queen loved it when I talked about our future, about conquering the world together. "By the way," I added, "have you picked up your dress for the gala yet?" Natalia's expression darkened. "Yes. Mom brought it for me yesterday. She said it would cheer me up after my heartbreak. It's purple. It matches my hair. You'll look amazing. I can't wait to completely ignore you all night," I said with a smile. He punched me in the arm, harder than necessary. "You're an idiot. Part of my charm." Natalia glanced at her watch. "Time's up, Romeo. Ready for the show?" I nodded, and just like that, her expression changed. The warmth vanished, replaced by a cold fury. She gathered her books with abrupt, angry movements, shoving them into her bag. "I told you I wouldn't help you with the application essay," he snapped, raising his voice. "Figure out yourself. You're very clever, aren't you?" Mr. Tardio with his fire tricks. I lay back on the bed, adopting a nonchalantly arrogant posture. "Whatever, princess. I didn't ask for your help anyway." She stood up, slinging her purse over her shoulder with dramatic force. "God, I can't believe I ever thought." She broke off, as if choked with emotion. "Stay away from me until the gala. I can't even look at you right now." With that, she stormed out of my room, slamming the door so hard the frame rattled. I waited a moment, then 2, before I heard Kimiko's soft voice in the hallway. "Natalia? Honey, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Natalia blurted out, her voice trembling. "I just want to be alone." Her footsteps faded down the hallway. I'll wait until I hear Natalia's door close before allowing myself a small smile. Another flawless act. Chapter 114. My luck in gacha is terrible, but my charm game is S rank. The digital reading on the weight machine kept advancing. 220, 230, 240. I gritted my bravado and forced the bar upwards once more before it fell back into the rack. "Dang," he muttered, looking at the time on my phone. 3:17 a.m. The house was silent. Everyone was fast asleep. I'd been down there for almost 3 hours, pushing my body to the limit. My muscles screamed in protest as I approached the punching bag. I pictured Reina Cabana's face on the bag as she threw a series of punches and crosses. The Siren. A-rank potential with S-rank pedigree. The kind of natural talent that made someone like me look like a joke. System statistics, I whispered to Nell, not wanting to risk waking anyone up. The floating interface appeared before me, hovering like a ghost in the dim light of the gym. Satoru Nakano level. 1 title. King of the Glass House class. Senshirito Consort's touch, I swiped the screen in frustration. The numbers were climbing far too slowly. The gala was in 4 days, and I'd be swimming with sharks. I need an advantage, he muttered. Did you have something in mind? Show me the gotcha. The cosmic slot machine materialized in my vision. Apollos, smiling chibi face, welcoming me with a mocking gesture. 1 pull of 5 will cost you 100 SP, Nell informed me. Do it. The machine buzzed to life, and cosmic energy swirled across its screen. The first time, bronze. A useless hand cream that supposedly softened calluses. Second pull, silver. A recipe for monstrous meat stew. Third and fourth, more bronze junk. A pocket lint remover and a shoe polish that change color depending on your mood. This is absolutely ridiculous, I grumbled. The final tug ignited with a flash of golden light. A small, silver pin shaped like a snake biting its tail materialized in my palm. The liar's brooch, gold level, a small silver brooch in the shape of a snake that twitches its tail. It emits a subtle warmth when lied to and increases the credibility of your own lies by 20. A slow smile spread across my face as I examined the brooch. I fastened it inside my athletic shirt and felt it settle against my chest. We're talking now. I was in the middle of a speed workout when my phone vibrated in my pocket. I slowed down and started jogging, my breath clouded by the fresh morning air in the park. Natalia's text was simple. This is more difficult than I thought. I replied immediately. I know. It's a test. Don't fail it. Remember what we're building, my queen. Her reply came a minute later. I want. See you tonight. I put my phone in my pocket and resumed running, pushing myself harder. The physical exertion helped keep me in check. I also hadn't anticipated how difficult it would be, not just the physical demand, but the distance. Having experienced what it was like to be so close to her, the separation was worse than I expected. As I rounded the bend in the park path, a familiar figure caught my eye. Emmy was sitting on a bench near the fountain, a sketchbook on her lap. She hadn't seen me yet, engrossed in whatever she was drawing. I slowed my pace, calculating. This was an unexpected opportunity. Emmy? She looked up, her face lighting up with surprise and delight. Satori, what are you doing here? Morning run. I gestured to my workout clothes and stopped in front of his bench. What about you? Midday, she explained, quickly closing her sketchbook. She blushed. I was just getting some fresh air. I tilted my head toward the sketchbook. What are you working on? Oh, nothing really, she murmured, and her blush deepened. I injected. Can I? I extended my hand. After a moment of hesitation, he handed me the book. I opened it and discovered page after page of hunter gear designs, sleek combat suits, multi-purpose belts, reinforced boots. The most recent page showed a figure with an uncanny resemblance to me, dressed in an armored jacket adorned with intricate flame motifs cascading down the sleeves. They're incredible, I said, truly impressed. The designs weren't just good, they were innovative, elegant, and demonstrated great talent. It's nonsense, she muttered, as she picked up the book, embarrassment written all over her face. I held it just out of his reach, examining another page. This isn't nonsense. This is your passion, isn't it? Designing hunting gear? Emmy ascended, surprise reflected on her face and her eyes slightly wide. You remembered. Of course. I sat down next to her on the bench, our shoulders nearly touching. I remember everything you tell me. We immersed ourselves in a 20-minute conversation. Emmy enthusiastically revealed more of her designs while I gave thoughtful feedback, suggesting tactical improvements that lit up her face. The conversation flowed naturally between us. Her initial shyness melted away like morning frost, replaced by a genuine and contagious enthusiasm that energized her. I should probably go back to running, I said finally, reluctantly standing up and stretching my cooling muscles. "Oh, right. Of course." She sounded disappointed. I leaned in and gave her a quick peck on the cheek. "They'll call you after the gala. I want to know what you think of these new boots you designed." She touched her cheek, her eyes wide. "Igriegagis. Please do it." As I ran, I felt her gaze fixed on my back. The foundation was solid. After the gala, I would speed things up with Emmy. We needed her protection, and her healing aspect would be invaluable once we reached the academy. The brooch stayed cool against my chest. I really want to call her after the gala. I loved her designs. I wondered if Kaylin Leone was still here somewhere, or if I was becoming something completely different. Chapter 115. Putting on the mask for the masquerade, you look beautiful, Natalia. Kimiko stepped back, admiring her work. Natalia stood before the full-length mirror in a backless, midnight blue dress that made her look like she'd stepped out of a painting. Her hair was styled in an elegant updo, with a few strands strategically placed to frame her face. "Thank you," Natalia replied in a distant voice, her eyes fixed on her reflection. From my position in the hallway, I could see them both without them seeing me. Kimiko's expression was a mixture of pride and sadness as she adjusted her collar around Natalia's neck. "Will you be okay tonight?" Kimiko asked gently. Natalia's mask didn't slip. "He'll be fine. It's just one night." "I'm proud of you," Kimiko said, gently squeezing her shoulders. "I know this has been difficult." I slipped away before he could notice me and returned to my room, where Luca was waiting for me in my suit. "Here you are," he roared, lifting his tailored black jacket. "We're going to get you ready for battle, son." I smiled at her choice of words. I wish she knew how apt they were. Luca helped me put on my tie. His enormous hands were surprisingly skillful with silk. "You look great, kid. You look like a man." I saw my reflection in the mirror. The tailored suit hugged my figure, highlighting the muscles I'd developed in recent months. My hair was pulled back, revealing more of my face than usual. I looked like a mayor, more elegant. For a moment, I saw Kaylin Leone looking at me. Not the fat, lazy teenager I'd replaced, but the cold-eyed enforcer I once was. I subtly touched the liar's brooch pinned to the inside of my lapel, comforted by her presence. "Thank you, Dad," I said. The words still sounded strange in my language. Luca placed his hands on my shoulders, his expression suddenly serious. "Listen, son. Tonight is important. You'll meet people who could shape your future. The world of the hunters is based as much on connections as on strength. I understand. Just be yourself," he continued, oblivious to the irony of his advice. "You have nothing to prove to these people." My phone buzzed with a notification. I checked it after Luca left to help Kimiko with her dress. It was a video call from Emmy. I answered, and my expression instantly softened. "Wow," exclaimed Emmy. "You look amazing. Adjust the camera angle to show more of the suit." "You don't look too bad, do you? Are you kidding? You look like you just stepped out of Hunter's Vogue." "That's an exaggeration," she replied with a warm smile. "Even so, I'd like to go with you." Emmy's face flushed. "Me too." The brooch remained cold against my chest. Again, interesting. After we disconnected, she looked at me in the mirror again and studied me. A new notification appeared in my vision, a message from Nell. "Mission activated. The Alpha's debut objective. Decisively humiliate an arrogant offspring without revealing your full power. Reward." Failure. The title beta bait. I adjusted my tie one last time, and a slow smile spread across my face. Valley. The limousine glided through the neon-lit streets of New Vane, its obsidian windows reflecting the kaleidoscope of city lights. Inside, our family maintained a carefully orchestrated silence, each of us absorbed in our own thoughts and preparations for the evening ahead. Luca was fiddling with his twins for the third time. His enormous frame was barely contained by the tailored suit, and excitement and pride radiated from him in palpable waves. The man looked like a huge puppy about to show off his pups at a dog show. Kimiko sat with the natural grace of royalty of old. Her emerald dress caught and scattered the light with every step beneath a lamppost, the shimmering effect highlighting the elegant curve of her neck and the serene firmness of her posture. She was nervous. She could see it in the barely perceptible tension around her eyes, but she would rather die than show it. Before me, Natalia was a stunning vision in midnight blue. The form-fitting dress suited her striking appearance perfectly. Her face remained a cold and beautiful mask. Centuredo, beneath the calm exterior, I could sense a quiet connection between us, something only we seemed to notice. A private understanding, an unspoken agreement. I heard that President Vance herself might be there tonight, Lucas said, trying to fill the silence. That would be something, I replied. Serafina rarely attends these functions, Kimiko added, but they're always representatives of the Vance family. The liar's brooch warmed slightly against my chest. Interesting. It's not a complete lie, but it's not the whole truth either. We're almost there, Luca announced as the car slowed down. Through the tinted windows, I could see the bright lights of the VHC Central Plaza. Limousines and luxury vehicles formed a steady procession toward the entrance, from which the elite of New Vain Hunter Society were descending. Remember, Kimiko said, looking at Natalia and me, tonight is about connecting. Be polite, be nice, and please. Her gaze fell on me. Don't get into trouble. Yes, Mom, I said, the picture of filial obedience. The car stopped. The door opened. Luca got out first and then turned to help Kimiko. She followed him, stepping onto the red carpet that led to the imposing glass building of the VHC headquarters. Natalia was the last to get out. As she stepped out of the car, our eyes met for a split second. Her mask slipped down just long enough for me to see the fire burning beneath her Ice Queen facade. Her lips curved into the hint of a smile, a silent promise between us. I offered him a slight sense of change. Message received. The four of us formed a perfect picture of the Hunter family's excellence as we approached the entrance. Photographers captured our arrival, their flashes glimmering in the night air. Above us, the VHC logo shone like a second moon against the darkening sky. Showtime. Chapter 116. The three types of people at a hunting party. The VHC headquarters swallowed us whole. Its cavernous atrium opened like the jaws of an ancient leviathan. I had seen palaces in my past life. I had been to the most exclusive clubs that Tokyo had to offer, but this was power manifested in glass and stone. The apex atrium towered above us, breathtakingly tall. Its ceiling was a living map of constellations marking every known S-rank gate on the planet, tiny points of light that shifted and pulsed with data. Walls of intelligent glass formed a transparent barrier between the elite gathered there and the city below. The message was clear. They rule that world from this one. Smile, Luca murmured, nudging me with his enormous elbow as another flash went off. These photos end up in databases. I offered what I hoped would look like a shy, genuine smile. Just another rookie overwhelmed by his first experience in the big leagues. The photographer approached approvingly and continued capturing Natalia, who gave him her perfect ice princess look, chin held high. The marble floor beneath us was streaked with veins of real gold. Not gold leaf or gilded paint, but real gold, polished like a mirror. Who did it? Apparently, Centuredo. The temperature was perfect. The lighting would flatter everyone. Stay close, Kimiko said, brushing off the front of my jacket. Remember what we talked about. I will behave as best as I can, I promised. Luca patted me on the barato. There's Jenkins. I want you to meet him. He's the best trap specialist on Aegis Prime. He glanced at Natalia, his enthusiasm waning slightly as he noticed the coolness between us. Nat, are you coming? I should say hello to the Miyamoto twins, he replied without looking at me. Okay, great. Centuredo with just the right amount of self-deprecating humor about being a zero in a room full of aspect users. And then Natalia and I were left alone, standing in awkward silence. She deliberately took a half step back, tilting her barato to partially turn away from me. Good luck, he murmured, the words barely audible. Enjoy your evening. She walked away calmly, and her elegant dress caught the attention of everyone nearby. Heads turned as she passed. Men and women alike followed her every move with obvious interest. I watched her go, feeling proud to be by her side. But that would have to wait. For now, I had a mission. The crowd was a living, breathing organism, and he began to dissect it layer by layer. The apex predators were easy to spot. There were the points of stillness in the swirling chaos, the ones who didn't need to move because everyone else surrounded them. S-rank hunters had an unmistakable presence. It wasn't just confidence, it was certainty. The certainty that came from being able to bring down a building with a thought or control the elements with a gesture. They stayed in loose groups of 2 or 3, radiating a carefree power like heat. A woman with a platinum streak in her black hair presided over the room by one of the enormous windows. 4 or 5 people hung on her every word, their laughter a second louder than it should have been, their body language screaming desperation for approval. Classic sycophants. The woman's gaze sharp, appraising, and utterly bored scanned the room endlessly. Not missing a single detail. Not missing me. Moving forward. The peacocks were just as obvious, but infinitely more annoying. They were the inherited cases, the sons and daughters of seasoned hunters who had never had to work for anything. They sported family crests on tailored jackets, wore jewelry made from rare monster parts, and talked far too loudly about their latest exploits. In the center of the larger group stood a young man, perhaps a year or 2 older than me. Tall, blond, with a face straight out of a recruitment poster. He wore his expensive suit as if had been born in it, which was probably true. 4 or 5 other people surrounded him, laughing at something Head said. Among them, I saw a familiar face, the siren herself, Reina Cabana, looking bored, but going along with it. The blond man caught my eye from across the room and held it for a second longer than necessary. He raised an eyebrow in a gesture of silence before I said goodbye and turned to face his admirers. A notification flickered in my peripheral vision. Target acquired for the Alpha's debut. Julian Valerius OK. Hello, mission objective. You and I were going to have a lot of fun tonight. The third group, the Jackals, worked in the confines of the room. Guild recruiters with a discerning eye assessed the fresh meat. Information brokers posed as service staff, gathering gossip more valuable than gold. Corporate representatives with hidden agendas, searching for new talent or exploitable weaknesses. I made my way to a relatively quiet spot near one of the refrigerator tables and ordered a glass of champagne from passing waiter. The perfect vantage point for observing without being noticed. First time, I turned around and saw a woman in her early 30s, wearing a red dress that accentuated her dark skin. Her smile was quite friendly, but her gaze was shrewdly appraising. Is that obvious? Don't worry, I'm a newbie too, she said, extending her hand. Valerie Kwan, Celestial Sentinels Recruitment. Centurado, she was already smoothly changing the subject. Your aspect manifested recently, didn't it? Something fire-based, if I remember correctly. Reported. Of course. Probably everyone in this room knew all about me before I walked in. Thermal incision, I confirmed. I'm still learning how to control it. Fascinating. He took a sip of his drink dash. Sentinels are always looking for unique aspects. We value versatility over raw power. I'm flattered, but I haven't even applied for admission yet. Planning ahead is how we stay competitive, he said with a wink. Keep us in mind when evaluating your options. A commotion near the main entrance caught our attention. The crowd parted like a wave as a woman entered, flanked by 2 silent attendants. She was tall, strikingly beautiful, with long white hair that seemed to reflect the non-existent light of the stars. Well, Valerie murmured, this is getting interesting. Serafina Vance herself, the president of VHC, the woman who knew what happened to my father. She rarely attends these functions, Valerie continued. There must be someone important on the guest list. Behind Serafina came a younger woman, perhaps my age or a little older. She had the same white hair and an ethereal beauty, though her expression was less severe, almost curious. The family resemblance was unmistakable. And that's Celeste Vance, Valerie added, noticing my interest. The younger sister shall soon be a freshman at New Vane Academy, just like you. Supposedly, she has an aspect that rivals her sister's, though no one has ever seen in action. Side mission, know your enemy. Target identified. Celeste Vance, well, wasn't this convenient? If you'll excuse me, he told Valerie, I think I need to refresh my drink. Chapter 117. My first line is a declaration of war. I walked away from Valerie Kwan with a polite smile, making my way through the crowd toward the coolers. The enormous glass punch bowl sat like an ancient artifact on a black marble pedestal, filled with a shimmering, bubbly drink, the most hideous shade of pink I'd ever seen. It looked as if someone had liquefied a unicorn and added glitter. Who decided on bubblegum pink with real glitter? Was it a high society gala or a 12-year-old's birthday party? I poured a little of the atrocity into a delicate flute glass, wincing inwardly. The liquid caught the light from the holographic screens on the ceiling, projecting tiny rainbow reflections that danced across my hand. The air around me smelled of expensive wood and something almost electric ozone, perhaps that washed away any human scent. The background music wasn't really music, just a low, rhythmic hum designed to fill the space without distracting from what was actually happening in each conversation. I leaned against a cold marble column, sipping cautiously. Sweet, toothache-inducing, cloying, with an artificial aftertaste that lingered on my tongue. Perfect for this place. From my privileged position, I could observe without being observed. That was the beauty of being a nobody in a crowded room. I was practically invisible. I wasn't a threat, nor an equal, nor even interesting enough to warrant a second glance. I was just another piece of furniture. Valerie's words echoed in my mind. The same eyes. A connection to Kenji Nakano, the ghost that haunted this feast. What exactly did she see in my face? What did my father leave in me that others could recognize? Across the room, Celeste Vance stood in her sister's shadow, a porcelain doll surrounded by predators. Unlike Serafina, whose white hair fell straight and severe, Celeste cascaded in soft waves down her back. Her eyes a gentle blue-violet instead of her sister's icy stare scanned the room with barely concealed curiosity. She was beautiful in a way that seemed almost fragile, though I suspected it was a deliberate distraction. She was the key, not only to accessing the VHC files, but also to understanding Serafina. To reach the queen, you must first befriend the princess. My fingers brushed against the lining of my jacket, feeling the cold metal of the liar's brooch discreetly pinned inside. My secret sword in a room where everyone else wielded swords. 3 young men approached the punch bowl, moving with the affected air of those desperately trying to appear to belong. Seniors at the NVA, judging by their age and the academy badges on their lapels. They didn't glance at me once as they poured themselves, talking freely as if I were just another part of the scenery. "Can you believe Illyrius?" The taller one said, his voice thick with contempt and amusement. He wore a small Aegis Prime recruitment pin, which he kept fiddling with, as if to remind himself it was real. I actually tried to offer Reina Cabana a sponsorship opportunity from her father's corporation. His friend, shorter and wearing glasses that probably cost more than my entire wardrobe, chuckled. "I heard. My cousin works as a junior PR agent at Olympus Rising. Centuredo Vance Shigeru Tech is about to launch a new line of nanotechnology batteries. Julian's family will be richer than most smaller nations by this time next year." I kept my gaze fixed on the crowd, sipping my awful punch while my brain cataloged every detail. Julian Valerio. Rich, entitled, recently humiliated by Reina Cabana. His family was connected to Vance Shigeru Tech, the same company where my father worked before his disappearance. The connection couldn't be a coincidence. Perfect. A wounded animal with a wounded ego was predictable and dangerous. And humiliating an arrogant offspring was exactly what my mission required. As if summoned by my mind, a wave surged through the crowd, and Julian Valerius appeared with his entourage. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with neatly combed blonde hair and a face worthy of a recruitment poster. His midnight blue suit looked tailor-made to accentuate his athletic build, probably costing more than Luca earned in a month. He moved with the carefree confidence of someone who had never doubted his place in the world. 2 young men flanked him like remeras clinging to a shark, laughing uproariously at something he had said. Behind them came a third, carrying what looked like a briefcase, perhaps a personal assistant. "Don't worry about Cabana," Julian, said the man to his left, a redhead with freckles on his nose. She's just playing hard to get. A woman with her ambition knows she needs a partner with real capital. She'll be eager to get involved as soon as your father's new line launches its products. The other advanced enthusiastically. Exactly. You'll create the most powerful guild in history. The Valerius name, the connection to the Vance family through marriage, and the star power of the Cabana sisters? Unstoppable. You'll have Reyna and Celeste Vance as your primary wives, forging the ultimate dynasty. Main wives? My God, what people! Julian's mouth curved into a satisfied smile. You're right. Reyna's just playing games. She knows where her future lies. He walked straight to the refrigerator table, stepping in front of me as if I didn't exist. His shoulder bumped mine as he grabbed a bottle of sparkling water. He didn't apologize. He didn't even look at me. To him, I was less than a piece of furniture. I was air. I didn't move. I didn't flinch. I took another slow, deliberate sip of my disgusting punch and looked him in the eyes in the reflection of the glass bowl. For a fraction of a second, our eyes met. He saw nothing, a zero, a nobody who would go unnoticed. I saw everything, my target ready for destruction. Julian narrowed his eyes slightly, showing a hint of annoyance at my audacity in looking directly at him. He sneered and turned away, joining his circle of flatterers. I allowed a slow, cold smile to brush against my lips. Plan set. I counted to 10, giving them a head start, and then followed them at a distance. Julian's group had found a prime spot near the central fountain, where the light illuminated them from the most flattering angles. The acoustics in that part of the room were perfect. The conversation could be heard just at a distance. My father says the collaboration with Vance is practically guaranteed, Julian said. This line of nanotechnology batteries is going to revolutionize the industry. Even S-Ranks will be asking for our technology. And Serafina Vance? Is she on board? Julian made a dismissive gesture with his hand. My father takes care of her. He knows how to deal with difficult women. I waited for a moment of calm in his self-praise, and then I caught the eye of a passing waiter. When I spoke, my voice sounded perfectly in tune. Excuse me, a quick question about the punch. I gestured with my glass. Is it made with real fruit juice? It has a strange, synthetic aftertaste, almost as artificial as some of the ones in this room. Chapter 118. The dead stray dog comes back. Is it made with real fruit juice? It leaves a peculiar, artificial aftertaste. It reminds me of something, yes, almost as synthetic as certain brand around here. A social landmine had detonated amidst the carefully orchestrated dance of etiquette. Julian's entire entourage fell into stunned silence, smiles frozen. Every head that had heard him turned to look at me. The insignificant nobody by the punch bowl who had dared to speak so boldly and inappropriately. Julian's handsome, aristocratic face flushed a hideous crimson, spreading from his neck upward like mercury. The waiter, caught in the crossfire between professional obligation and survival instinct, swayed uncomfortably from one foot to the other. His gaze darted nervously between me and Julian's group, clearly calculating the potential consequences of this interaction for his job prospects. I believe it's a proprietary blend, sir, he stammered, adjusting his bow tie with a trembling finger. Our suppliers keep the exact composition confidential. I can ask the catering manager about the ingredients if you'd like more specific information. Please don't be upset about me, she replied with a carefully calibrated, apologetic smile. I was just curious about the formula. It's fascinating, isn't it? How some things in this world try so hard to appear genuine when they're manufactured with such transparency. A curious phenomenon, don't you think? The close conversations died down. A circle of silence spread after our little drama. Eyes turned away, drinks were forgotten. Now we were public. Julian straightened up completely and turned slowly to look at me. His friends took a half step back, eager to watch, but not wanting to be caught in the blast radius. Did the stray dog just bark? Julian's voice was cold and sharp. Sorry, I couldn't hear you properly over the noise of your cheap suit. Do you have something to say, or are you just enjoying listening to your own useless voice? My sincerest apologies. I bowed my head slightly. I was simply making a culinary observation to the staff. I wasn't aware that private conversations required your approval, Valerius San. Julian's eyes widened, then narrowed. The casual use of his name revealed that I knew exactly who he was, while he still saw me as anonymous trash. The honorific title, a linguistic relic from pre-breakaway Japan, added such a subtle layer of mockery that I couldn't utter it without sounding paranoid. "Who on earth are you?" he asked, taking a step towards me. I stood my ground, smiling politely. "Just another freshman prospect like you. Although I suppose like is a bit of an exaggeration, given our different circumstances." I gestured vaguely to his designer suit, then to my own outfit, practical but clearly cheaper. Julian's nostrils flared. His friends exchanged nervous glances. The crowd had grown, drawn by the tension. "You know nothing about me or my circumstances," Julian said in a tense voice. My liar's brooch warmed against my chest. "A lie. Interesting. That may be true," I admitted, "just as you know nothing about me." Even so, one of us felt entitled to physical contact without acknowledgement or apology. I touched the Barado where he had bumped into me. "I just thought that since we've ended up here, we might as well introduce ourselves properly. Would you like me to introduce you?" Julian stepped forward, invading my personal space. He was taller than me and used his height to his advantage. "Good. I'm Julian Valerius, heir to Valerius Industries and partner at Vanta Shiguro Tech. My family has produced A-rank hunters for 3 generations. My aspect is quantum disruption. I've been accepted into the New Vein Academy with full guild sponsorship." He paused, looking at me with contempt. "Now it's your turn, you lost soul." Satoru Nakano. I kept my voice modest, unpretentious. Late manifestation, C-rank aspect. No notable family background. No patroni. I guess I was just lucky to be here. I extended my hand to shake it, the perfect image of resourcefulness. Julian stared at my hand as if I'd given him a dead rat. The crowd watched, murmuring. Refusing a handshake would be a social faux pas that not even Julian could justify. With visible reluctance, he took my hand. He gripped it with painful force, a cheap intimidation tactic. I smiled despite the pressure. "I hope to see you at the academy, Valerius San. Perhaps we'll have classes together." "I doubt you'll see me much," he replied, letting go of my hand. "It'll be in the later stages." "Ah, of course," I nodded respectfully. "Well, good luck with your partnership ambitions. Though perhaps you should reconsider your strategy with Miss Cabin. It's hard to back down from toilet cleaner comparisons." Julian's face paled instantly. Behind him, one of his friends stifled a laugh and quickly stifled it with a cough. "You, Satori. There you are." We both turned and saw Luca approaching. His enormous figure moved effortlessly through the crowd. I felt a huge sense of relief, not because I needed rescuing, but because the timing couldn't have been better. A spectacular ending, leaving them wanting more. "Excuse me," I said to Julian with another small bow. "It seems my family is looking for me. It's a pleasure to meet you." I turned and walked toward Luca, feeling Julian's furious gaze burning into my back. The liar's brooch cooled against my chest, a silent confirmation of my victory in this initial skirmish. Behind me, I heard Julian's friends ask in a low voice, "Who on earth was that guy? How did he know about Reina?" "Knows. A nobody of rank C. Probably won't last a semester." "Then why do you seem so worried?" I allowed myself a small, discreet smile when I reached Luca. First phase complete. The bait was set. Now all that was left was to catch him. "Everything all right?" Luca asked, glancing over my shoulder at Julian's group. They seemed to be having an intense conversation. "I'm just making new friends," he replied innocently. "You know, networking." Luca raised an eyebrow, but didn't press the issue. "Well, come on. There's someone I want you to meet. An old friend from my early days as a hunter. He's a teacher at the NVA. Chapter 119. I found a misfit class I'm destined to rule. There's someone you should meet. An old friend, Braxton Miller. He's a professor at the NVA now. He's a good man to have on your side." As we moved away from the center of the gala, the cacophony of polite laughter and the clinking of glasses faded away. Luca led me through a quieter, less crowded wing of the building, past portraits of legendary hunters whose painted eyes seemed to follow our every move with stern disapproval. "Who exactly is Professor Miller?" he asked, noting the name down for future reference. "Braz? Has completed Luca Lauged, A-rank hunter. Reserve now, he gives lessons. He was an unpredictable player back in the day. I taught him the ropes when he was a rookie. He doesn't follow the rules, but he gets results." Luca stopped in front of a heavy oak door with a small brass plaque. "Authorized personnel only." I opened it without knocking. The room contrasted sharply with the gleaming, modern atrium we had left behind. Dark wood paneling, worn leather armchairs, shelves piled high with paper books. The air was thick with the scent of expensive liquor and tobacco. Two figures occupied a corner, sharing what appeared to be a bottle of high-end whiskey and laughing at some private joke. The man slumped in his chair like a king who couldn't care less about maintaining proper posture. 30-something, tall, with the haggard complexion of someone who lived on caffeine and resentment. His instructor's uniform was hopelessly wrinkled, his tie hung loose, and the top buttons were undone. An unlit cigarette dangled from his lips, seemingly more out of habit than intention. Despite his languid posture, Cinceredo, and her striking purple eyes sparkled mischievously. She laughed freely at something the man had said, holding her drink casually. She leaned toward him as she spoke. His eyes softened as they rested on her. "Taken," I pleaded with my mind. "And it wasn't worth it. Brazil, you old rascal. Luca Roaret, I see you're still corrupting the youth." The man didn't even open his eyes. "Only those worth corrupting, Luca. The rest are a lost cause." He took a lazy drag on his unlit cigarette. "Who's the kid?" "This is my son, Satori. He's a candidate for the new class." Luca beamed, his voice brimming with pride. "Satori, this is Professor Braxton Miller, homeroom teacher for Class 1E, and Professor Haney Mori, homeroom teacher for Class 1B. Luca's son." Haney, the woman, smiled at me warmly. "I'm so glad to finally meet you. We've heard stories. Hopefully good things," he replied. "Well." Haney remained silent. "Take a seat," Braxton said, gesturing to the empty chairs. "Looks like Luca needs another drink anyway." Luca laughed and poured himself a bottle of whiskey. "I don't care if I do." So Haney leaned forward, giving me an involuntary glance, a late manifestation. "Right? That's what the alert system told us when your name appeared in the faculty database." "Yes, ma'am," I nodded. "About a month ago." "Thermal incision," Braxton recited without opening his eyes. "Rank C with potential for rank A. Unusual developmental pattern. High indicators of control." He cracked one eye open to look at me. "Have you trained for this your whole life? Or did you just get lucky?" None. I held his gaze, just determined. Luca, already a few drinks in and feeling especially jovial, laughed heartily and gave me another pat on the shoulder. "Definite. That's one way to put it." He turned to Braxton. "I'm telling you, Braz, he's like a different kid. 6 months ago, huh? 6 months ago, he couldn't even climb one flight of stairs without gasping for breath. He spent all his time in his room, playing video games, getting fat. He barely said 2 words at dinner." She said to me, holding up her glass, "Look at him. He lost weight, he found courage. Suddenly, he manifested an aspect. It's a miracle." Hannah's smile tightened. She looked at me, her gaze softening with a compassion almost worse than mockery. But Braxton, his eyes widened. He sat up slightly, watching me intently. While Braxton put down his glass, "The entrance exam is in a week. You ready for the grind, kid? The NVA isn't a place for miracles. I know the Academy's reputation." "Professor," he replied calmly, "I am prepared to meet its standards." "Standards?" Braxton snorted. "You'll be up against guys with a long history like Valerius, who've been training since he learned to walk. You start 100 miles from the finish line. What makes you think you can compete?" I looked him straight in the eye without blinking. "Because they've been training to win a race. I've been training to survive a war. There's a difference." The sentence hung in the air. Luca looked confused, as if trying to understand what she meant and where his son had learned to speak like that. Haney raised her eyebrows in surprise, and her glass stopped halfway to her lips. "But Braxton." Braxton leaned slightly forward, a smile slowly and dangerously spreading across his face. He had found something interesting. That's a very difficult conversation. Coming from a new demonstration, he said, lowering his voice. Could you explain more? Not particularly, he replied with a slight smile. Come on, Haney interjected. You can't just drop a line like that and leave us hanging. Before I could answer, Kimiko appeared in the doorway. Her eyes scanned the room, absorbing the scene with that serene, analytical gaze that always made me wonder how much I really saw. Her presence instantly calmed Luca, who sat up straight in his chair like a schoolboy caught passing notes. Luca, she said softly, we should do a patrol. The Miyamotos have been asking about you. Of course, of course. Luca stood up suddenly, like a true professional. You must call. I'm glad to see you. Take care of my son when he gets to the academy. Do you hear me? We'll do our best, Lucas-san, Haney said with a slight smile. It was a pleasure, Satori-kun. I got up to follow my parents, but Braxton's voice stopped me. Hello, Satori. I went back. Braxton gestured with his glass. A lazy greeting that somehow got my attention more effectively than a shout. My class, the Onyx Hounds? He said. We haven't placed higher than 4th in the guild games since I started teaching. The administration sees us as a dumping ground for problem cases and statistical anomalies. He took a slow sip of whiskey, his gaze fixed on mine. I have a feeling you're going to be a very interesting statistical anomaly. I will try not to disappoint you, Professor. As I turned to leave, I heard Hannah's muffled voice. What was that? You're never interested in new people. Centuredo, I replied carefully. They're not exactly what the VHC considers ideal teaching models, Kimiko said diplomatically. But the students love them, especially the whole Braxton class. What about the Onyx Hounds? He asked with genuine curiosity. Professor Miller mentioned them. Class 1E, Luca interjects. Traditionally, that's where they put the troubled kids and the oddballs who don't fit in anywhere else. Braz turned it into a kind of badge of honor. The underdogs. They always come in last in the rankings, but they have incredible loyalty. They sound like a bunch of losers. A class of misfits, led by a teacher who saw through facades and valued the instinct for survival. A teacher who could turn a blind eye to a student who didn't follow the rules. Potentially useful. Speaking of problems, Kimiko said quietly, nodding across the room, the young man you were talking to earlier is coming this way. And he doesn't seem happy. I followed his gaze and saw Julian Valerio making his way through the crowd toward us. His friends followed him like a royal entourage. You two, go ahead, I told Kimiko and Luca. I can handle this. Kimiko looked worried, but Luca heard me. That's my boy. He doesn't start a fight in the middle of the gala, okay? How rude. As they walked away, I turned to look at Julian, putting on a slightly surprised expression, as if I hadn't expected him to look for me. Valerius-san? I greeted him with a small nod. Are you coming back for another round? Julian's smile was strained. Actually, I came to apologize for my rudeness earlier. It was unbecoming of my position. My liar's pin warmed against my chest. A lie, and not even a good one. Behind the forced smile, her eyes burned with resentment. Perfect. The fish was biting the hook. Chapter 120. The Stray Dog Manifesto. Thank you, Valerius-san, he replied. That's incredibly kind of you. It takes a truly confident and high-ranking man to apologize to someone like me. He bowed his head slightly. It speaks volumes about your character, the kind of exemplary leadership the hunter world needs. Several spectators exchanged meaningful glances. The unspoken language of the elite spoke volumes. A middle-aged woman with an elaborate updo of silver threads raised her eyebrows just enough to show her amusement, her crimson lips curling at the corners in barely concealed delight at this unexpected social drama. Julian noticed her reaction instantly. His facade of perfect composure cracked just enough for me to see the muscle of his jaw twitch beneath his golden brown skin. Let's seal this new understanding with a toast, Julian announced, raising his champagne glass as if he were giving a speech at his own coronation. His gaze never left mine, cold and calculating despite the warm smile that spread across his face. A gesture of goodwill between future colleagues at the academy. After all, we are all servants of the same noble cause. The circle of onlookers widened. More eyes turned toward us, drawn by the sight of Julian Valerius addressing the unknown son of a B-rank hunter. I could almost hear his thoughts. Who is that boy? Why was Julian Valerio upset with him? Of course, she exclaimed enthusiastically. I raised my bright pink punch in her simple glass. Although, as a prospective client, am not allowed alcohol at official events. They'll have to toast with this, whatever it is. I examined the neon liquid with exaggerated curiosity. But it's the feeling that matters, isn't it? Another visual reminder of our difference. Julian with his golden champagne glass. Me with my loud, childish punch. But I didn't hide from the contrast. I embraced it, turning my status as an outsider into armor. Julian's friends uncomfortably moved away behind him. They expected me to shrink under their collective gaze. Instead, I was gloating. Well, said Julian in a declamatory voice. Now he was fully aware of his audience and was determined to take advantage of it. For the future of the hunter world, he paused dramatically and looked around at the assembled faces. A future built upon the unshakable foundations of the great families who came before us. Those who, after generations of sacrifice and excellence, have earned the right to lead. His gaze locked onto mine, cold and triumphant dash. Those whose lineages carry the legacy of power, ensuring that the next generation will begin where the previous one left off, at the top. The crowd murmured a nod of approval for Cortez. Several older customers nodded appreciatively. Julian's father, watching from across the room, gave a nod of approval. Julian turned to me, his smile now genuine. In his mind, he had won. He had reaffirmed the natural order in front of everyone who mattered. That nobody had been put in his place. I smiled back, the image of innocence, and raised my ridiculous pink punch. An excellent toast, Valerius San, I said. Now, if you'll allow me, I'd like to offer you one of my own. The collective breathing of the surrounding crowd was audible. Julian blinked, surprised. He hadn't expected me to counterattack. The lamb had just challenged the lion. Of course, Julian replied after a moment, although it might be brief. I wouldn't want her father to get distracted by his contacts. I took a small step forward, claiming the center of our makeshift stage. Valerius San is right, I began, nodding respectfully in his direction. The foundations of the past are important. We honor the heroes who built this city from the rubble of the rupture. Julian relaxed a little, and his posture loosened as he assumed that he was giving in to his worldview. Carry on, but let's not forget what the rupture really taught us. Raise my glass even higher. A door doesn't ask for your pedigree. A monster doesn't check your family crest before trying to tear you in two. The soft murmurs of agreement died away. Several people exchanged glances. The old world died years ago, I said, my voice growing increasingly intense. A new world was born amidst fire and chaos. In this world, power is not only inherited, but manifested. I turned slightly and addressed the other hopefuls in the audience, those without famous surnames who had made their way to this room through talent and courage alone. It is one with blood, sweat, and fear. It is conquered by those who have the will to survive, no matter where they come from. A tall, dark-haired woman in an A-rank hunter's uniform advanced slowly. Beside her, a guild recruiter with a prosthetic arm leaned forward, his eyes narrowed with interest. The Gateses don't care about our social hierarchies, he continues. They don't respect our traditions or our legacies. They are the great equalizer. And in their shadow, the only lineage that matters is the one you're willing to sacrifice. Finally, he looked directly at Julian, whose face had hardened with fury. His knuckles were white around his champagne glass. In that moment, surrounded by the new vain elite, Julian looked like what he truly was. A child playing dress-up in his father's world. I raise a glass to the true future, I said, and the words fell like silent stones into a still pool. Not the one bought with your father's money, but the one forged in the fire of the Gates. I raise a glass to those slow to bloom, to the orphans, to the straying. I held Julian's gaze over the rim of my glass. Because in a world full of monsters, a pedigree is just a fancy tombstone. And courage. I paused. Courage is a weapon that isn't inherited. I drank my punch. The room fell silent. That silence that descends when something real seeps through the polished facade of high society. A truth everyone knows, but no one speaks aloud. Julian was trembling, his face contorted with rage. His carefully crafted facade of aristocratic composure crumbled completely as he took a step toward me. "You dare talk about family?" He growled, his voice cracking. "Look at yours. A failed rank, a useless zero, and a sister who—" He was interrupted by a collective gasp from the crowd. In an instant, Julian broke the golden rule of high society. He lost his composure and made it personal. His attack on my family transformed our exchange from a philosophical disagreement into a vulgar spectacle. Several people stepped back. Julian's father, who was moving quickly through the crowd toward us, looked like he was about to have a heart attack. I kept my expression neutral, allowing Julian's outburst to hang in the air unanswered. "Juliano," his father arrived, grabbing his arm with barely concealed fury. "That's enough." "But father, that's enough." Valerius Sr. turned to me with a tense but professional smile. "Please excuse my son, Mr. Nakano. The pressure of the upcoming entrance exams has us all on edge." I nodded politely. "Of course, sir. It's no problem." Julian stared at his father and me, his mouth open and closed like a fish on land. His friends stood frozen, clearly undecided between staying with their disgraced leader or slipping away. "Julian will focus on his preparations for the rest of the evening," his father continued gently. "I hope this unfortunate exchange doesn't negatively affect your impression of Valerius Industries or our collaboration with the Academy." "Not at all," she replied with a smile. "I'm really looking forward to seeing Julian at the new Vane Academy. Competition helps bring out the best in everyone, right?" Valerius Sr.'s smile faded slightly. "Indeed. Good night, Mr. Nakano." He took his son away, whispering furiously in his ear. Julian looked at me once, his eyes filled with hatred. I raised my empty glass in a final mock salute. As I disappeared into the crowd, a hand tapped me on the shoulder. I turned and saw Braxton Miller behind me, a genuine and unusual smile on his face. "Kid," he said, shaking his head slowly, "I think you've just made an enemy for life." "Yes, if she likes to think about other men in her free time. That's not my style." "Touché." He observed me for a moment, his gaze more intense than his hunched posture suggested. That speech, he's given a lot of thought, hasn't he? I shrugged. When you start with nothing, you have plenty of time to think about those who start with everything. Braxton stepped forward, a new understanding in his eyes. "The entrance exam is in a week. After that performance, young Valerius will make sure that every heir and patron's favorite child has a target on their back." "Good," I said. "I prefer to know where my enemies are." "Interesting perspective." Braxton's smile turned critical. "Most people would try to avoid making enemies even before they enter school." "Most people don't deserve to be remembered," he replied. "Well, Satoru Nakano, after tonight," he gestured to the now whispering crowd looking in my direction, "I don't think being forgotten will be your problem." As Braxton walked away, I felt Nell's presence in my mind. Mission completed. The Alpha's debut objective: to decisively humiliate an arrogant scion at the VHC Gala. Reward: 50 SP, new title unlocked. The Social Predator Chapter 121. The stray dog speech made all the princesses sit down and beg. Natalia Kuzmina maintained her wary smile as she surveyed the room. The VHC Gala exuded wealth and power, a glittering sea of future connections and potential rivals. Her midnight blue gown flowed elegantly to the floor in a cascade of silk, its elegant design drawing attention that she both enjoyed and resented. Every glance directed at her carried a sentence: the daughter of the B rank. Pretty enough, talented enough. But can she really stand out? She took a slow sip of champagne, though she had barely touched a drop all night. Her glass was merely an accessory, a barrier between her and the unwanted conversation. Her thoughts kept returning to Satori. Where is she now? What was she playing at? The questions gnawed at her, a mixture of curiosity and possessiveness she couldn't quite suppress. Natalia spotted her designated social circle across the room. the mandatory gathering of first-year applicants whose approval could determine the reputation of New Vane Academy even before classes began. At the center stood the Miyamoto twins, Akari and Hikari, identical in their rose gold dresses, differing only in the color of their jewelry. Emerald for Akari, sapphire for Hikari. They presided over a court of smiling girls in expensive gowns with famous surnames. And slightly apart from them, radiating equal parts boredom and superiority, stood Reina Cabana, the mermaid herself. Her crimson hair cascaded down her back, the perfect complement to her white dress with gold details, the colors of Olympus dawn. Unlike the twins, who smiled and chatted animatedly, Reina simply existed in space, seemingly above the social rituals that surrounded her. Natalia squared her shoulders and approached. "Time to play." "Natalia." Akari clapped with exaggerated joy. "That dress looks divine on you. It's very brave to wear a backless dress. You must be very confident." Translation: everyone can see that you're trying too hard. "Thank you, Akari," Natalia said with a sweet smile. "And your matching dresses are adorable. It must be so convenient to only have to think about one outfit for both of you." The twin smile faded for a moment. Around her, two other girls' daughters of C-rank hunters whose names Natalia hadn't bothered to remember exchanged nervous glances. "We believe in presenting a united front," Hikari replied gently. "A smart brand," Natalia replied, slightly raising her glass. "Dad always says that presentation is half the battle." "And how is Luca?" Akari asked, her voice filled with mock concern. "Are you still recovering from the B-rank gate incident last month? I heard it was difficult." Natalia's fingers tightened around her glass. "My father is excellent. Thank you." The Gremio congratulated their team on their success under difficult circumstances. "Of course," Hikari affirmed. "B-ranks are the backbone of the hunter world. Not the stars, not the leaders, just the support." "Wow," Hikari said suddenly, turning her gaze toward the refrigerator tables. "Who's that tall redhead by the punch bowl? I don't recognize his family crest." Natalia's heart sank. She followed Hikari's gaze to where Satoru stood, tall and watchful, holding a glass of bright pink punch. The simple black suit he wore should have looked cheap among the designer formal were surrounding him. Instead, it looked dangerous. "Looks like she could cut someone in half," Akari whispered, with a hint of appreciation in her voice that made Natalia want to gouge her eyes out. "Reina," Hikari turned to La Serena, who was silently observing the exchange. "You already know everyone." "Who is he? Did you see him at the HCV evaluation?" Reina took a slow, deliberate sip of her drink before answering. "Nakano. Late development. C-rank, they said." She gave a perfect shrug. "Just another guy." Her red hair stood out. "I like red. Do you like his hair?" Natalia struggled to maintain a neutral expression as anger simmered beneath her skin. "That red hair is mine. Stay away from him." "A C-rank student who developed late?" laughed one of the nameless girls. "Why is he here?" "Actually," Natalia interrupted, unable to stop herself. "Satori is my stepbrother." The circle fell silent, and all eyes turned to her with renewed interest. "Your stepbrother?" Hikari repeated with a new calculating look. "I hadn't noticed." "My father married your mother years ago," Natalia explained casually. "We live together." "So what's it like?" Akari leaned forward, suddenly interested. "Is it as intense as it seems?" "You have no idea," Natalia thought, remembering how close they had been, his voice in her ear saying she belonged with him. The memory made her heart race. "He is." Natalia paused, choosing her words carefully. "Determined, more than people realize." Even so, as C-rank, Hikari sighed with exaggerated disappointment. What a waste of that height. It could have been someone with the right lineage. Natalia smiles, a small, secret expression. If only you knew the truth about her. A commotion across the room interrupted their gossip. All heads turned to see Julian Valerius and his entourage surrounding Satori by the refrigerator table. Julian's posture was aggressive. His voice was just loud enough to command attention without being a shout. "Look," Hikari said with a mocking smile. Julian found a new baby outfit for a onesie. "This is going to be rough," Akari agreed, making a face of sympathy. "Poor baby." Or maybe not, Reina said, leaning forward suddenly with interest. This could be entertaining. What was Satori thinking? Julian Valerius was the son of one of the most powerful families in New Vein, Centuredo. Then Satori said something that made Julian flush with anger. What happened? One of the girls whispered. I think your stepbrother just challenged Julian, Hikari murmured to Natalia, her eyes wide. They watched as Julian raised a champagne glass in what appeared to be a toast. His voice echoed throughout the room. His words were clearly directed at the growing audience. For the future of the Hunter world, a future built upon the unshakable foundations of the great families who came before us. Those who, through generations of sacrifice and excellence, have earned the right to lead. The girls surrounding Natalia nodded appreciatively. This was the world they knew and believed in, a world of legacies and birthrights. Then Satori raised her striking pink punch, and her voice sounded with surprising clarity. The gates don't care about our social hierarchies, Satori said, her calm voice somehow filling the entire space. They don't respect our traditions or our legacies. They are the great equalizer, and in their shadow, the only lineage that matters is the one you're willing to betray. Natalia felt a chill run through her body. She looked at the Miyamoto twins. Their identical faces had shifted from initial compassion to shock, and now to something far more dangerous, fascination. I raise a glass to the true future, Satori continued, her gaze fixed on Julian. Not the one bought with your father's money, but the one forged in the fires of the gates. I raise a glass to those who are slow to bloom, to the orphans, to the lost. He's not just speaking to Julian. He understood Natalia, his heart pounding. He's speaking to everyone, to all those who ever looked down on him, to us. They're declaring war on them. It's magnificent. The final moment came when Julian lost his composure, his face contorting with rage as he walked toward Satori. You dare talk about family? Julian snarled. Look at yours. A failed B-rank, a useless zero, and a sister who... A collective gasp swept through the audience. Julian's father suddenly appeared, grabbed his arm, and led him away, muttering furious apologies. After Julian's withdrawal, Satori remained calm and serene, the eye of a storm that he had perfectly orchestrated. Who is he? Hikari whispered, grabbing her sister's arm. Someone interesting, Reina replied. A mocking smile played at the corners of her barato as she studied Satori with newfound appreciation. The barato surrounding Natalia made her fear that it might damage her dress. This was the man she had obeyed. Not us, his appearance, he thought, his heart aching with longing. He didn't raise his voice. He simply spoke, and everyone listened. Natalia gripped her arm to keep from falling. The urge to cross the dance floor and approach him, to show her respect before everyone in the room, was almost overwhelming. She wanted to understand the quiet authority he carried, drawn to the man who had just entered the room. Across the crowded corridor, Satyrus' gaze met hers. The world around them seemed to fade away as he gave her a slow, almost imperceptible nod, their secret language, an acknowledgement of shared victory. Natalia kept her mask on, the perfect ice princess surrounded by her social circle. But underneath, the queen burned, and she was hungry. Chapter 122. My title of social predator is already paying off the social predator rank. Bronze title effect 1. Group dynamics. Grants the instinctive ability to interpret the social hierarchy of a room. Alphas, challengers, and outsiders are immediately identifiable. Effect 2. Predator appeal. Your presence is now subtly more captivating. When you speak with purpose, people are 15 more likely to believe you are important. Now, you always know exactly what I need. The social vacuum around me doesn't last long. Nature abhors a vacuum, and high society abhors even more the chance to align itself with a rising star. The first to approach were a group of young men, led by a tall, stoic figure who moved like someone who had spent countless hours mastering the sword. The man approaching was Kenjiro Takeda. My mind provided the details instantly, as if reading an invisible dossier floating above his head. It wasn't a legacy, but something self-made. Third place in his year at TH High School. known for rigorous, relentless training that pushed every limit. An alpha in his own pack, but a rival on this larger stage. The silent, lethal type. Interesting. It was a risky gamble, Nakano, Kinjiro said, his hand resting indifferently on the hilt of his sword, his fingers drumming slowly and deliberately against the ornate pommel. Today, you've made a powerful enemy. The Valerius family doesn't forget wishes. I smiled, looking him straight in the eyes, neither lowering my gaze in submission nor challenging him too aggressively. I think it's better to know where the snakes are, Takeda-san, than to let them hide in the grass. At least now, we all know where we stand. A flicker of respect crossed his otherwise impassive face, softening the firmness of his jaw for a moment. A sound, albeit risky, strategy. I look forward to testing your strength at the academy. It wasn't friendship he was offering me, but recognition. The currency of power in this world. I had just risen from insignificant to a rival worthy of recognition in his eyes. A small victory, but those things add up. In this game, being seen is the first step to being feared. As Kinjiro and his entourage walked away, their expensive shoes clicking on the marble floor, I sensed new presences approaching from behind. The scent of cherry blossoms hit me first. Expensive perfume, too much so. I turned and found myself cornered by a pair of identical women who were walking toward me. The Miyamoto twins, Akari and Hikari. Their rose-gold dresses shimmered under the atrium lights as they flanked me, a pincer movement they'd likely perfected on countless targets. Cinchuredo, she stepped a bit closer, and I caught another wave of her cherry blossom fragrance. We didn't know Natalia's stepbrother was so eloquent. Eloquent is one word to describe him, Hikari added. It takes a special kind of man to face a Valerius. Tell us, where you been hiding all this time? We gave them an enigmatic smile. I wasn't hiding. I was waiting for the right moment. It was a trivial statement, empty words, but I could see it landed with unexpected weight. Their eyes widened slightly, their bodies tilting unconsciously. And what exactly were you waiting for? Akari asked, lowering her voice to a calm whisper. So that people look beyond what they think they have seen, he replied. And what should we be watching? Hikari came a little closer, standing near me. I was about to answer when I sensed a movement on her shoulders. My gaze automatically shifted to a figure dressed in white across the room. Celeste Vance, standing next to her sister Serafina. For a split second, our eyes met. The corners of her mouth curved into a small, almost imperceptible smile, barely visible, and then it vanished. It wasn't flirting, it was recognition. One strategist recognizing another on the battlefield. The sight of her filled me with unease. Right behind Celeste stood a young woman with short, blonde hair and the coldest amber eyes I'd ever seen. She was wearing a sharp, tailored suit. Her gaze conveyed a simple message. Come closer to my protection and die. So, the princess is a guard dog. A very beautiful and very dangerous guard dog. My assessment was interrupted by a warm hand that slid into mine, its fingers intertwining with mine. There was no need to look to know who it was. Hikari, Natalia said in a voice that oozed artificial sweetness. Sorry to interrupt, but my brother promised Head help me find my father. You know how he gets when he's making connections? The emphasis on brother could well have been a slap in the face. The twins' perfect smiles faltered as they processed the scene. Cinchuredo, perhaps we can continue our conversation at the academy. Nakano-san, Hikari added, giving me one last lingering look. Natalia's grip on my hand tightened painfully as the twins gracefully withdrew. That's enough acting for one night, she whispered fiercely, pulling me away from the audience. Let's go somewhere private and talk. Cinchuredo. And finally, resignation. She didn't shout or make a scene. She simply turned away. Natalia dragged me down a less crowded corridor, her breathing quick and unsteady. Your speech, she murmured, her eyes bright with fierce determination. How you dismantled Julian without even raising your voice. I raise an eyebrow. Careful, princess. Your mask is slipping. I don't care, she whispered, scanning the corridor before spotting a door with a sign that read archives. Authorized personnel only. In here. Bad idea, I said, though every instinct told me otherwise. Security? He's focused on the main room. She finished, pulling a small device from her bag. And I have this. He held up what looked like an access card with the VHC logo. I recognized it instantly, a staff access pass. I raised an eyebrow, smiling smugly. I took it from one of the waiters a while ago, just in case we needed some privacy. You realize this is reckless, I said, as I let him drag me toward the door. Says the man who just declared war on the entire hunting aristocracy, she retorted, swiping the card. The door opened with a soft click. Besides, my father busy with the guild leaders, Kimiko avoiding us, and everyone still talking about your little speech. He was right about one thing. The timing was perfect. The entire meeting was focused on the fallout from my confrontation with Julian. No one would notice our brief absence. As the door closed behind us, Natalia's composed expression shifted. Her usual guarded demeanor gave way to a serious, urgent one as she prepared to discuss what had happened. She pushed me against the wall, her expression fierce with emotion. "Do you have any idea," he said through gritted bravado, "how difficult it was to see you with those twins? To see them looking at you like that?" I held her firmly, pulling her close. "Jealousy suits you, princess. Don't call me that," Cinchureto, revealing the long line of her throat. "And what am I becoming, Natalia?" "Something bravado," she said, her voice breaking as she rested her forehead against his neck. "Something terrible." I chuckled against his skin. "And you find that thrilling?" "God, help me," she whispered. "That's right." The liar's brooch inside my jacket remained cold. I detected no lies. My queen truly longed for the monster within me. "We can't stay too long," I reminded her, pulling back from her. "People will notice." "Then you'd better hurry," he challenged me. "Cinchureto, the best rewards aren't system points or new skills. Sometimes it's seeing a strong, independent woman succeed because of your bravado." And at that moment, I felt truly accomplished. Chapter 123. My partner now generates passive income. The VHC archives surrounded us with cold marble and banks of whirring servers. Cinchureto, 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 Cinchureto. "Look at the mess he's made," I said, looking at the damp stain that darkened my black pants. "If these weren't black, we'd be doomed." I carefully stepped back and helped her down, noticing how her legs were trembling so much she had to lean on the waiter for support. "Cinchureto," I helped her get her clothes straightened out as best I could, cleaning her face. "Go out first," he instructed, focusing on the tactic. "Go to the women's restroom. Fix yourself up. Wait 10 minutes and text me when the hallway is clear." She climbed back up, her eyes still soft with affection and admiration. "And you?" she asked, resting her hand against my bravado. "Then I promised. When we're home." She gave me one last, warm smile before leaving the archives, leaving me alone in the profound silence. The moment she left, I called my system interface. Current scheme points, 195. Upon examining the interface, I noticed something new. The ensemble tab was emitting a soft golden light. I had never seen it like that before. Curious, I gave a little tap. Natalia's profile page opened immediately. A notification appeared on it. Link range increased. Natalia Kuzmina, bond rank 5, dependent status. The subject's identity is now intrinsically linked to their own narrative. Their dependence on you for validation and purpose has reached a critical threshold. New skills unlocked. Imbue slot 2 unlocked can grant silver gold level skills. New trait obtained. System symbiosis minor. Your queen now contributes to your story. Natalia Kuzmina will now generate 5 HP for you every 24 hours. Holy smokes. My phone vibrated with a message from Natalia. All clear. I knew I had to go, but first I had to make a decision. The entrance exam was a few days away, and I had 195 SP burning a hole in my pocket. 2 buttons floated into my vision. Attribute improvement and gotcha shop. I stared at them, weighing my options. The smart move was obvious. Focus everything on my attributes. Strength, stamina, maybe agility. Guaranteed power boost that would help me pass the exam. But then there was the bet. A fifth pull of the gacha would cost 100 HP. It was risky, unpredictable, and potentially decisive. A platinum-level item or skill could completely alter my trajectory. The meek shall never inherit the earth, I muttered to myself, tapping the gacha shop button. Apollo's boastful avatar materialized in my vision, his chibi form dancing with joy. Well, 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 look who decided to pay me another visit. And after such a charming performance, too. The gods are quite amused by your little dalliances in the archives, you know? Spare me the comments, show me what you've got. Chapter 124. Some men build empires. I build an ice queen. The golden-haired mini-god spun dramatically, his toga billowing as it hovered around my head. How hasty, but I understand. The thrill of the gamble waits for no one. He gestured expansively at the gleaming interface before me. What will you do today, mortal? A single, desperate attempt to reclaim your last vestiges of dignity? Or perhaps, his eyes gleamed mischievously, feeling ambitious? Give me the $5 bill, I said, touching the buy button. Apollo clasped his little hands together happily. Oh, what a spendthrift today. I love it when he goes all in. My SP counter dropped from 195 to 95 as the on-screen gacha machine sprang to life. A cosmic vortex of stars and nebulae swirled in the digital space, pulsing with potential and possibility. It goes round and round, and when it stops, well, that's the fun part, isn't it? Apollo laughed. The first orb materialized, floating before me with a dull bronze glow. It opened with a small, disappointing click, releasing a cloud of cheap-looking pink smoke. Unlocked trait. Perfumer, you smell good. That's all. Your Barato is like the person who smells you prefers. Are you serious? The little god shrugged. Hey, don't criticize him. Do you know how many people would do anything to naturally smell like their favorite Barato? He raised his eyebrows. Whatever. Next, the second orb materialized, another one of bronze. My expectations plummeted even further as it shattered, revealing an icon that bore a suspicious resemblance to unlocked feature. Universal compatibility. The party members no longer feel any discomfort during your adventures together. This extends to an absurdly exaggerated physical feature that apparently now, somehow, fits the situation. I blinked. I read it again. A slow, incredulous smile spread across my face. Okay, you know what? They'll take it. Apollo chuckled discreetly. I thought you'd like this. Consider an improvement to your quality of life and the lives of those around you. A very significant improvement in quality of life, he admits. Although I must say, it's a bit excessive even for you. What can I say? Sometimes the gods appreciate frankness. The third orb appeared, this time shining with a cold, silvery light. It opened with a sound like ice breaking. Unlocked skill. Ice Point allows the user to conjure and throw ice spikes or make them sprout from the ground. The more energy consumed, the stronger and larger the icicles will be. My mind immediately started connecting the dots. Ice. Another ice ability to complement my frost breath. This one gave me ranged attack and area denial. It was solid, practical. But wait. Ice Spike, he murmured thoughtfully. Combined with frost breath and Natalia's cryo-lich ring, Apollo's eyes flashed. The wheels are turning. I see them. Go on, mortal, what nefarious plans are being conceived in that twisted mind of yours? I ignored it when the fourth orb appeared, another silver one. It opened to reveal a simple and elegant ring. Item acquired. Messenger's Descent Ring. It denies damage from a fall from a distance of up to 50 meters. Utility, I nodded. Ideal for urban environments, for getting out of tight spots. It's not combat-oriented, but survival is key. Mentally, I equipped the ring, feeling a slight warmth on the finger where it should be. 4 throws, 1 to go. Apollo announced with the enthusiasm of a game show host. Will our contestant get the garbage, or will they win a jackpot? The suspense is killing me. He clutched his chest dramatically. The final orb materialized. It wasn't bronze. It wasn't silver. It glowed with a brilliant, blinding golden light that filled my vision. The orb didn't just crack. It shattered with a satisfying crack, revealing a scroll of skill that unfurled in the air before me. Unlocked skill. Intermediate pressure points. You have expertise in detecting and using pressure points on the body, whether human or animal. This allows you to apply pressure to paralyze people or to subdue them, etc. Using this in combat, while not easy, is possible. That, Apollo said with genuine gratitude, is what I call a worthwhile investment. Images flashed through my mind. Using a single touch to incapacitate an opponent, engaging with Natalia in surprising ways, impressing Emmy with thoughtfulness. The possibilities were thrilling. I think congratulations are appropriate, said Apollo, floating upside down. You took a risk, and the gods rewarded your boldness. That's how it should be. The timid get bronze features that make them smell nice. The bold get the tools to build empires. I smiled knowingly. I think I came out ahead this time. For now, Apollo winked. After all, the game is more fun when you win once in a while. I dismissed the gotcha interface, and Apollo gave me one last mocking gesture before disappearing. My phone vibrated again. Natalia was getting impatient. Where are you? Another text. Natalia's bond rank had increased to 5, dependent. I now had access to the imbue slot too, which meant I could grant her one of my gold-level skills. But which one? Cutting? Arrow protection? No, what Natalia needs is Ice Peak. The silver-level ability she had just acquired would be perfect. It allowed her to conjure and throw ice spikes or make them erupt from the ground. Combined with her telekinetic control and the properties of the Cryo-Lich Ring, it could be devastating on the battlefield. Select Ice Spike and confirm the imbue. The skill disappeared from my list, and I felt a subtle connection forming between us. A fine silver thread uniting our power. I briefly considered giving him Icy Breath as well, which would complete his transition to a full cryokinetic state. The ability to exhale a cone of supercooled air would perfectly complement his arsenal. No, she decided. Not yet. It was best to leave a slot free. You might discover a more valuable skill to give her later. Besides, her telekinesis was already her main strength. Enhancing it with ice abilities was sufficient for now. There was no need to completely redefine her fighting style. My phone vibrated again. Satori, I swear to God, if he doesn't respond in the next minute. He quickly replied, I'm coming. I brought you a gift. I smiled to myself, imagining his confusion at that cryptic message. He would understand soon enough when he discovered the new ability I possessed. Leaving the archives, I made sure the corridor was clear before returning to the main gala. The weight of my decisions rested comfortably on my shoulders. Creating my Ice Queen, building my court, preparing for war against a world unaware of what was coming. The night was still young, and we had plans to make. Chapter 125. Centuredo, but I had a bigger target in mind. Celeste Vance. She stood alone, a silver-haired vision, dressed in white and pale blue. Unlike the ravenous socialites who devoured the room with their eyes, she observed with detachment, like a scientist studying specimens through a glass case. Perfect. A strategist without a problem to solve simply craves something to analyze. He'll be that something. I felt Natalia's gaze following me from across the room. A flash of possessive tension crossed her face before she dissipated it. Good. I was learning. I approached Celeste casually, Centuredo. He didn't need to. His entire being was a wall between me and my lens. I offered her my most charming smile. Excuse me. I was hoping we could talk for a moment. Lady Celeste is not accepting visitors at this time. I'm not a visitor. I'm a future classmate. Satoru Nakano. I don't care who you are. The answer is no. I analyzed her as we spoke. Her posture, perfectly balanced. Her weight distributed for immediate action. The subtle bulge under her jacket that suggested concealed weapons. Noah, you're okay. Let go. Noah didn't even turn his head. My lady, it's reckless. Centuredo, that saves me the trouble of proving my credentials. I approached Celeste with a slight, respectful bow. Up close, her beauty was almost supernatural. Silvery white hair, periwinkle blue eyes. Vance San, I was intrigued by your toast earlier. The one you didn't make. A flash of surprise crossed her face. I'm afraid I don't understand you. Your toast focused on the strength of legacy, mine on the strength of the individual. Observe their reaction closely. But the truth is, neither is enough on its own. The future will be won by those who successfully merge them. A new foundation built with the best of the old stones. I suspect you already know this. His social and polite mask fell away for a moment and was replaced by genuine interest. An interesting theory, Nakano-san. Though in practice, power is rarely distributed so evenly. Her voice had a melodic tone, the carefully cultivated accent of high society and private tutors. Power doesn't distribute itself. It's claimed and maintained. I gestured subtly toward the meeting. Every person in this room is either a weapon or a wielder. The key is knowing which one you are. And which one are you? Celeste asked, tilting her head slightly. I smiled. Both. The best ones always are. A dangerous combination. Only for those who oppose. I glanced briefly at Noah. A wise ruler needs a loyal shield. Someone who can be the unwavering first line of defense when diplomacy fails. The blonde narrowed her eyes slightly. She was speaking to Celeste, but she was testing Noah, acknowledging his purpose in a way that probably few bothered to do. You speak as if you've given a lot of thought to leadership, Celeste noted. I believe in preparation. The difference between ambition and achievement rarely lies in ability, but in foresight. The Academy promises to be interesting this year, Celeste finally said, in a cautious and non-committal response that revealed nothing but acknowledged the value of the conversation. Time to leave her wanting more. To leave while I had the advantage. It was a pleasure, Vance-san. I look forward to continuing our strategic discussions at the Academy. I gave Noah a respectful nod. Gray-san. I turned around, feeling both of their eyes on my back. One analytical, the other a killer. 2 steps. 3. The seed was planted. Then the air changed. It wasn't a sound or a movement that alerted me. It was the absence of both. The perfect stillness that precedes a lethal blow. All the instincts of my past life screamed a warning. Barato predator. Don't move. It's rare to see someone hold my sister's interests so completely. You must be quite the conversationalist. The voice was smooth and controlled, so low that only I could hear it, yet with the absolute authority of a death sentence. It had appeared behind me, without a single step, without disturbing the air. I froze, feeling my heart rate skyrocket. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees. I slowly turned around. Serafina Vance stood before me, a vision of pristine white. Her hair was the same silvery white as her sister's, but longer, cascading down her back like an icy waterfall. Her eyes were the same crystalline blue, but where Celeste held intelligence and curiosity, Serafina's contained the serene concentration of a snake studying its prey. Nakano. Satoru Nakano, right? Her lips curved into a smile that never reached those terrible eyes. Madam President, I managed to say dash. It's an honor. The honor is mine. I rarely meet the son of the man who created the prototype. Prototype? What the hell are you talking about? Your father's work was brilliant, you know. His voice was conversational, as if you were talking about time. Unfinished but brilliant. You have your gaze. The liar's brooch remained cold against my chest. I wasn't lying. Thank you. Although I'm afraid I never knew him well enough to understand his work. What a shame. Serafina looked at me with those terrible eyes. I've been watching your progress with great interest, Nakano-san. Cases of delayed manifestation are very rare, especially those with your unique energy signature. She knows. She has to know something. Panic threatened to take hold of me, but I suppressed it. Relax. She's fishing. I'm still learning to control it, I said carefully. HCV has helped me a lot. We tried. Her smile widened slightly. Success stories like yours are good for morale. The idea that anyone can suddenly manifest an aspect, even after years, as 0, it gives people hope. She came closer, and I had to use all my willpower not to take a step back. Hope is a very powerful tool, don't you think? It makes people believe in possibilities. Her voice dropped to a whisper, even impossible ones. My pulse quickened. The room around us continued its social dance. oblivious to the predator lurking among them. "I'm really looking forward to your performance at the Academy," Seraphina said, her tone lighter and more public. "Our brightest minds are always on the lookout for new talent." "I will do my best not to deceive," I said. "I'm sure you won't." She walked past me like a ghost dressed in white. "After all, you're your father's son." Chapter 126. You can fool the world, but you can't fool your mother. The laughter and music of the gala faded behind Kimiko as she led Luca through the grand lobby of VHC Central. Her husband's massive arm was heavily encircled by her shoulders. Her steps were hesitant, but her voice resonated with pride. "See, Kimmy? Did you see our boy?" Lucas' words faltered. His normally resonant voice sounded too loud for the elegant setting. He stood up to that brat Valerius like he was born to do it. Kimiko patted him on the chest, still smiling as she nodded to the security personnel. "Yes, darling. Everyone saw it. Everyone saw everything." The night air enveloped them with a pleasant coolness as they stepped outside. Kimiko raised her hand, and the limousine glided silently to the curb. The driver opened the door, and she helped Luca into the vehicle. "Where are the children?" Luca asked, blinking like an owl around the empty limousine. "They'll arrive shortly," Kimiko replied. She had seen them. I saw Natalia's fingers curling around Satyr's wrist. I saw the look they exchanged. Quiet understanding, shared purpose, resolve. I saw them walk away from the main hall together, Natalia leading the way, Satori following with that new confident smile on her face. The smile that belonged to a stranger. Luca's head rested against the leather seat. "Our boy," he murmured again, censurato. Satori got in first, sitting across from Kimiko. His tie was a little loose, and his hair was slightly disheveled. To anyone else, he would have looked like a young man who had spent a long night socializing. But Kimiko noticed something in his expression that hinted at an exhausting encounter earlier. A faint tension lingered in the way he held himself. Natalia entered next, the very picture of serenity, and sat as far away from Satori as possible. Her midnight blue dress remained perfect, her makeup flawless. But her eyes locked on Satori for a split second, and Kimiko saw it all. The secret emotion, the lingering warmth, the certainty of what they had just done. The limousine pulled away from the curb, and the partition between driver and passengers ensured their privacy. Lucas' soft snores filled the silence as the city lights painted shifting patterns on their faces. "Well," Kimiko said in a soft voice that could be heard clearly in the small space. It was certainly a memorable evening. Neither of them answered. Natalia looked out the window. Satori was watching Kimiko with that disconcertingly direct gaze. "Satori, I was very impressed with you tonight," Kimiko continued. "I didn't know you had such strong opinions about hunter families and legacies." "Someone had to say it, Mom," Satori replied. "The world is changing. We have to remind the old guard of that." "I suppose so," Kimiko replied. She turned her attention back to Natalia, who instantly tensed under her gaze. "And you, Natalia? You disappeared for a while. Did you manage to speak with the celestial sentinel recruiter they pointed you out to?" Natalia's fingers smoothed an invisible crease in her dress. "Yes, I did. It was productive." Her voice calmed as she continued, "Then I needed some air. The crowd was a bit overwhelming. I saw you on one of the outside balconies," Satori added kindly. "Around 9:30. You looked like you needed a break." Natalia climbed upstairs without looking Kimiko in the eye. It was stiflingly hot in there. The familiar, nauseating pang touched Kimiko's stomach. The maternal instinct she had developed when Satori was just a little girl tried to blame imaginary friends for the broken vases. The instinct that had never failed her. They were lying. Together. In sync. The breakup had been nothing more than theater. "I hope the fresh air helped," Kimiko said, her voice betraying the storm raging inside her. "Although I wish you had told me where you were going. I got worried when I couldn't find any of you." "I'm sorry, Mom," Satori said with just the right amount of regret. "I should have mentioned I was going somewhere." Professor Miller was showing me some of Hunter's historical records on his phone. "Did you know they have original field notes from the first breakout?" Another lie, smooth as silk. The old Satori had been a terrible liar. He would blush, look away, fidget with his hands. This new Satora lied with such conviction that I almost wanted to believe him. How fascinating, he murmured. I'm glad you're so interested in Hunter's story. Luca stirred briefly, muttering something unintelligible before sinking back into his alcohol-induced sleep. The momentary distraction gave Kimiko time to observe them both. Satori, relaxed yet alert, rested one arm naturally on the back of the seat. Natalia, serene and distant, stood at an angle opposite them, though her eyes occasionally glanced at Satori when she thought Kimiko wasn't looking at her. I noticed several people seemed very enamored with you tonight, Satori, Kimiko said. Those twins from the Miyamoto family kept staring at you. And even Celeste Vance seemed intrigued. Natalia's hands curled slightly in her lap. They're just curious about the new guy, Satori replied with a shrug. People love underdog stories. From zero to hero and all that. I suppose so, Kimiko said. Although I wonder if they'd be so fascinated if they knew the real you. What is that supposed to mean, Mom? You've simply changed so much in such a short time, Kimiko said, her voice soft and full of maternal pride. Sometimes I hardly recognize you. The limousine turned onto their street, and the familiar silhouette of the building loomed before them. In the distance, thunder rumbled, promising rain. Natalia, Kimiko said regretfully, would you mind helping me with something when we get home? I bought a new tea set that I need to unpack, and I'd appreciate it if you could help me with the arrangements. Natalia walked on, her smile not reaching her eyes. Of course, Kimiko. And Satori, Cinchuredo Kimiko observed the cautious distance Satori and Natalia kept from each other, the meticulousness with which they avoided eye contact. In the elevator, Luca leaned heavily against the wall, muttering about his pride in his son and how those VHC snobs had finally seen what Satori was made of. Satori ascended, the picture of an obedient son basking in his father's approval, though Kimiko caught the calculating glint in his eyes, a look that had grown increasingly familiar and unsettling in recent months. Natalia stood on the corner, her expression unreadable, her eyes fixed on the numbers of the ascending floors. A careful finger tapping rhythmically against her thigh, a nervous tic that Kimiko had noticed was developing recently. Upon entering the apartment, Kimiko pointed toward the master bedroom. Satori, would you like that? Satori ascended, carrying Luca up the corridor with surprising strength for someone who, just a few months ago, would have struggled to do so. Kimiko turned to Natalia, who had already begun to take off her heels. The tea set is in the kitchen, Kimiko said, as she led us through the dimly lit apartment. In the kitchen, she removed her pearl earrings and placed them carefully by the sink before methodically washing her hands, gaining precious seconds to organize her thoughts. Natalia waited awkwardly by the counter, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. There's no tea set, Kimiko finally said, Cinchuredo, a skill Kimiko had never seen in her before. The girl had always been an open book of emotions, mostly disdain and irritation. This new composure was another transformation that set off alarm bells. I don't know what you mean. We've kept our distance, just as you asked. We've been polite, that's all. Parachute. Kimiko's voice was calm but firm, the tone she had used once in Greystone Park when someone tried to deceive or intimidate her. Don't insult my intelligence. I saw you take his hand and lead him away. She paused, letting the words sink in, watching Natalia's pupils dilate slightly. I know you went somewhere private together. We're talking. There are things about the academy. Please. Kimiko raised her hand. The calluses from years of hard work were still visible despite her comfortable life now. Stop the lies. A silence fell between them. Cinchuredo, but I want you to understand something, Natalia. This path you're on, it's not leading to anything good. Not for you, not for him, not for this family that we've worked so hard to build. You don't understand. I understand more than you think, Kimiko interrupted, remembering the bravado that had earned her that nickname so long ago. I understand that you're both young and think you're invincible. I understand that you believe rules are meant to be broken. And I understand that Satori has changed. She has become someone I don't quite recognize anymore. Natalia's eyes flashed with a possessive fury that confirmed everything Kimiko feared. You're wrong about us. Really? Look at me, Natalia. Kimiko stepped closer, the subtle scent of jasmine mingling with Natalia's more expensive fragrance. Look at me for real. I'm not just some woman who married your father. I'm someone who raised that boy alone in Greystone Park after his father disappeared. I survived unimaginable things with only my wits and the love I have for my son. The blasphemy hung in the air between them, shocking because it came from Kimiko, who usually spoke so gently. The sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence between them both. Satori appeared in the kitchen doorway, her expression curious yet cautious, her eyes scanning the scene like a predator assessing potential danger. "Dad's fainted," she announced, leaning calmly against the doorframe. "I haven't even bothered to change. What are you all talking about so intensely here?" Kimiko turned and placed a hand on Natalia's shoulder, feeling the tension in the muscles beneath her fingertips. "Just girl talk, right, Natalia?" Natalia was walking, and her eyes met Satyrus for a fraction of a second. "Well, Centuredo, the world of the hunters," she said softly, her voice filled with a sadness that would surprise even her. "You need people you can trust, people who will support you no matter what, people who want what's best for you, not just what's best for themselves." She patted him gently on the cheek, remembering the chubby-cheeked boy who had once cried over spilled ice cream. "Good night, both of you. Don't stay up too late. Love you." As Kimiko walked away, she felt their eyes on her back, felt the weight of their shared secret, a secret that was now hers as well. She had lost this battle. She couldn't separate them. She couldn't tell Luca without destroying everything they had built together. But the war wasn't over. It had simply cooled down. In her bedroom, Luca's soft snores greeted her like a familiar melody. She changed silently in the dark, slipping into bed next to the man who had given her a second chance at happiness, at having a family. The man who remained blissfully unaware that his carefully constructed life hung by a thread. Outside, thunder rumbled, growing ever closer. The rain began to pound against the windows with an increasingly intense rhythm. Kimiko stared into the darkness, listening to the storm, and wondered what kind of tempest they had invited into their home and how much would be left standing when it passed. Chapter 128. The worms questioned. Natalia ran a towel through her damp hair. The citrus scent of her shower gel filled her room as she looked at herself in a vanity mirror. Kimiko's words echoed in her head, circling like vultures. "This path they are taking leads nowhere good." Centuredo, Emmy's message appeared first. "Oh my God, Nat, have you seen this? Satori is on fire." I've attached a Snapchat video of Satori at the gala, delivering her speech about legacy and acquired power. The number of views was already astronomical. The comment section was overflowing with heart emojis and declarations of love from strangers. Miyako chimed in. "Your stepbrother is officially the most interesting man at NVA, and classes haven't even started yet. Emmy, you'd better confirm that before I do." A shiver ran down Natalia's neck as she watched the video again. Satori stood tall, her voice piercing the crowd like a velvet-clad sword. Her red hair reflected the light. Her eyes burned with conviction. And these vultures were circling. "It's mine," he thought, a possessive emotion coursing through his veins. Centuredo Natalia threw her phone aside, unable to say another word. She stood up and began pacing her room. The need to see him, to feel close to him, to hold on to him had become unbearable. She needed reassurance that he was still hers, that all those people throwing themselves at her meant nothing. Without thinking it through, Natalia left her room and walked down the dark hallway. She paused for a moment in front of Satyrus' door before opening it without knocking. Satori was sitting on his bed, wearing a loose t-shirt and sweatpants. Natalia didn't speak. She closed the door behind her and crossed the room, crawling to his bed. She curled up beside him, burying her face in the crook of his neck and inhaling deeply. "Couldn't you walk away?" Her voice boomed in his chest, vibrating against his cheek. "Shut up," he murmured against her skin. "I just wanted to be here." His arm draped around her, drawing her closer. He kept his hand respectfully above her bravado. She held her composure. "Kimiko knows," he whispered after a moment of silence. She confronted me in the kitchen tonight. Sat her his hand, remained still on his back. What did he say? She saw us leaving the gala together. She knows we're still involved. Natalia tapped her fingers lightly on the table dash. She thinks we're headed for disaster. And what do you think? Her voice was neutral, impossible to interpret. Natalia sat up, propping herself up on one elbow to look at him. I don't think he understands what we're building together. His eyes were dark pools in the moonlight, but she could feel them studying her face, searching for something. She loved you, Natalia said softly. Your mother. The real you, I mean. Before all this. He gestured vaguely, trying to conceal the changes that had transformed him from the lazy, soft boy who once despised her into the man who now stood beneath her. To lose. Her voice was strangely soft. She reached out to tuck a damp strand of hair behind her ear. She still knows. Natalia leaned back against him, listening to the steady beat of his heart. Her fingers rested gently on his back as she listened quietly to the rhythm of his breathing. Satoru, she said after a long silence, in a small voice dash, would you still love me if I were a worm? He didn't flinch. It depends. Are you the archenemy of an immortal snail? Because Bartholomew is very territorial. Natalia laughed despite herself. Seriously. He paused dramatically. Fine. Yes, I'd still love you if you were a worm. I'd put you in a very fancy terrarium next to Bartholomew, and would be a weird, happy family. She laughed again, relaxing even more in his warmth. She shifted closer to him, settling comfortably against his side. Her hand rested lightly against his torso, noticing the definition of his abs, which hadn't been there just a few months before. What do you like most about me? A playful smile curved her bravado. Your dedication. It's impressive. You've made incredible progress in such a short time. Natalia pinched his side hard. Idiot. I'm serious. Satoru laughed, taking her hand. Okay, you win. His expression turned serious, his eyes locking onto hers in the darkness. Your ambition. The fire within you. That look you have when you master your aspect, as if you could conquer the entire world. It's the most wonderful thing I've ever seen, she whispered softly. That was the perfect answer. She leaned in and embraced him warmly, a tender moment filled with love and connection. His arms slipped gently around her bravado, holding her close. She sighed contentedly. When they pulled apart, both breathless, Natalia rested her head against him, listening to his heartbeat. The atmosphere shifted from playful to serious. I'm still worried about your mom, she admitted. My mother wants me to be happy, Satoru said, stroking her hair. That's all she's ever wanted. It might take her time, but she'll see that this. She gestured between them. This makes me happy. His words enveloped her like a balm. She felt the tension leave her shoulders as she relaxed beside him. Did you see that your video went viral? She asked, changing the subject. Censuredo, she said softly. A pout formed on her lips, but she leaned back against his chest, accepting his decision. The tension she hadn't even known she carried in her shoulders seemed to dissipate. She let out a soft sigh, her body relaxing completely against his for the first time all night. How many women will they need for the pact? Satori was silent for a moment, lost in thought. I don't know. 3? 5? However many it takes to build a kingdom strong enough that no one can ever threaten us again. He hugged her tighter. But you will always be first. The foundation. Natalia remained silent for a long time. What do you think about children? She felt him tense slightly beside her, then deliberately relax. That's quite a leap in the conversation. I'm not saying it right now, he clarified quickly. But someday, after we've built our kingdom, after we're strong enough that no one can touch us. I looked at him. Would you want that? With me? Her eyes were unreadable in the moonlight. Ice princesses with telekinesis and a penchant for world domination? Sounds terrifying. A small smile curved her lips. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. Censuredo, my responsibility. My legacy. His hand moved to cup her cheek. But we have time for that. Years. First, we need to secure our place at the academy. Build our court. Make ourselves untouchable. Natalia nodded, relieved. She leaned back against him, her eyelids growing heavier. The stress of the day of the gala. The confrontation with Kimiko, the viral video, was beginning to take its toll. I should go back to my room, he muttered without making any move to leave. Stay, Satoru said, covering them with a blanket. Just for tonight. Kimiko could verify that. Leave her alone. Natalia smiles against his chest. It's a dangerous game, my king. I live for danger, he replied, his voice already hoarse from the approaching sleep. As she let herself be carried away by Satyrus' arms, Natalia's last conscious thought was that Kimiko was wrong. This path didn't lead anywhere. It led exactly where they were meant to go. Together. Chapter 129. My queen decided to let him go. I woke up with Natalia snuggled up against me, breathing slowly and evenly. The morning light filtered through the window, illuminating her purple hair, spread across my chest like a cascade of silk. The system's interface hovered persistently in my peripheral vision. The faint blue glow was a constant reminder of last night's gacha rolls and our subsequent progress. That new ability, I Spike, which ID bestowed upon Natalia thanks to our strengthened bond, she hadn't even known she possessed. The thought of showing it to her and seeing her icy blue eyes widen in surprise before sparkling with delight made me smile. Natalia needed her crown, and I would be the one to give it to her, one carefully planned step at a time. I gently stepped back from Natalia. She let out a low grunt of protest, a sound so unlike her usual serenity that it almost made me laugh, before realizing ID turned over and buried her face in my pillow, instinctively seeking my warmth and scent. "Where are you going?" he murmured. "Get some sleep," I told him. "I have something to show you later." Her only response was a sleepy humming sound as she drifted off to sleep again. 3 hours later, I was at the door of our home gym, watching Natalia do her morning stretches. She was wearing a purple sports bra and black leggings. Her hair was pulled back in a high ponytail, cinturado touching the ground with her palms. "Show off. I was just admiring my work," he replied as he entered the gymnasium. The morning light filtered through the panoramic windows, trapping specks of dust in golden rays. Natalia straightened up and turned to face me, a slight smile on her lips. "Your work?" "Well, I helped shape all of this," I said, gesturing to his physique. She rolled her eyes. "You're an idiot." "I love you too," she replied, stepping toward her. "And I have something important to show you." She tilted her head, her gaze fixed. "What's wrong?" "New training? A new part of your routine," she replied, stepping toward her. I would guide her to the center of the dance floor. "The ring on your finger. How does it feel?" "I don't know, cold?" "Close your eyes and focus on the music." She obeyed, and I stepped behind her, placing my hands gently on her shoulders to show her the next step, my chin resting just above her head. I put my arms around her, covering her small hands with mine, and removed the ring. "Forget everything you know about just using your power," I whispered, my lips close to his ear. Extremely close. "This is different. Feel the energy of the cryo-lich ring. Feel its chill. Don't fight it. Welcome it. Let it flow into your telekinesis." I guided his hands, palms facing forward. "Now shape it. Don't just project strength. Turn that cold into something. A point. A blade. Something sharp." Her first attempt caused a wave of intense cold in the room. The temperature plummeted and frost spread across the floor, but nothing solid formed. Natalia shivered uncontrollably beside me. "I can't," she said, her bravado chattering. "It's freezing. I can't get it to hold its shape." "You're too tense," I said, releasing her hands and moving them to her shoulders to help her relax. "Take it slowly. A power like this requires calm and focus. Breathe. Let me help you." I located the tension points at the base of her neck with my thumbs. Thanks to my intermediate pressure point skill, I applied gentle, rotating pressure, easing the tension through her muscles and helping her relax. She went still against me, her head resting back against my bravado. Her eyes flickered beneath her closed eyelids. "Satoru." Her voice was quiet and uncertain. "What was that?" I can't focus." "Yes, you can," I whispered. I lowered my hands to rest over hers. I felt the shift in her energy. It was no longer a scattered breeze, but a concentrated and precise vortex of immense cold. The air before her palms began to vibrate, not with heat, but with its absolute absence. Now I ordered, "Untie her." With a guttural scream from Natalia, a huge spike of crystalline ice exploded from the training floor. The sound was deafening, a crack like a glacier splitting in two, followed by the clinking of ice fragments as they settled. The peak was taller than Natalia, a stark but terrifying monument of jagged, semi-translucent ice. It glittered in the morning light, casting fractured rainbows onto the gym walls. The air around it shone with cold. Natalia stood panting, her chest heaving, sweat beading on her forehead despite the frigid temperature. She trembled, not from the cold, but from the adrenaline rush of unleashing a power she never knew she possessed. He stared at the monstrous ice point for a long time, his eyes wide with disbelief and wonder. Then, he slowly turned his head and looked at me over his barato. "Did I do that?" she whispered. I nodded, pride swelling in my barato at what we had accomplished. "You did it." She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around my neck and barato me warmly. I caught her easily. "It was incredible," she whispered as they shared a quiet barato. I felt so powerful." "You are powerful," I said, "and now you're even more so." She turned to contemplate her creation, her eyes full of possibilities. "I wonder if I can sharpen it, or maybe with several prongs at once." Or, the gym door burst open and Lucas' voice echoed throughout the room. What on earth was that noise? I thought the building was collapsing. He stood frozen in the doorway, his gaze fixed on the enormous ice stake that dominated the center of the room. He was speechless. Natalia and I jumped apart, looking like two guilty teenagers who had been caught kissing. "Dad," Natalia said in an unusually high-pitched voice. Natalia did it," I shouted, my face completely serious. "And I'm not cleaning it up." Luca continued to stare, speechless. Natalia turned her head to look at me, her expression shifting from embarrassment to indignation. "You taught me how to do it. Did I show you how? I was just standing here, innocent. You were the one who almost brought the roof down with your magical powers." "Why? You punched me in the arm, pretty hard too. You know perfectly well it was your idea. And who is Elsa?" I smiled at her, delighted to see that familiar spark of fire return her eyes. "Don't worry. It seems the Ice Queen has a bad temper." Luca finally regained his voice. This is extraordinary, Natalia." He cautiously approached the ice peak, examining it from every angle. "I've never seen you manifest real ice before. Only the telekinetic discharge effect of the ring." Natalia glanced at me discreetly, then straightened her shoulders. "I've been training, pushing my limits." "It's impressive," Lucas said, reaching out to touch the ice. He quickly pulled his hand back. "And it's freezing cold. How did you learn to do this?" I watched Natalia struggling to find an explanation. "I just felt it." She looked at me, a secret smile playing at the corners of her lips. Sometimes the most important lessons come when we're not even looking for them. Luca stepped forward, oblivious to the subtext. Well, what a timely move. Academy applications are all about pushing your aspect to the limit. He patted me on the shoulder. "And you, son? Have you noticed anything new?" "I'm still working on the controls," I said gently. "Not everyone can make giant ice sculptures on the first try." Natalia stuck her tongue out at me. "Well, it kept going, both of them," Lucas said, turning back to the door. "But maybe next time you'll take it outside? Your mother will have a fit if you make a mess in the apartment with that thing." When she left, Natalia turned to me, her face bright with excitement. "That was amazing. How did you know I could do that?" I tapped my temple. "The pact. Our bond. It grows stronger." He came closer and gently held her by the barato. "Thank you," he said softly, "for showing me what I'm capable of." He placed a light peck on the barato of her head. "Don't thank me yet. We're just getting started, my Frost Princess. Now how about we see what else you can do with that power?" Chapter 130. Lesson 1. Control your power. Lesson 2. Hide your phone. I watched the ice monolith looming above us, capturing the morning light and fracturing it into 1,000 tiny rainbows across the gym walls. Natalia was still panting, her breath forming small clouds in the frigid air. Her eyes hadn't left her creation, that jagged, rough monument of frozen power. I could see the bravado in them, the realization of unleashed potential. My hand rested on his back, feeling the warmth of his bravado contrasting with the cold air around us. There was something quietly powerful about that moment, watching someone discover a part of themselves they didn't know existed. It's magnificent, she whispered, but it's just brute force. I concluded for her dash. Pure, uncontrolled power. I raised my hand, index and middle fingers extended, and pointed at the enormous spike. With a thought, I activated Cut, sending an invisible blade that sliced through the ice. Krake tinkle. The tip exploded into 1,000 glittering fragments that fell around us like diamond dust. Natalia gasped, instinctively raising her hands to shield her face, but I reached out and put my arm around her. How do I do it again? She asked, her voice trembling with excitement. How do I control it? I stepped closer, speaking softly so only she could hear. What you just did was a scream. Raw, beautiful, uncontrolled power. I placed my hands gently on her shoulders, feeling the tension. Now learn to sing. She threw her head back and looked at me. Do you sing? I lower my hands along his arms, guiding them into position. Your power is an extension of your will. Rule like a queen, and he will obey. Her lips curved into a smile. Queen? I like that. Now try it again, I said, taking a step back. I crossed the gym to where we kept the training dummies, reinforced with metal plates to withstand Natalia's telekinetic attacks. I dragged 3 of them to the center of the room, placing them at different distances. Hit the nearest one first, he said. Focus on creating a single spike about the size of your forearm. Natalia took a deep breath to focus. She extended her hand, fingers spread. The air around her palms sparkled, and a piece of ice formed, misshapen and twisted. It shot forward with considerable bravado, but crashed against the mannequin's bravado plate with a dull thud. Bravado, he muttered. Again. His second attempt was better, more aerodynamic but still too fragile. It broke on impact. His third attempt produced a nail that stuck in the dummy's shoulder, but it was too superficial to cause any real damage. You're getting there, the anime. Remember that ice is just structured water. On his 7th attempt, something clicked. The ice transformed into a perfect, needle-shaped projectile that shot out with a sharp shing and struck the dummy cleanly. Yes. Natalia's face lights up with triumph. Now the second doll, I said. 2 spikes this time. It was a marvel without a doubt. In an hour, it had gone from crude fragments to elegant, perfectly formed projects capable of hitting multiple targets in rapid succession. THWIP, EHWIP. The sounds had changed from dull thumps to sharp, penetrating impacts that would have been lethal to any normal living target. You have a natural gift, I said, genuine admiration in my voice. Sometimes I forgot how talented Natalia was. Her telekinesis had always been impressive, but adding this elemental dimension elevated it to another level. I think I'm ready for something more challenging, she said, wiping the sweat from her forehead despite the cold. I nodded, walking toward the center of the gym. Let's try combining our skills. A real combat scenario. Natalia's eyes lit up. You mean fighting together? Exactly. In a real Portal situation, it won't just be about your power or mine. It will be about how we work together. I pointed to a new mannequin. I open, you finish. I approached the mannequin, focusing on sever. My hand blurred as I cut, the invisible force slicing a clean line across the mannequin's chest plate. Shiendo. The metal split like paper, revealing the padding beneath. Now, I shouted. Natalia was already moving. 3 ice spikes materialized and shot out, Centurado. Blocking one side of the room, I used the momentary cover to circle around it and attack another dummy from its blind side. I activated Ember, a concentrated burst of flames that incinerated the dummy's head. How are you? She asked, turning me towards her. Natalia stood with her hands on her hips and a small, satisfied smile on her lips. Not bad for a former Zero. It's terrifying how quickly she's adapting. I thought, watching her create another ice barrier with a casual flick of her wrist. She doesn't just follow my lead anymore. We anticipate it. We don't even speak, but we move as one. This is what true power feels like. Okay, I said, turning back to her. Let's keep going. By the time we finished, the gym looked like a war zone. Broken ice and smashed mannequins littered the floor. We stood amidst the destruction, both catching our breath, drenched in sweat, and grinning like mad. Satoru, we are. We could do anything. Natalia turned to me, her face flushed with excitement and her eyes shining with admiration. He moved closer, and I could feel the warmth radiating from his presence. He reached for my shoulders and leaned in with a big smile, clearly intending to give me an enthusiastic hug. Whistle. We both glanced at where ID left it on an exercise bench. The screen had lit up, displaying a perfectly crisp preview. Emi Aoyama. I'm so excited for our study get-together this afternoon. I made cards. The atmosphere in the gym instantly dropped 20 degrees. The triumphant, energetic mood vanished, replaced by a sudden glacial chill. Natalia removed her hands from my chest and took a half step back. Her expression became a perfect, neutral mask, but her eyes were like shards of ice. The adoring queen was gone. The possessive, territorial predator had returned. You should answer, she said, her voice as cold as her newfound powers. I wouldn't want to keep your little cinnamon roll waiting. Natalia? No, I understand. He turned away, brushing the ice shards off his clothes. The plan, right? The big picture. Build the kingdom. Add more pillars. He looked at me, not smiling. Just remember who made you king. He heads towards the door, his bravado stiff with suppressed anger. Where are you going? I'm going out for a while. Alone. She stopped in the doorway. You should get ready for your meeting. I'm sure it will be very productive. The door closed behind her with a soft click that somehow felt more definitive than if she had shut it firmly. I sighed, running a hand through my sweat-drenched hair. The phone rang again. Another message from Emmy. I found some great diagrams. I can't wait to show them to you. I picked up the phone, my thumbs hovering over the keyboard as I thought about my reply. After a moment, he typed, I'm really looking forward to it. Do you need me to cook something? Observe the destruction of the ice-covered gymnasium. In just a few hours, Natalia had reached semi-competitiveness, a skill that would have taken most hunters weeks to master. But as powerful as Natalia became, I couldn't afford to put all my eggs in one basket. Emmy's healing aspect was essential to our future success. I needed them both. The challenge was keeping them both happy while also meeting my own goals. A delicate balance, but one that I found increasingly easier to maintain. I put my phone in my pocket and headed for the door. I would give Natalia some time to calm down, both literally and figuratively, before trying to fix things. In the meantime, I needed to get ready for a study session. After all, a king needs more than one pillar to support his kingdom. Chapter 131. My pre-study date fashion crisis is an S-rank threat. Emi Aoyama stared at the mountain of fabric covering her bed, the victim of a complete wardrobe meltdown. A bright yellow dress lay crumpled over a pink frill blouse. She had already decided they were both too eager. A plain white t-shirt, rejected for screaming and going to the friend zone, was tangled in the straps of a cashmere sweater. What is one word to study with a guy who just became the talk of the entire academy? Emmy muttered to her reflection, holding a bright yellow dress in front of the mirror, tilting her head critically as the antennae of her blue hair moved indecisively. Her phone buzzed with the custom Apex Battle ringtone on her nightstand. She lunged for it, nearly tripping over a discarded cashmere sweater and sending 3 pairs of shoes flying in her haste. Miyako, have you chosen your outfit yet? Emmy took a selfie of her despair amidst the mess of clothes and sent it with a cascade of crying emojis. Miyako, oh my God, girl, get your act together. I know. Emmy groaned in her empty room, throwing up her hands in despair. She bravado a pink frill blouse and held it up to the mirror, tilting her head critically. Too much. Definitely too much. She threw it across the room with a frustrated grunt. She tried on a simple white t-shirt, squinting at her reflection. How boring. ID loved to wear a sign that said, please get me out of the friend zone. The t-shirt joined the growing pile of rejections. After another 20 minutes of fashion agonizing, Emmy finally settled on a soft mint green sweater that draped gracefully off one shoulder, paired with a white miniskirt and her favorite ankle boots. She twirled in front of the mirror, watching with satisfaction as the skirt flared out just enough to be playful without betraying desperation. "Perfect," she whispered, smoothing the front of the sweater with trembling fingers. "Casual but cute. Studious but with a stylish edge. Just the perfect style." She pulled her sapphire blue hair back into a high ponytail, carefully positioning 2 strands to frame her face like antennae. A touch of Barato gloss, a swipe of mascara, and a hint of blush completed the look. Her her phone rang again, making her heart leap. "Natalia, what time are you coming?" "Emmy, I'm leaving soon. Do you need me to bring you anything?" "Natalia, only you." Something about Natalia's curt reply made Emmy pause, but she dismissed it. Natalia was probably in her usual pre-exam state of stress. That girl took her studies very seriously. Emmy Barato her backpack, carefully stuffing in her colorful notes, handmade flashcards, and a tablet with the latest Vance Ishiguro model study guides. She glanced at herself one last time in the mirror and smoothed out her sweater, and headed into the living room. Her father sat in his favorite armchair, checking the news on his datapad. The afternoon light illuminated the silver strands of his dark hair, a testament to years of hard work in the logistics division of Port Surumi. His apartment was small but cozy, and always smelled faintly of her mother's cooking and the jasmine incense her father liked to burn on weekends. "Are you going to your study group, honey?" she asked, looking at him with a warm smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes. "You look great." Emmy's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. "Thanks, Dad. Yes, I just ran into Natalia and Satori-kun." She fiddled with one of her blue strands, nervously twirling it around her finger. "Satori-kun, are you the young man from the video everyone's talking about at work? The one who caused such a stir at the VHC gala? It's him." Emmy felt her blush deepen to crimson. "But he's so nice. And super smart, too. Really smart, with all that deep knowledge about aspects and stuff. I could tell from the speech he gave," his father said, nodding thoughtfully as he leaned back in his chair. "A brave young man, standing up to those guys with such a legacy. Not many would have the guts, especially at his age. He made quite an impression on some of our regular customers." "Did you see it?" Emmy asked, genuinely surprised, her distinctive antennae twitching excitedly as she tilted her head. "I didn't think you were so up-to-date on Hunter's news." "Everyone saw it, honey. It's on every broadcast," he chuckled, setting his datapad aside with a knowing smile. "It spread through the restaurant faster than free beer coupons on Friday night." Emmy fiddled with her backpack strap. "I just hope I don't make a fool of myself. What if I say something stupid about the fabric? Or trip over my own feet? Or call it by the wrong name?" Her father's expression softened, his eyes filling with the unconditional love that had always been the cornerstone of Emmy's life. "Emmy, you're the smartest and kindest girl I know. That smile of yours lights up every room it enters. Any boy would be lucky to study with you." He winked at her knowingly. "And if you don't think so, well, your old man still knows how to throw a punch, thanks to my time as a longshoreman." "Dad!" Emmy laughed, and the tension dissipated as she crossed the room to give him a quick, tight hug and a kiss on the cheek. The familiar scent of his aftershave calmed her. "He'll be fine. I'm just nervous because, well, they live in the Viridian Hills. Just be yourself," she advised her father, giving him a gentle pat on the arm. "That's always been more than enough." Emmy climbed up, feeling a little calmer. "Goodbye, Dad. I love you. I love you too, darling. Take care, and have fun." I smiled. "You deserve it after all your hard work." Chapter 132. This apartment building is prettier than my entire neighborhood. The journey from Emmy's modest apartment in the Asahi district to the gleaming towers of Viridian Hills was like traveling between different planets. A star transition from the comfortable chaos she called home to the rarefied air of Valoria's elite. She walked along the familiar streets of her neighborhood, enthusiastically greeting Mr. Tanaka as he swept the doorway of his convenience store, and dramatically dodging the usual group of children playing Hunter versus Gate Spawn in the street. A small boy, wearing a cardboard crown representing a monster core on his head. He growled ferociously as she passed, and she clutched her shirt in mock terror, eliciting giggles of delight. The air teemed with life. It smelled of sizzling yakisoba from the corner stand and industrial cleaner from the laundromat, and the faint metallic scent of the core-powered generators. At the maglev station, she swiped her travel card, wincing at the price that appeared on the screen. 600 credits had vanished in an instant, enough for a week's worth of bubble tea and fashion magazines. A luxury, no doubt, but worth it to avoid arriving at Natalia's looking like shed just squeezed through a D-class door after 3 sweaty transfers. As the train pulled away from Asahi, accelerating with that characteristic hum of its core, Emmy pressed her face against the window and watched the city transform like a special effect in a Hunter blockbuster. The buildings grew taller and more angular against the clear sky. Centuredo, the passengers around her, transformed with the same intensity. The blue-collar workers and office employees, with their practical clothes and tired eyes, gradually disappeared at each stop, replaced by elegant professionals in tailored suits and incredibly stylish teenagers, sporting the latest fashion trends that Emmy had only seen on her favorite Hunter lifestyle blogs. One girl, probably her age, wore boots that Emmy recognized from last month's issue of Hunter Vogue, the limited edition collaboration with Apex, the S-Range Hunter brand whose career Emmy followed obsessively. Emmy looked at the girl's limited edition Apex boots, then at her own. She tugged at the hem of her pastel sweater. It was from a department store, not a boutique with a waiting list. The rhinestone clips in her hair seemed childish, not playful at all. Enough, she muttered to herself. Your clothes are cute. You are cute, and you earned your place on that entrance exam just like they did. Even so, when she stepped off the maglev train into the pristine Viridian Hills station, Emmy couldn't help but feel like an alien visitor. The walk to her apartment took her past shops she'd never dare enter and restaurants where a single meal would cost her entire week's pay. She kept her gaze straight ahead, pretending she belonged there. When Emmy finally arrived in front of the building, she had to tilt her head back to follow the tower of white marble and gold-tinted glass that stretched toward the clouds, capturing and amplifying the afternoon sun. Good afternoon, miss. May I help you? His voice was deep and formal. Oh, yes. I'm here to visit Natalia Kuzmina and Satoru Nakano. Emmy tried to match their formality, straightening up a little. Your name, please? Emmy Aoyama. He checked something on a small tablet. Ah, yes. Ms. Aoyama. They were expecting you. He stepped aside, gesturing toward the enormous glass doors. The elevators are right across the hall. Thank you. Emmy gave him her brightest smile, to which he responded with a friendly nod. As she approached the entrance, a panicked feeling of regret for the intrusion. She stopped dead in her tracks, clutching the straps of her backpack. I can't come empty-handed, she muttered, her mother's strict lessons and manners echoing in her head. But what do you bring to people who live in a place like this? Her gaze fell upon a small pastry shop across the street. The window display offered exquisite sweets that looked more like art than food. The sign read Etoile Celeste, luxury pastry shop. Without a second thought, Emmy ran across the street and into the shop. The interior smelled of vanilla and opulence, with display cases showcasing desserts that looked too beautiful to eat. Can I help you? Asked a woman dressed in an immaculate chef's jacket. Why, yes, Emmy said, looking at the displays. Her eyes widened at the sight of a tray of iridescent macarons that sparkled like jewels. What are those? Ah, excellent choice. These are our exclusive remnants of the gate macarons, the woman explained. Each one is hand-painted to resemble crystallized fragments of the gate. Perfect. We'll take a box, please. Emmy fumbled for her purse, trying not to wince when the woman announced the price. It was almost half her weekly allowance, but the idea of showing up without a gift was unthinkable. The woman packed the macarons in an elegant white box tied with a silver ribbon. Enjoy your evening, she said, handing them the package with a slight bow. Thank you. Emmy grabbed her precious cargo and hurried across the street. The elevator to the 27th floor was quiet and fast, with mirrors reflecting Emmy's nervous expression from every angle. She took the opportunity to check her appearance one last time, noticing a strand of hair behind her ear and adjusting her sweater. The hallway was silent. The thick carpet absorbed all sound. Each door I passed seemed heavy and important, like the entrance to a corporate boardroom rather than a house. The air smelled faintly of cinnamon and lemon polish. Finally, she reached door 2704. Emmy took a deep breath, clutching the box of cupcakes to her chest. She smoothed down her skirt one last time, straightened her shoulders, and rang the doorbell. A melodic chime sounded from inside. Emmy's heart pounded against her ribs as she waited, counting the seconds. The door burst open and Natalia appeared, looking effortlessly chic in simple loungewear, black leggings, and an oversized cashmere sweater. Her purple hair was pulled back in a messy bun that somehow looked intentional and stylish. She lifted the box of pastries with both hands, offering her brightest smile. A Pappy. Chapter 133. NVA's stray dog discovers he has a fan club. I froze in the doorway of the living room, staring at Emmy holding her expensive-looking box of cakes. What on earth was a Pappy supposed to mean? A Pappy? He asked. I'm afraid I don't know him. Emmy's cheeks flushed a beautiful shade of pink, and her reddish eyes darted from side to side in embarrassment. Oh, it's from this streamer. It means Peace Pacific Ocean. It's just a silly thing I like to say. Don't pay any attention to him. Emmy, Natalia said with a warm, welcoming smile as she took the box of pastries. She took Emmy's arm and led her inside. He's an old man trapped in a teenager's body. Comin, is he from Etoile Celeste? You shouldn't have done that. The bakery across the street, Emmy confirmed. I know it's a bit pricey, but I wanted to get something nice. It's perfect. These macarons are finger-licking good, Natalia said. Let me get some plates. I watched them leave, mentally adjusting my strategy. Natalia was going to complicate things more than necessary. Make yourselves comfortable in the living room, Emmy, I called out. He'll prepare some snacks for our study session. I headed to the kitchen, glancing at Natalia with a look that said, behave yourself. Sensuredo, but a god with a marinade. When I returned to the living room, Emmy was already settling into our enormous L-shaped sofa, and her backpack was spilling out a rainbow of color-coded notes and folders. They smell wonderful, Emmy said, her gaze fixed on the plate. Did you make them yourself? Something simple I made, she replied, placing the tray on the coffee table next to a bowl of chips. I sat in the corner, the position of power. Emmy sat next to me immediately, beaming as she arranged her study materials. Natalia joined us moments later with the macarons artfully arranged on a plate. She sat on my other side, sitting close to go over the study Barado. She opened a folder labeled Door Theory in elaborate calligraphy. So Emmy began, where do we start? I thought we could go over some practice questions for the written part. Sounds good, I said, taking a chicken wing. Let's see what you've got. Emmy pulled out a sheet of paper, her expression serious. Okay, first question. According to the Vance-Shigeru model, calculate the metaphysical pressure decay rate of a C-rank Blue Gate in a high-humidity environment, considering a 15 deviation due to atmospheric saturation of the aspect. Ugh, I hate this. Natalia sighed, rolling her eyes. It's all theoretical nonsense. Nobody does advanced calculus in the middle of a door breaking down. You're right, I said, leaning back against the sofa cushions. This is complete nonsense. What? Emmy looked at us. Confusion reflected on her face. But this is standard material for the entrance exam. And that's precisely what's wrong with the system, I said, tossing a bone onto my plate. Think about it. What's the purpose of the new Vane Academy? To train hunters, Emmy replied quickly. And what do the hunters do? Fight monsters and clear doors. Okay, tell me, Emmy, in what scenario would knowing the exact analysis rate of a gate in high humidity conditions help you kill the monster at the center? Emmy opened her mouth and then closed it. She looked down at her question sheet, frowning. A hunter doesn't need to know the decay rate, he continued, getting me excited about the topic. They need to know two things. How much time do I have until this thing breaks? And what's the fastest way to kill the bastard in the middle? This isn't a college lecture. It's a bomb disposal exam, and we're asked to write an essay on the chemical composition of the timer. I had never thought of it that way, Emmy finally said, her voice soft and filled with wonder. The academic approach is designed to create a barrier to entry, he explained, gesturing to another wing. It's not about practical knowledge. It's about demonstrating that you can overcome arbitrary obstacles. Real learning happens in the field when your life is on the line. That's what you were talking about in the video, Emmy exclaimed suddenly, leaning forward so fast she almost knocked over the chips. That's why everyone loves it. You're telling the truth. Now you're famous, Satoru Koen. You're the NBA stray dog. What am I now? I blinked, surprised by her enthusiasm. The stray dog. That's what they're calling you online after that speech you gave to Julian Valerius. The video has over 2 million views. Emmy pulled out her phone, scrolling with her thumbs. But you don't even have a Snapchat or HeroNet profile. This is a marketing emergency. We have to fix this now. Before I could protest, Emmy leaned in, pressing her shoulder against mine as I held the phone up to my face. The screen showed a shaky video of me at the gala, looking at Julian Valerius with a calm, distant expression as he grew increasingly flustered. I didn't realize someone was recording that, I muttered. At these events, everyone records everything, Natalia said, leaning toward me. You're right, You cause quite a stir. If you don't control the narrative, VHC or the Valerius family will do it for you. This was an unexpected event, but not necessarily in an opportune one. Fame had its uses, especially when building an empire. What exactly are you proposing? He asked Emmy. We need to solidify your brand. Emmy's eyes sparkled with excitement. The outsider, the truth teller, the one who fights for the common man. You already have the perfect nickname, the stray dog. It's authentic, memorable, and positions you as the underdog who defies the system. I'm not sure. You're right, Natalia interrupted, her gaze steady. Think strategically. You've already made enemies within the Valerius family. Public bravado could be a valuable protection. They both watched me expectantly. Emmy, with obvious excitement. Natalia, with a carefully constructed appearance of casual interest, which didn't quite manage to hide the glint of ambition in her eyes. Okay, I conceded, unable to refute his logic. What do we do first? Chapter 134. How to go viral. Grab everyone's attention the moment Emmy's face shifted from enthusiastic student to panicked PR manager. I knew we were no longer studying for exams. Her fingers were flying across her phone screen at a terrifying speed, her brow furrowed in what I could only describe as professional indignation. This is a disaster. I threw my phone, nearly hitting my chest. There are already 3 fake accounts impersonating you. I stared at the screen, my jaw clenched. The profile picture was a blurry screenshot of my face from the viral video, obviously cropped from a wider shot. The username The Real Stray Dog Evier glared back at me like an insult. This guy's asking for money for independent investigation of Hunter equipment. Emmy swiped to another profile. And this other guy's trying to sneak into Reina Cabana's DMs with the worst pickup lines I've ever seen. In my previous life, a man who pretended to be Kalen Leone would have been dealt with very harshly. The audacity alone was unforgivable, but the stupidity of leaving a digital trail, that's what really bothered me. Who are these idiots? I muttered. Opportunists, Natalia said, leaning over to look at Emmy's phone. They saw a viral moment and jumped on it. This happens all the time with the new chasers who cause a sensation. Emmy strode forward briskly, her blue hair billowing with her movements. We're losing control of your brand narrative. We need to act fast. My what? I asked, taking another chicken wing. Your brand. Emmy snatched the wing from my hand and placed it back on the plate. This is serious, Satoru Koen. We need to establish your official accounts right now before these fakes spread any further. I looked at Natalia hoping for some support, but she just seemed to give that exasperating little smile that said she was enjoying my discomfort a little too much. Okay, I sighed. What we have to do? First things first, Emmy said, adopting what I could only describe as drill sergeant mode. We need a good profile picture. Something that says accessible but dangerous. The gym lighting would be perfect. She turned to Natalia. Can you help me find her best angle? The best angle? I snorted. Every angle is my best angle. Emmy patted me on the cheek with such condescending sweetness that I wanted to bite her hand. How cute, Satoru Koen. but I want to get you a sponsorship deal with Kinetic Coil Sportswear. Now, turn slightly to the left and try to look melancholic but hopeful. What does that mean? I looked at Natalia to translate it for me. It means you should stop looking like you're planning to murder the photographer, Natalia added kindly. Emmy handed me her phone. Here, take a selfie, just to see how you look from your natural angles. I held the device at arm's length, staring at my own face on the screen. How on earth was I supposed to look thoughtful, but hopeful? I pressed the button. Emmy's face clouded over when I showed her the result. Oh, that. Maybe I should take it, Emmy suggested sweetly, retrieving her phone. Natalia, can you adjust the blinds? We need softer light. For the next 20 minutes, I endured what could only be described as a long, tedious ordeal disguised as a photo shoot. Emmy directed me like a little blue-haired Steven Steinberg, while Natalia alternated between genuine help and barely suppressed laughter. Cheer up a little. No, not so much. Can you look more intense? But intense like a friend, not like a serial killer. Stop squinting. I'm not squinting, I protested. The sun is shining in my eyes. Natalia, readjust the blinds, Emmy ordered without taking her eyes off the viewfinder. You know, Natalia said as she turned the control of the blind, for someone who commanded an entire room at the gala, you're surprisingly bad at this. The gala was different, I murmured. No, whatever this is. Fans, Emmy added cheerfully. Potential fans, sponsors, and contacts. Social capital is real capital in the hunter world, Satoru Koen. After what seemed like 100 failed attempts, Emmy's face suddenly lit up. Oh, I have an idea. She turned to me, her eyes burning with creative inspiration. Let's change up your look completely. Excuse me? I blinked. Just wear a tank top underneath, she clarified, though her cheeks were flushed. The fans will go crazy for the effortless workout look. I looked at Natalia, who raised an eyebrow in defiance. Fine. I took off my shirt, revealing the tight black t-shirt I was wearing underneath. The air itself seemed to grow still the moment I took off my jacket. Emmy, who had been directing me like a seasoned film director, suddenly fell silent. Her professional focus vanished. Her eyes widened slightly as her clipboard slipped in her hand. Beside me, I sensed a subtle change in Natalia. The warmth of her amusement cooled into a possessive stillness, and her mocking smile tightened. That's perfect, Emmy stammered, picking up the phone again. Now, just, maybe lean against the wall and get thoughtful. I did as instructed, crossing my arms and leaning my shoulder against the wall. I wasn't sure what thoughtful meant, so I settled for I try to look away. Perfect, exclaimed Emmy after a series of quick clicks. They're delicious. He showed me the screen, and I even had to admit that the photos looked much better than my attempts. The light captured the definition in my arms, and my expression had somehow reached a certain intensity without being homicidal. Okay, now let's write your biography, Emmy said, sinking down onto the sofa and patting the space beside her. I sat down, fully aware that Natalia was occupying the space on my other side, closer than strictly necessary. For the biography, NBA prospect, believer in earned power, the stray dog. What do you think? Emmy asked, her fingers hovering over the screen. It sounds like a cheesy political campaign. It's perfect, Natalia replied. It's exactly what they want to hear. Emmy moved up. Short, memorable, trendy. Now for your first post. She selected the one that showed the best photo, me leaning against the wall, looking slightly off camera. The caption, the work begins. See you at exams. NBA stray dog, earn your power. He looked at me waiting for my final approval. I shrugged. Good. Like C. Post it. Emmy's thumb hovered over the button. Wait. We need to make sure all your accounts are launched simultaneously to maximize impact. All my accounts? I groaned. How many are there? Snapgram, HeroNet, and TalkTick, definitely, Emmy said, gesturing with her fingers. Maybe the Hunter Forum too, but that's more for technical discussions. I'll make dance videos, I said firmly. No, TalkTick would be for workout videos. People love them. Emmy was already creating another profile. Trust me, this is going to be a hit. Chapter 135. The internet wants to call me dad an hour later. I had official accounts on 3 different platforms, with coordinated profile pictures, identical bios, and the first post scheduled to go live simultaneously. My mind felt numb from the barrage of social media jargon Emmy had thrown at me. Now we really need to talk about the engagement strategy, Emmy said, pulling out a notebook. Commitment? He asked weakly. How often do you post? What type of content? And what are your comment response rates? Not all, I interrupted. I don't intend to spend my life glued to a phone. But no buts. One post a week, tops. And I'm not going to dance. Emmy pouted. Fine. One quality post per week, plus replies to key comments. But you should at least consider. She said you can't dance? Emmy, Natalia interjected. Okay, Emmy replied. Let's see the response when they're published. I bet you'll have at least 1,000 followers tomorrow. Great, I said without any enthusiasm. Can we go back to studying? Do you know the real reason we're here? Of course, exclaimed Emmy, quickly minimizing her social media and tucking her notes in her lap. Where were we? Oh, right, door theory. As Emmy began explaining the metaphysical rates of pressure decay, my phone vibrated with a notification. I glanced down and saw a message from Natalia, who was sitting next to me. You look beautiful when you're completely out of your element. He gave her a withering look that made her smile even more. Don't worry. Your queen will protect you from your admirers. I suppressed a mocking smile and turned my attention back to Emmy, who was now drawing elaborate diagrams of the gate's energy flows. My thumb typed a quick reply without looking. We can discuss this later. I noticed Natalia tense slightly beside me. Victoria. Satori-kun. Emmy's voice brought me back to reality. Are you following me? Of course, I lied gently. Please continue. The study session eventually returned to normal, though Emmy couldn't help but check her phone every few minutes to see the progress of my newly created social media empire. To her obvious dismay, the number of followers was steadily increasing. 200 already, she whispered excitedly during a break. And the posts haven't even been published yet. This is just from the existing account. Fascinating, I said with a serious expression as I took another chicken wing. You should be more enthusiastic, Natalia said, nudging me in the shoulder. This kind of visibility could be useful. People underestimate the power of public opinion. He was right, of course. Mass adoration was a shield against institutional power. If enough people were watching me, it limited what the VHC could do without raising questions. It was a calculated risk, but potentially worth it. Okay, I admitted. I recognized the strategic value. How exciting, Natalia said slowly. Emmy looked at us curiously. Now, they have a very interesting dynamic. So different from what Natalia told me. I felt Natalia tense up next to me. Interesting. Oh, really? What did I say? She asked innocently. Nothing worth repeating. Natalia interrupted quickly. Ancient history. I used to call you the leech, Emmy said with a giggle, seemingly oblivious to the danger. I said you were like a human-shaped blob that did nothing but eat and play. Emmy, Natalia whispered. What? It's not like that anymore, Emmy said, pointing at my current physique. Obviously things have changed. Obviously, I agreed, enjoying Natalia's discomfort a little too much. I'm curious to know what else my dear stepsister said about me. We're getting off topic, Natalia said firmly. Emmy, weren't you explaining the difference between the blue door and the red door? All right, exclaimed Emmy, turning another page of her notes. So the blue gates contain a balanced ecosystem. As Emmy began her explanation, I caught Natalia's eye, and she articulated, a stain shaped like a figure. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously, though a faint flush colored her cheeks. He made a mental note of her reaction. By the time our scheduled posts went live an hour later, Emmy was practically bursting with excitement. We already have 520 followers, and look at all the comments. She showed me the screen, where notifications were indeed arriving en masse. The Stray Dog has arrived. Team Stray Dog, that speech at the gala was everything. Is this the real account? Someone please verify it. Dad? I'm sorry. Dad? I'm sorry. I blinked at that last part. What does that mean? Don't ask, Natalia advised him. This is amazing, exclaimed Emmy. You're trending in the hunter community. Look, even some of the top prospects are following you. She pointed to a name I recognized, Reina Cabana. The notification said she had just followed my account. That was unexpected. The mermaid herself, Natalia, murmured in a carefully neutral voice. Interesting. Oh, and look, Julian Valerius is commentating. Emmy exclaimed, and then her face darkened. Yes, he's not very nice. I picked up my phone and read Julian's comment. Enjoy your 15 minutes, Zero. The Academy has a way of spotting imposters. What a charming guy, she remarked, handing the phone back to Emmy. Now I see why he's so popular. Should we delete it? Emmy asked, hovering her thumb over the comment. No, I said, let people see who he really is. Natalia nodded approvingly. How clever. The contrast suits you. How exciting. Emmy exclaimed enthusiastically. Your first social media rivalry. It's going to generate tons of interaction. I peered between Emmy's unbridled enthusiasm and Natalia's amused smile, feeling strangely caught between two worlds. In one, I was Kalen Leone, a man who would have settled this dispute with Julian in a dark alley with brass knuckles. In the other, I was apparently a social media influencer, waging my battles with hashtags and carefully curated photos. What a strange world I had stumbled into. Okay, I said, closing Emmy's notebook. That's enough social media for today. If we want to pass these exams, we have to study for real. Yes, sir. Stray dog, sir. Emmy greeted playfully. Chapter 136. This is the best, not quite, second date of my life, and nothing can go wrong. The golden light of the golden hour filtered through the panoramic windows, bathing everything in warm honey tones. The remnants of her study session lay scattered across the coffee table, evidence of a successful mission. Empty macaroni boxes, chicken wing bones, and her phone still buzzing with notifications from Satyrus' rapidly growing social media accounts. Okay, Emmy, calm down. It was just a study session. A normal study session where, unintentionally, you became the unpaid social media manager for the guy who's probably the cutest in school. It's not a big deal. Say goodbye like a normal person and leave. She glanced at Natalia, who was reclining on the sofa, checking her phone with the ease of someone who felt completely at home. That small, sharp pang struck Emmy again. The same feeling she had been fighting all afternoon. They're step-siblings. That's what happens when you've lived with someone for years. Don't overthink it, Emmy. You're being weird. She zipped up her backpack and stood up, smoothing down her mint green sweater. Well, Centuredo, I'll accompany you to the magnetic levitation station. Emmy's brain went blue. Do you want to walk me home? Is this a date? A polite gesture? What'd I do with my hands? Should I fix my hair? Oh, you don't have to do that. It'll be fine. The words came out hurriedly, a little sharp. Satori was already grabbing her keys from the small table. It's not safe for a girl to go out alone at this hour. It's no trouble at all. Let's go. Going down in the elevator felt like an eternity of heightened awareness. The clean, the confident presence that seemed to radiate from him, the way he stood with his hands in his pockets, the soft hum of the machinery that didn't fill the heavy silence between them. Don't talk nonsense. Don't stumble. Don't get suddenly fired up. The marble floors of the lounge crunched under their boots as they passed the doorman. Outside, Viridian Hills had transformed into something magical. Streetlights twinkled like fairy lights, casting glimmers of golden warmth onto the immaculate sidewalks. The air carried the faint scent of cherry blossoms from the ornamental trees lining the avenue. They began walking side by side, and Emmy focused on more than just perfectly synchronizing her stride with his, which was longer. The silence lingered, comfortable yet electric, until their hands brushed against each other. There was barely any contact, just the brush of their knuckles as they walked. But Emmy's entire nervous system lit up like a Christmas tree. Before she could think too much about it, Satyrus' fingers found hers, warm and safe, intertwining with them as if they belonged there. He is holding my hand. He is holding my hand. He is holding my hand. Her palm felt tiny in his, completely enveloped by calloused fingers that denoted recent training. She fought the urge to look down and confirm that this was really happening, afraid that acknowledging it might break the spell that had taken hold of them. Well, Satyrus' voice interrupted her internal crisis dash. Tell me more about those equipment designs of yours. Really? A warmth bloomed in her chest, different from the nervous fluttering. This was warmer, firmer. The feeling of actually being seen. I've been designing modifications for standard healer gear. Most of it is designed by combat specialists who don't understand how healing aspects actually work on the battlefield. Show me. She fumbled for her phone with her free hand and pulled out her digital portfolio. Look, standard medical vests have bulky pouches that restrict arm movement. But healers need a full range of motion to project our features effectively. And the weight distribution is incorrect. It overloads the lower back during prolonged operations. Satori watched the screen as they walked, her attention completely focused on his words. Not the polite, superficial listening she was used to, but genuine interaction. What's your solution? Modular attachment points with quick-release mechanisms, lighter materials that don't compromise protection, and integrated cooling systems, since healing generates a lot of body heat. The words poured out as his enthusiasm grew. I know it sounds technical, but you have great dreams. He stopped and turned to face her. You're going to revolutionize the support team. The conviction in his voice took her breath away. Standing in the soft light of a street lamp, his hand still holding hers, Emmy felt like she could conquer the world. Do you really believe that? To lose. He raised his free hand to tuck a strand of blue hair behind her ear, a gesture so delicate it almost melted her. Like I told you, the Academy would be lucky to have someone with your vision. They resumed their walk, and the conversation flowed more easily. Satori asked him thoughtful questions about his designs, his inspiration, his dreams for the future. He listened as if her words mattered, as if her ambitions deserved to be taken seriously. The magnetic levitation station appeared before them, all gleaming metal and soft blue lighting. Emmy's steps involuntarily slowed. The end of their unfinished date loomed before them, and she wasn't ready for it to end. They stopped at the edge of the platform. The soft hum of the approaching train filled the air. Satoru's hand pressed against hers once before releasing it, leaving her fingers cold and empty. Well, she twisted the strap of her backpack, suddenly fascinated by her boots. It's me. Thanks again for walking me home. You didn't have to. I wanted to do it. Her voice was soft and gentle in the nearly empty station. Get home safe and sound, Emmy. She looked up and met his gaze. They were darker than usual, unreadable. Her heart pounded as 1,000 possibilities raced through her mind. Is he going to kiss me again? Should I kiss him? What if I'm misinterpreting things? What if? The magnetic levitation train glided into the station with barely a whisper, its doors sliding open with a soft sound. He turned towards the train, while composing the text he would send to Miyako about his epic failure to seize the moment. Emmy. She turned around, her eyes wide open, hope rekindling in her chest. He approached, and for a desperate moment she thought that in reality. Instead, he leaned forward and pressed his lips against her forehead. Cinchuredo. Text me when you get home. Emmy could only nod, voiceless. She boarded the train dazed, her fingers pressed against her cheek. The doors closed, and she found a window seat, turning to look at the platform. Satori stood there with her hands in her pockets, watching her train. Cinchuredo, her phone vibrated with a message from Miyako. How did it go? Tell me everything. Emmy replied with trembling fingers. I think I'm in love. Chapter 137. Driving lessons from a broken man. I was in the middle of my afternoon workout when I heard a thump. It wasn't a hurried tap or Natalia's impatient drumming, but 3 solid, well-coordinated thumps. I put down the dumbbells and wiped the sweat from my brow. The intrusion was unexpected. I had carefully scheduled my routines around everyone else's habits in the house. Kimiko should have been at her book club, Natalia at a special training session with her cryo-lich ring. And Luca should have been working. Come in, I shouted, grabbing a towel as the door opened. It was him, but something was wrong. Luca stood in the doorway as usual, a mountain dressed in casual clothes instead of his typical hunting gear. But the mountain seemed smaller, somehow. His shoulders hung a few inches lower than usual. The permanent wrinkles around his eyes, the mark of a man who had spent his life smiling, were softened by the strain. Most telling of all, he didn't immediately offer an embarrassingly enthusiastic greeting. Luca? I straightened up, sharpening my senses. Everything all right? He tried to smile, but it was like watching someone trying to lift something too heavy. The effort was obvious. "It's all right, son." He put his hands in his pockets, glancing around without noticing anything. "I'm just feeling a bit cooped up. Want to go for a walk?" I watched him closely, searching for clues. "Now, you don't have a job? Call Mental Health Day." He shrugged, an unusually small gesture. Then, as if it occurred to him afterward, he said, "You can get behind the wheel of the Raptor." I raised my eyebrows before I could control my reaction. Can I drive a Raptor? The Raptor wasn't just a truck. It was Lucas' pride and joy. A custom-built monster with seats upholstered in genuine mandible crawler leather, a reinforced chassis capable of smashing through a concrete wall, and an engine that roared like a caged beast. He treated that thing with much more affection than his own children. "You're a man now, aren't you?" he said, and something in his voice sounded off, as if he were reading a script he didn't quite believe in. "It's time you learned how to operate a real machine." I suddenly felt cold, despite the sweat cooling on my skin. This was wrong. Do something. Something had happened. Something so serious that he missed work. So serious that he offered me his sacred truck. Was it because of the gala? Had Julian's father already made a move? Oh no. Had Kimiko told her about me and Natalia? I touched the liar's pin on my shirt. The cold metal calmed me as it brushed against my skin. At least I'd know if he was lying to me. "Sure," I said calmly. "Let me take a quick shower first. It'll be in the garage." He nodded, turning to leave. But he stopped, one hand on the doorframe. Without looking back, he added, "We're something comfortable. It might be a long drive." The door closed behind him, and I immediately grabbed my phone. No messages from Natalia warning me of the disaster, nor from Kimiko. Just a good morning message from Emmy with way too many heart emojis that I hadn't had time to reply to yet. While I was getting clean clothes, I made a decision. I would follow Lucas' example, follow his energy, and let my brooch guide me. If he was lying, I would know. If he was provoking me, I would know. What if she discovered the secret I had been keeping with her daughter? Well, at least my running skills had improved. The Raptor was as ridiculous up close as it looked from afar. It was taller than a normal pickup truck, and you needed a step to get in. The interior smelled of worn leather, gun oil, and the faint woody scent of Lucas aftershave. There was a custom gun safe behind the seats, currently empty. The dashboard looked like it belonged in a military aircraft. Luca threw the keys at me without a second thought. "Try not to kill us," he said, but it wasn't funny. I adjusted the seat and mirrors calmly. The control panel was fairly intuitive once I got past all the custom switches and levers. I started the engine, and it roared with a sound that resonated deep in my chest. "Where to?" I asked as we left the garage. "Just drive," Lucas said, looking out the passenger window. "Head toward the outer districts. They'll tell you when to turn." I drove along the clean, immaculate streets of Viridian Hills, my attention divided between the road and Lucas' reflection in the window. A silence hung between us, heavy with unspoken words. The minutes ticked by, accompanied only by the roar of the engine. "There are 2 days left until the exam," Luca finally said, his voice calm but lacking his usual confidence. "Are you nervous?" "A little," I admitted, offering a half-truth. "It's a big step." Luca ascended, his gaze fixed on the city as he passed from the gleaming spires of the central districts to the more industrial outskirts. "Take the next right, toward the city wall." I followed his directions, and soon we were driving alongside the enormous barrier that separated our gleaming metropolis from the monster-infested desert beyond. The wall rose hundreds of meters high, a constant reminder of humanity's precarious situation in this world. "That kid you embarrassed at the gala," Lucas said suddenly, and I gripped the steering wheel tighter. "Julian Valerio. His father, Marcus Valerius, is a billionaire. He owns half the companies that make our equipment. He on the VHCS Civilian Oversight Board." I'm conscious. Then Luca turned to look at me, and what I saw in his eyes almost made me lose control. It was fear, genuine, paternal fear. "Satori, I'm proud of you for standing up for yourself, I really am." His voice was low and intense. "But you didn't just make an enemy of a spoiled brat. You made an enemy of a name. And in our world, a name like Valerius can destroy a boy like you before he even has a chance to shine." The brooch remained cold against my chest. This was real. This was the reason for the trip, the bad mood, the worry. They can rig the exams, Luca continued, clenching his fist on his knee. They'll blacklist you from the guilds and make sure you never get decent contracts. They can make your life unbearable, son. She was worried about me. Really worried. Not about her reputation or what people would think of the family. About me. About my future. I know what I'm doing, I said, softening my tone. She thought about the consequences. Lucas sighed, running a hand through his short hair. I know you think so, but you still don't understand how this world works. The hunter community isn't like civilian life. It's small, very close-knit, and ruled by old riches and grudges. Stop there, he added, pointing to a lookout point. That spot with the railing. I guided the raptor to the designated area, a spot where the road widened, allowing vehicles to pull over and admire the view. From there, the city stretched out before us like a sea of shooting stars. The barrier was a dark line separating civilization from chaos. I turned off the engine and silence enveloped us. For a long time, we sat there, watching the distant lights. Look, Luca finally said, and something in his voice had changed. It sounded tired. Mayor, you're a man now. You're going to the academy. Centuredo, he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Always a 10 tolerates a hand, especially in those dorms. You don't want to end up with a kid to babysit in your sophomore year. I blinked, genuinely surprised by the apologetic change of subject. Was it some weird conversation about something personal? That's what happened to Natalia's mother and me. Luca continued, lowering his voice to almost a whisper. We were just critics at the academy. Second-year students. Young, stupid, we thought we were invincible. This was unexpected. During all the time we lived together, Luca had never spoken about his first wife, Natalia's mother. So we had Nat. Her huge hands gripped her knees so tightly her knuckles turned white. I had to drop out of school to make more trips to Gate just to pay the bills. She couldn't handle the stress. Work, the baby, it broke her. It broke us. Centuredo, well-intentioned stepfather. He was a man whose dreams had been shattered by a mistake, who had rebuilt his life from the ruins, and who was terrified to see history repeat itself. And I didn't know what to say. The Kalen part of me had no frame of reference for this kind of genuine and sincere vulnerability. So I offered a simple truth. Thanks for telling me, Luca. I swallowed to overcome a strange tightness in my throat. And don't worry about the exam. I have a plan. He approached, seemingly pleased with my answer. I know, son. You're smarter than me. The return trip was different. The tension had vanished, replaced by a comforting silence. Luca reached for the radio, and a pre-rupture rock song filled the cabin. I caught him glancing at me now and then, a thoughtful expression on his face. When we got back to our building's garage, I turned off the engine and gave him back the keys. You treated her well, he said, regaining a glimmer of his usual warmth. Better than I expected. Actually, when I got out of the truck, Luca's heavy hand slapped me firmly and steadily on the shoulder. I know you'll do great on the test, she said, giving me a hug. Just come back safe and sound, okay? We still have plenty of driving lessons left. I nodded, unable to fully process the tangle of emotions that his words unleashed in me. I will do that. As we walked toward the elevator, I realized something that disturbed me far more than any conversation about enemies or unexpected pregnancies. For a brief and involuntary moment, I really meant it. Chapter 138. My lousy stepbrother can't be that domestic. The credits of the action movie playing on my wall screen cast a dim blue light into my darkened room. Some pre-breakup garbage about cops and robbers that I stopped paying attention to an hour ago. I was lying on a pile of pillows on the floor next to my bed, my head resting comfortably. Natalia sat on the bed with her back against the headboard. She reached down and gently ran her fingers through my hair in slow, calming motions, occasionally scratching my scalp in a soothing way that helped me feel completely relaxed. Centuredo, I couldn't care less about watching another movie. Natalia hummed, without looking up from her phone dash. What a see. I glanced at her as the light from her screen reflected off her face. My tracksuit bottoms hung low on my Barado, and my tank Barado had ridden up slightly. The domesticity of the moment struck me as absurd. Less than 2 months ago, this girl would have preferred to walk into an aspectless door rather than touch me. Now she was absent-mindedly playing with my hair while wearing my clothes. Life is truly bizarre sometimes. I turned my attention back to my phone, where Snapgram notifications continued their relentless barrage. My follower count had surpassed 150,000 today. Apparently, everyone wanted a piece of the NBA stray dog. Is your adoring audience still not shutting up? Natalia asked, glancing over with a quick smile. It's getting ridiculous, she muttered, looking at the feed. People I don't know acting like we're best friends. I kept my expression calm. Messages from strangers. Let me see those, demanded Natalia, as she briefly paused her work. I laughed. Just kidding. Whether I liked it or not, the street dog was becoming a minor celebrity in Hunter's world. Every post, every interaction, was another piece of the narrative he was building. Centuredo and simply wished good luck tomorrow on a post from Leo Jet showing his pre-exam workout routine. The guy seemed pretty decent, and making allies was never a bad idea. Then I came across a new post from the Miyamoto twins. The photo showed them in matching tracksuits, looking sharp and well-coordinated, with similar faces and similar friendly smiles. The caption read, "Waiting for the new adventure." After thinking about it for a moment, I clicked like. Be careful with that choice, you know? Natalia said, without looking up from her phone. Akari and Hikari are very particular people. I tilted my head back, resting it on her thigh, looking up at her. It's not about them. It's about the narrative. A little rivalry keeps the audience engaged. Natalia rolled her eyes. Is that what I am to you? Part of your narrative? You are my queen, he replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. The others are just pawns. He tried to maintain his angry expression, but I caught the slight twitch at the corner of his lips. What a charming bastard. I went back to my phone and kept scrolling. A post from Julian Valerius caught my eye. He was standing in what looked like a private training center, surrounded by state-of-the-art equipment. The caption read, "Some dogs must be on a leash. See you at the exam, Mutt." I sighed and showed it to Natalia. He's trying really hard, she said, laughing. It's almost sad. The sad thing is that this intimidates her. I put down my phone and closed my eyes, surrendering to the pleasant sensation of Natalia's fingers in my hair. The constant tension that had accompanied me since I woke up in this body began to lessen. I felt the Kalen part of me always alert, always ready for a stab in the back begin to calm down. Are you sleepy, my king? Natalia asked, her voice softer than usual. Keep going, he said in a calm voice. She gently baradoed the spot behind my ear, which helped me feel more at ease. As you wish. In this state of calm, I decided to connect with my godparents. I focused inward, addressing the system. Hey Nell, how's it going? How's the show? Is the audience enjoying the latest episode of My Jerk Stepbrother Can't Be That Domestic? A familiar, cold voice answered in my mind. The public reaction is mixed. A significant portion yearns for more conflict, more bloodshed. They grow impatient with these moments of healthy development. And the other half? He asked. The other half is accepting it all. The popularity contest has already begun. Audience retention during these character development segments is unexpectedly high. My analysis suggests they are successfully cultivating a long-term, loyal audience, even at the expense of the show in the short term. I almost smiled. Then another voice interrupted me, more lively, more aggressive. Sponsor's warning. Apollo, don't get too comfortable, protagonist. This is my scum system, not some gentle feel-good story. The gods pay to see a wolf, not a golden retriever. Even a scoundrel has a close circle of friends and family. A wolf is nothing without its pack. Kalen Leone had hers. Satoru Nakano has hers. Apollo's response was the mental equivalent of rolling his eyes. Sponsor's message, Apollo, remember what happens to wolves that get too complacent. They turn into dogs, and the dogs are sacrificed. Chapter 139. The selfish sound of voice faded away, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the soft pressure of Natalia's fingers in my hair. What are you thinking about? He asked, breaking the silence. You have that look. What look? That one where you're plotting something. Her fingers traced the outline of my ear, like you're playing chess against an opponent no one else can see. I opened my eyes and looked at her. am only thinking about tomorrow. The exam. Highly strung? I laughed. No, but am waiting for it. Centuredo, the blue light illuminated her delicate features in the dimness of my room. Speaking of games, Emmy texted me a little while ago. She wanted to know if we're still planning to meet up after the exam. And what did you say to him? Of course. Natalia's tone remained natural, but there was an unmistakable undertone to her words. Her thumb paused mid-read. She's very excited to see you again. In fact, almost effusive. I noticed the slight tension in her eyes, the almost imperceptible tone in her voice. Jealous? From Emmy? He scoffed. Please. I know exactly what she means to you. And what is that? He asked, curious to hear her opinion. A useful resource. A practical cover. Her fingers unconsciously tightened in my hair, a possessive and revealing gesture. And she hesitated, someone who truly adores you, which I'm sure feeds your ego quite a bit. Centuredo, I noticed the shadow across his face and the tension around his eyes, growing deeper and deeper. What happened? Natalia sighed and let her shoulders slump slightly. It's Emmy. I know the plan. I know why we need her. But she's still my friend, Satori. Her voice became softer, more vulnerable than she usually allowed herself to be. I sat up and turned to look at her closely, observing the conflict reflected in her features. Are you reconsidering our agreement? No, she said quickly. Her hand found mine, squeezing it with surprising strength. I want what we're building. I want to be your queen. Her voice dropped to barely a whisper. But sometimes I wonder if I... She struggled, the words catching in her throat. If you were what? He asked, in a deliberately friendly tone. A bad person, she finished in a low voice, her eyes finally meeting mine, seeking reassurance. I climbed onto the bed beside her, lifting her chin with a finger so she wouldn't look away from the certainty in my eyes. You're the best person I know. He allowed a short laugh. That doesn't say much, considering your standards. Listen to me, I said, holding his gaze. People like us play by different rules. We see the game as it is. The others, the Julians, the Lucas, even the Emmys follow a script written by someone else. We write our own. And does it do that well? It makes it necessary, I corrected. This world is based on power. Those who have it keep it. Those who don't serve. We just make sure we're on the right side of that equation. He leaned towards me and rested his head on my shoulder. And Emmy? He'll be protected, I promised. As part of our inner circle. It's better to be a king's prized healer than cannon fodder for HCV, don't you think? Natalia was silent for a moment. When she says it like that, it almost sounds noble. That's my specialty, I said with a mocking smile. Making selfishness seem altruistic. She laughed and playfully pulled me away. At least you're honest with me. Always, I lied softly, pulling her into my arms. We lay down on the headboard. Natalia snuggled up next to me, her head on my chest. I absent-mindedly stroked her hair, thinking about tomorrow's exam and everything it represented. The first real test in this new world. The beginning of my rise. Do you ever wonder, Natalia began softly, what would have happened if you hadn't changed? If you had stayed the way you were before? I consider the question. The real Satoru Nakano, the original owner of this Barato, had been a pathetic waste of space. A lazy, entitled kid who spent his days playing video games and eating junk food. A zero in every sense of the word. We wouldn't be here, I finally said. You'd still hate me. I'd still be invisible. I didn't hate you, he protested weakly. I raised an eyebrow. Okay, I hated you, she admitted. But only because you were so... Like what? I asked, amused. A leech, she finished. Taking everything for granted. All the opportunities you had. All the potential you were wasting. And now? He looked at me, his purple eyes shining in the dim light. Now you're the most dangerous person I've ever met. And I can't get enough of you. I kissed her then, slowly and deeply. She melted against me, her figure relaxed in my arms. When we separated, her gaze was a little distant. We should sleep, I said reluctantly. Tomorrow is a big day. Natalia climbed upstairs, but she didn't leave. Instead, she stayed close, resting nearer to me. They'll sleep here tonight. Your father. I won't check. Centuredo morning math is a scoundrel's worst enemy. The soft chime of my alarm woke me. My room was still completely dark, except for the blinking numbers on the clock. It was 5:30 in the morning. The sound faded after a few seconds, leaving me staring at the ceiling, my mind clear despite having slept little. This was passivity, mysticism in action. After a sleepless night, I should have gotten out of bed. Instead, I felt like a machine calibrated to peak bravado, ready to face the day. Next to me, Natalia was a completely different story. She had been sprawled out almost the entire night, deeply asleep beside me. Her purple hair tangled around my bravado and her pillow. Her bravado was slightly open, a thin line of drool connecting it to the sheet. I placed a hand on her bravado and shook her gently. "It's time to get up. Today is a big day." She let out a sleepy groan and slowly opened her eyes, burying her face deeper into the pillow. "We have to be at the ferry terminal in 3 hours," I said, shaking her harder. "Get up. 5 more centuries," he murmured against the cloth, without even bothering to open his eyes. I slid off his leg and stood up, stretching my arms overhead. The movement seemed to finally make him realize that his human pillow was gone. With extreme reluctance, he sat up, letting the sheet fall to reveal his bare torso. He stretched and immediately winced, clutching his small back. "Oh my God," he murmured, his face contorted with discomfort as he moved. "I feel like I've been hit by a truck." I couldn't help but smile in surprise. It was the first time we'd been together since ID adopted the one-size-fits-all approach, and the difference was remarkable. "This is all your fault," she said, staring at me through her tangled hair. "I only slept an hour. Centuredo, you're always stronger when you're angry." That was the point of stillness. She bravado a pillow from her side and hurled it at my head with an angry hiss. I easily dodged it, laughing as I punched the wall. "Go to bravado, Satori," she spat, getting out of bed with all the dignity she could muster. "Centuredo," I chuckled, shaking my head. On my nightstand, Bartholomew was peacefully chewing a lettuce ID left in his terrarium last night. His eyes were pointed directly at me, giving the distinct impression that he was judging me. "Don't look at me like that," I said, pointing at his shell. "It's complicated." Bartholomew continued chewing, unimpressed. "Take my advice, Bartholomew. Stay single. It's less paperwork." The snail offered no response, simply continuing its attack on the lettuce leaf. I moved away from my critical pet and headed to the center of my room. The darkness of dawn seemed appropriate for what I was about to do, a final preparation before the exam. "Very well. Nell," I said to the empty room, "it's time to maximize the investment." The familiar blue interface materialized before me, displaying my status screen in bright letters. Satoru Nakano level. 1 title. KOGH. TSP class. None outline points. 135 attributes. Strength. D. 341 resistance. D. 367 dexterity. D. 265 150 magic. F. 180 agility. D. 287. I stared at the SP counter. 135 points. It wasn't a fortune, but enough to make a difference if spent wisely. The temptation to take a chance on the gacha was appealing. One last attempt before the exam. Maybe ID gets something that would change everything. I imagined Apollo's smug face and immediately dismissed the idea. I focused my will, and the HP counter began to decrease rapidly. The points dissolved into a beam of golden light that merged into a new number, 3375 attribute points. The direct conversion of 1 HP to 25 AP still seemed like a good deal, especially considering what I was about to do. I sat on the edge of the bed, the blue glow of the interface tinting my face as I leaned forward. This was the crucial moment, the final assignment before the exam. Every point counted. First things first, level the baseline. I needed all the stats at the D rank limit. Strength, 341,399, 58 AP. Resistance, 367, 399, 32 PA. Dexterity, 265,399, 134 PA. Agility, 287,399, 112 PA. Magic, 180, 399, 219 AP. I watched with satisfaction as each attribute reached its maximum D rank value, and all the bars gleamed with a golden sheen. That left me with 2,820 PA remaining. The foundation is solid. All the stats are maxed out for rank D. Now the real decision, what do I specialize in? Suddenly, a fresh, feminine voice echoed in my mind and caught my attention. Administrator message. Nell, a word of caution, protagonist. Don't confuse system metrics with world metrics. A level 1 with a rank D in strength is not the same as a rank D license hunter. I frowned. What's that supposed to mean? The system's attribute ranks are internal measurements of your potential and growth curve. Your current physical performance, even with maxed out D stats, is comparable to that of a high-rank F hunter at best. True parity with this world's ranking system won't begin until you reach Tier 2, at which point your base stats will allow you to compete at a high-rank C or even a low-rank B. Wow, seriously. That was eye-opening. I thought my current stats reflected actual hunter ranks. This significantly changed my calculations. So what you're saying is that even with all my stats maxed out at rank D, I'm still basically a glorified rank F compared to real hunters? That's correct. The scale will align once you level up. For now, think of yourself as having exceptional potential rather than exceptional current ability. Therefore, strategy and skill application will be crucial to your exam performance. That put things into perspective. I couldn't force myself to pass the exam. I needed to be smart and leverage my skills and advantages. Look at the remaining 2,820 PA. The improvement costs above range D were high. It would take 3 PA per point to bring a statistic to range C. Centurato, I'd still be at a disadvantage against true hunters, but at least I could take hits and deal damage. Or I could focus on dexterity and agility. Become a blur, untouchable, relying on speed and my skills like severe and intermediate pressure points to win. A glass cannon approach. I couldn't take many hits, but if it didn't hit me from the start. Oh, magic. My weakest stat. But all my active skills, Ember, Sever, scale with magic. With my magic at rank C, my combat options would increase significantly. The water in Natalia's bathroom was cut off. I didn't have much time left to decide. Think, Kalen. What would serve you best? These aren't the streets of Tokyo, where brute force and intimidation prevail. This is a completely different game. These are hunters, people with supernatural abilities and years of training. What did I know about the exam? It would test combat skills, of course, but also strategy, adaptability, and team dynamics. Teamwork. That was the key. I wouldn't fight alone. I'd have Natalia, my Ice Queen, by my side. Her telekinesis and her newly acquired ability Ice Tip made her a mobile artillery platform, especially with that cryo-lich ring.